We're waiting on Councilmember Walker. We'll start as soon as she gets here. She's on her way. We can, or we can turn the lights off back up. That's better. We've done that before. Council.
Yeah, nice. It was fun.
I thought it was hilarious.
That is a facility.
Okay.
I think that's the right direction.
Yeah.
It might have been one of those. There you go. You got it. Well, don't forget. I'm gonna have our electrician, she kind of throw that, and see if we can get it fixed. Well, our. Do you want me to go? Go in here.
Well, yes. I'm not figuring out this thing all day. No, you are.
Tracy.
How you been?
Good, how about y'all?
Good.
Yeah, I was slowing your construction room.
Not too bad. We'll work through it.
That's true, John? Yes. I'll be like. Very bold.
It's really good. That was the third thing that five crappy things I had.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. Yeah, just, oh, okay. Yeah, that's always a problem. Maybe.
Off those two.
Actually, Doug could fix. So again,
I'm not trying to.
oh, what do you think?
I said it's Jimmy Big. Oh.
What is? Well, they're good. That fence?
A little bit better.
Actually, what it looks like.
I've never made a big. Okay.
Pass that along to my sister.
Sad.
Buttery, everything you want. You did it.
Did it.
Thanks.
Somebody.
Tracy had a course.
Don't even.
Thank you.
Now you're ready. Yeah. You're playing. So. First one. Yeah. Cheers. It's been about that the whole life. Sitting there talking to last Wednesday. See. Signs. There's a hospital at sea, then transferred around and all that.
That's where it is. So why are they asking, are we, that treating, I didn't know.
Oh, my goodness.
Are they trying to?
I don't do my job. Talking more, since you talking to the guy, your services.
Not right.
They don't know. The lady named Donna Howard that I started out years ago telling Amplac. He was kind of my trainer, my director.
You use that.
Saturday, I guess.
And it was not necessarily, so.
While we had.
It's.
So we are clapping when Jessica gets here, right? Maybe standing up. She's probably not gonna have anywhere to park there. That's what I heard.
Yeah. You're sitting there scrolling their face with.
They were open before, and it was.
An hour and 15 minutes. And they
Or someone that's familiar with the building, like, that's.
Well,
I like.
I don't know if we, yeah, because it's just logging in to connect. We can see from here. But it's like I logged in, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like, I. I did. It's just the plan when you sell it, right?
Yeah, she's doing it right back.
The problem is there are offices. They all have windows. If you had a, if you were, house here.
We see some.
I'm ready. Authenticate. Got 15 seconds.
Not sure. I didn't go much, I didn't go as much. I know what's there.
That's not good. No, that's not a good sign.
Kind of late. That said, it just kind of drizzled all day.
Do we have anything on the ballot?
It's no college. The city, no, just Temple College.
And the Greg Reynolds commissioner.
That's
stuff.
county.
But is that on this ballot?
No, this is,
Not till the fall.
no, that's, they're on the runoff,
In
which is in May, a couple weeks.
Well, right, but it starts today.
No, local election starts today.
That's all.
The Temple College. Mhm.
So it's just Temple College. I spent 35 minutes yesterday on the computer trying to figure it out.
Yeah, today is just local, so like City of Belton, local
Right,
entities, but the runoff is in a couple
And the
weeks.
paper, of course, covered city of Belton,
Mhm.
but did not say one word on Eric blowing him up.
About Temple College.
No, about, explain what the invalid is right there.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're a paper, tell people. So,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, so Temple College, and as far as I can tell, there's only one person running,
Mhm.
Dr. Aria, too.
There's two people running. Well, and he's got an incumbent, Dr. Aroliga has somebody, a challenger.
He has a challenge.
Mhm.
Do we know who the challenger is?
His name is Walter Leslie. That's all I know.
Well, we need Dr. Aria, or whatever, how do you say it? I believe. He's very involved, good, in a positive way.
Yeah.
It's can be so hard to,
Explain
somebody
it to
who's
people.
somewhat plugged in,
Mhm.
understand.
This is what mine was doing.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I just assumed it was because you were logged in. Did you try logging back in after I was finished on Friday or no? No.
That's in my list. Okay.
And there she is.
Sorry, I was on my way here and then one of my trucks got into an accident. Fun never stops. Everybody okay? Yes, sorry.
You do. You do or me?
No, I can gavel.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's 9:20. We will have, I guess we'll have what we call a budget workshop from 9 till about 4-ish or so. So everybody has an agenda there. That will come and go as we, as their topic comes up. And we'll open with Ms. Meyer.
Good morning. Thank you for, especially the council for your 2 days of time today. We endeavor to make this worthwhile of investing 2 full days with us. Just as a reminder, this is the time where all of our departments have the opportunity to share their 6-year budget plan or business plan proposal directly with the city council. So it's unfiltered, everything that they want to tell you, they're going to be able to do that today. I don't think that you're going to hear anything that is super surprising. Most of the things that we'll cover today are already incorporated at some point in the 6-year business plan. And I think the most common thing that you'll hear today is that we want to accelerate what is in the plan. And I certainly agree there's that you and I have periodically, is if you hear anything that's really very important to you, you need more information on, anything that you think needs more time, attention, or it's just is of particular importance to you, I need to hear that from you so that I can take that information as we're finalizing what we present to you as our recommended budget at the end of June. From my perspective, this year in particular, as we continue to have a very aggressive growth rate in our community, combined with, as I mentioned, the kind of slowing of sales tax revenue growth. My primary focus that I see happening this year is really in making sure that we're maintaining resources to deliver our baseline basic services in the way that you expect them to be delivered to the community. So as we add people and we add businesses, we add the need for our baseline services to be delivered, so we may need an extra trash route, or we may need additional police officers, not to enhance the service level, but just to continue to deliver what we've come to know and expect as we grow. And that's really what I see as a focus going into this year, is not necessarily being able to add a bunch of new stuff, but really just keep up with our service levels as we grow, and make sure that we're pacing that as our community grows, that we're not falling behind on our basic services. I say all of that not to be doom and gloom. There's a lot of great things that you're going to hear today that are incorporated in the business plan and can be incorporated in the business plan. It just may not be in October. So, but again, if something in particular catches your interest, is very important to you, that you're concerned about, that you don't understand, that you want more information on, that you want a deeper dive on, or anything you want to tell me, all of those things, it's really communication to you today, but then if you'll tell me, kind of your thoughts from what you hear today. But before we get into any of that, we have a very special treat, in that we have with us today Randall Scott, who is going to give us a presentation on City Hall, our municipal complex expansion. So just as a reminder, we are under a design contract for the expansion to our municipal complex. You all know that we are elbow to elbow in our current municipal building. We've got people literally in closets. And so we are planning and have been for really the commencement of this started with the original adoption of our first business plan back in September of 2019, when there was a strategic initiative included in that plan for us to consider opportunities to either build a municipal annex or expand our current municipal facility. We've done a lot since that time. We've done space needs studies. We've done site selection or site opportunities, site selection opportunities for whether an expansion or a separate annex was the right choice. We've hired the architect. We've hired the construction manager at risk. We've done tours of peer cities and looked at existing city halls and other parts of the state to get your perspective. We've done some initial visioning exercises with the architect team. And so today we've done a lot of floor plan and space planning, but today you're going to hear from Randall on his vision for what all of the inputs that he's received from us, from our tours, and from his conversations with both you and with the staff team. And he is going to present you his vision for the expansion of our facility. So I know he is looking forward to the opportunity to give you this presentation and absolutely hear from you, your input, your perspective, what you like, what you don't like, what you're concerned about, what you would like to see. So please don't let it be crickets. Let's have a good conversation. He wants that, he needs that, so that we can move forward to the next step. So with that opening, unless you guys have questions for me, I'm going to turn it over to Randall.
I've asked Christina to get at least the council members copies of the 6-year plan.
Okay.
as we're talking about moving things up and back, and that way we can sort of track some of that. I think that'll be helpful to watch the numbers.
Okay.
So, other than that.
You go, and I'll pass you. And I'll drop it in. Right on the money, that's the thing. I think if I just go this way. Off the boards.
Good morning. I'm Rand Scott. I'm the principal of Rand Scott Architects. Really excited to be working with you guys on this project. We appreciate you partnering with us. What I'm going to start with today is a concept that we developed in the planning charrette with staff, and I believe the mayor was there also towards the end. So the site is located on Central Avenue, 3rd and Adams Avenue. And one of the things that was important as we worked on the design was tying it into some of the existing major architectural elements of the city. So there was an axis that was created here with a walkway that connects arterially to the train depot, and also up here to the existing police facility. There's an axis here that connects First Street to the center of the campus. And one of the things that sort of became very apparent when we started working on the project is that there's 3 major arterials that surround the campus site. And so which one becomes the front door? Which one's the most important? Where you look at the building? As we began to conceptualize, we sort of thought maybe a cylindrical arch facility might pay homage to all 3 of those groups, because they're all important, right? Neither one's really more important than the other. And so it just is kind of like a circular table. When you sit at a conference around a circular table, everybody is equally of equal importance there. And so the arc concept really was kind of intended to pay homage to all 3 of the major arterials that surround the site. The other thought was that the council chambers really doesn't belong to the new building or to the existing building. It's really equally a part of both. And so we thought about the concept of putting the council chambers in the center, cradled by the arch building and bounded on the east by the existing municipal building, with some landscaping and other fountain type features around the outside. So that's kind of how the original concept that we're at was derived. So this is the manifestation of that design. You can see the ARC building for the administration portion, council chambers in the center, which is at the apex of the link on First Street, and the connection between the historic post office and the link that makes homage to the train depot. With promenades that connect the council chambers to a new ARC building and to the existing municipal building. Parking is on this side. There is a major entrance on the west side here that connects directly to the promenade that goes to the council chambers, goes around the backside and goes over to the existing municipal building, which will require some modifications where the entrance happens, because there's not really an entrance of that type there presently. So minor modifications. We left the existing memorial in place. There's a proposed bosque of trees here for views from the inside of the ARC, and also a boulder garden here, so some outside seating areas. So staff has a place to go and rest of it, or the public can come and rest of it as well. There's proposed 3-tier waterfall, if you will, here on this side of the council chambers. And there's some underground parking, if we can afford it. There are about a little over a dozen spaces below underground subterranean parking that accesses directly off Central. And we have visitor parking on this side of about 42 spaces, in addition to the underground parking. The underground parking being thought that it would be for council or VIPs that are coming to the meeting, and they'll have a roll down grill, so that when someone's not accessing it, it's secure. That was the concern. We're providing some on-street parking along Central. We had some along Third, but it was decided that probably wouldn't work. So we've just put it on Central. And there's anticipation that there will be parking provided down here for staff, in addition to the parking that's all around the outside of the existing building. Any questions on the site?
So just, one entrance and exit there on Central?
There is. Yeah, we were gonna put one here, but talking to the civil engineer, he felt like this ARC and this coming together probably would be too close. So
In Third, with back up traffic.
that's it. There's only 42 spaces in there, so I don't think it'll be from the.
There was conversation about making Central and Adams two-way instead of one-way each way. Wasn't that right? And then at one point it was going to flip.
I think there's been discussion about that ongoing, but I don't know
That
that
was-
necessarily around this.
Okay.
Is that right?
Right, that's actually been something that's been in several downtown plans.
Yeah.
So yes, Jessica, there has been conversation about
But
whether.
there's nothing.
There's nothing wrong with
They did, it would probably get rid of that for the grant. The reason for that is that we're transitioning to
The Third Street add-ons, and then Central on the west side of Third Street are all TxDOT controlled currently. So that plays into how we manage the two-way traffic aspect of it. So right now, our only real option that we control is just Central on the east side of Third Street. And then the corridor from Central up Third Street and then out Adams down 53 is an oversized load corridor. So I doubt we'll see that sweeping curve go away with that.
Okay, thank you.
42 spaces, the thought is that that's enough. That one in and out, one combination in and out is sufficient.
Okay, so this is the first floor. So the majority of the first floor, when you come in the entrance off of Third from visitor parking, this is the community training room. It has a catering kitchen in it and furniture storage. These are all the functions that we need as architects to make the building work, mechanical, electrical, and so forth. It's a 3-story atrium in the center with a curved staircase and bridges that arc from one side of the apron to the other. This is customer service. and the city secretary's department here. Public restrooms, this is shelf space for future expansion. And this is collaborative type of, we call it co-working space, where people can go and have a gathering outside of sort of the office type environment.
That has square footage on it.
Can you go back, please?
Still can't see it on, on this one. So what's the total square footage, and then of that, what's the co-working space? It seems big. But I know that could also be room that would be grown.
Co-working space, square footage on there, but.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the shelf space.
Oh, shelf space.
Yeah, that's 2470.
Right,
Okay,
that's the 2.4 square feet.
and where's the co-working space?
It's this area,
Okay, I'm sorry, I got you.
which overlooks the Boston trees.
Got it.
Are there two numbers for footages and all?
One's the programmed area that we have in the program requirements. One's the actual, one on top of the actual, one below the programmed area. One thing to set that stuff out in theory, and that's the other one, you actually lay it building out.
Tim,
Yes.
what was your, hey, Tim,
Yes, ma'am.
what was your particular thinking in terms of the shelf space?
Well, I thought that the shelf space was the co-working space.
Oh, I got
I
you.
thought
Never
that's
mind.
awful big.
Yeah.
to-
Yeah, I understand. It's just, it's empty space.
What are they doing?
Size of a house.
Yeah, well, that helps. That helps.
So this is the council chambers. This is the first floor that we just looked at. This is the promenade that connects it from the proposed new building and the promenade.
Promenade is open.
It's enclosed and conditioned. Glass enclosed, and this is the council chambers. It's sort of a teardrop shape, if you will, very unique. Freestanding, the fact that it's freestanding is unique. And you'll see when we get to the 3D renderings that it's really intended to be a beacon and invite people into the legislative process. This is the council dais with 9 positions at the dais, 3 on one side and 3 on the other for staff. Behind that, this will be a secured wall. There will be the executive council room. There's a breakout room there, and there's a restroom. Actually, 2 restrooms, lots of space, and then this is a council office in this section. And this is, so you to get from one side of the building to the other, you come around this corridor and go to the ministry. Looking out towards central, there'll be landscaping. Well, first of all, the 3-tier water feature, landscaping, the seating out here, and the same heading towards the library on the north side. And there you get a feel for the proximity to the memorial.
Randall, no public restrooms in that portion of the
No,
facility?
the public restrooms are just up here, so we thought it really wasn't necessary to recreate another set of public restrooms. They're close, I mean, they're like. So the public restrooms are at the end of the promenade and directly to the right, as is the vertical circulation. So that's they're public restrooms, men's here and women's here, those can be reversed. It just seemed the proximity was so close, it just seemed like it would be a little.
What does it do to security for the rest of that building when council's in session?
Well, the visitor parking's up here anyway, so they're coming
sure,
through the
of
atrium
course.
to get to the council chambers, so all of that will be available. As will the atrium, as a pre-function space. And overflow can happen, if overflow is necessary, we could pipe the video into that community room. Or several more seats. 48 seats in here.
There's nothing stopping them from going upstairs and wandering around.
We'll probably use, well, everything upstairs, you can't get anywhere once you get to those floors. They're all locked off suites. So they can get up the staircase if they get going. I think usually, you kind of hang one of those velvet cords across and just say, close, that generally keep people up. Is intentionally trying to do it.
But each office is hard to secure and lock them down.
We do this, yes. Second floor is composed of the city attorney and communications and marketing on this end. Restrooms are smaller on this floor because there aren't so many public. Actually, these are staff restrooms, and then there are public restrooms on this side, which are single user restrooms. The unique thing that's on this project is the plan is to use demountable partitions so that when the city needs to modify these buildings, they can do so without having to tear things out and take the building. So it's very sustainable in terms of design. The furniture is all very flexible. We have several spaces in the building. We designed this one for communications, which is really a collaborative and co-working type space. After the other departments saw that, they said, well, we got to have one of those too. So every department now has a co-working space that's kind of mingled with the break area, which is a really innovative way of doing things. And then each floor has this co-working space directly off of the elevator and the bridge and vertical circulation staircase, so that it can be used either by the public or meetings with the public and staff.
You know, marketing wanted that green screen room. Is that available here?
Yes, ma'am, that's this large room right here. That's something that's really kind of taken a hold of the industry and become more of a standard in all buildings now, all municipal buildings, city halls. There's also an outdoor trellis and walkway space up here for outdoor meetings. It has some Apple tables and some sort of lounge top furniture that can be used by the public or by staff.
So the corridor on the first floor is glass, this is on top.
Correct.
With that.
Yes.
Does legal have a collaborative working space?
Right there.
Okay,
And then there's a break here.
right.
Yeah, all of them have that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, after they saw the communications guide, they liked it so much, they all asked for it, so we had to modify the plans to accommodate that.
Brenda, can you tell me the scale down there at the bottom?
The scale? I think that's 1/8 scale. But of course, when it's blown up, it wouldn't be 1/8 scale. This is the third floor. City manager suite is on this side. This is future expansion. This is the city manager's or executive conference room with a catering kitchen directly off of it. And then this is outdoor space right now, but it would be available to be expanded into. So that's part of the city's expansion in the space in the building. Finance is on this side. This is their shelf space. These are the staff restrooms, the public restrooms, the atrium, and the bridge next both sides. And this is a co-working space that is there for the public and staff. This is the co-working area for finance, and this is the co-working area for city managers.
You're saying this expansion area for the city manager side is open air,
It is,
but it can be closed in.
yes, future expansion. And it's the same on the first and the second floor. We talked about the underground parking area, and this is it. So there's a gate here and a roll down grill. There'll be card access here, And then once you hit the card access, you'll be able to enter and then the gate will roll down. Once you're inside, the elevator comes down here. There are 2 fire stairs and then there's mechanical and electrical space down here as well. And there are, I think it's 17 or 18 parking spaces in this area. So, and that's something that if we need to cut something, we can take that out and use that as a short kind of thing on the project.
Randall, you didn't show, or I missed perhaps, the elevator sites from the first floor to the second to the third.
They stack. So
Oh, there it is. I'm fine.
this one is. Stacks. Right there.
Right.
Third floor, stack. Okay, so the stair and the elevator stack. The proposed exterior material on the building is copper panels, and they're anodized copper. I talked to the Baylor Scott Stiles this morning about the issue that they had on copper panels. But he said it wasn't the panels themselves, it was the waterproof membrane that was behind the panels, and the reason that they didn't put the panels back up after they corrected the waterproof membrane is they had a new CEO come in and they wanted a different skin. So there wasn't a problem with the copper panels, it was just the waterproof membrane wasn't installed properly behind it. The way that this system works and all metal panels work is it's called a rain screen system. So you have the studs, you have sheathing, and then you put a waterproof membrane on the outside of that that's rolled on. And that's really where the water stops and doesn't penetrate the building. And then there's a layer of continuous insulation, air gap. There are some brackets that hold the metal panels on and then the metal panels. So it's kind of a passive air system. It's a cooling system that works very well to save energy in the building. The same thing is happening up there with the roof. That copper anodized roof has a cooling effect, and the air moves between it and the main roof of the building, which protects the main roof, and at the same time, it causes passive cooling, so there's not as much energy load on the building as a result of the rain screen skin and the roof. On this facade, it's primarily facing west and south, so the porosity in the building is less on this side than it is on the inside, on the east side, because of the solar heat gain that we're going to get on this side of the building. So the windows, although the offices have windows on the side, they're not as prolific as the windows that are on the east side of the building, and that's by design. The really beautiful thing about copper anodized panels is they're iridescent. So as you drive around the building, the color and the shimmer on the panels changes, and they're just beautiful panels. And the product is just an amazing product. At the main entrance on the west, we use some limestone to tie it to the sort of lighter colored materiality around the town square, if you will. And also relating back to the historic post office that's northeast of the building. We put some limestone end caps on the building. Originally, we were all copper. Yes, this building is in the way. Originally, the building was copper all the way around. We added these limestone panels on the ends, both ends of the arc, to tie it in more with the downtown materiality in the post office. Limestone.
And previously that was, some sort of wood product, wasn't it?
No, it was copper, but they were thin strips with gaps.
Oh, okay, all right,
And that's because that's a future outdoor space.
right.
So we had kind of done that more of a
Right.
in the common. So this is the council chambers. It's cradled between the arc of the new administrative building and the existing municipal building to the right. It's primarily a glass jewel, if you will. So at night, it is transparent, it's lit, it's a beacon, and it's intended to be a metaphor for transparency of government. And invite people to come in and be a part of the legislative process of their city. And it'll be beautiful at night, especially with the water features that trickle water down during the day and the evening. Sorry. So this is the Boulder Garden. In the front area, you can see this is an arcade on the first floor. So on the first floor, it steps back a few feet. And there's a walkway there. And this is the promenade that leads from that building to the council chambers. And there's one on the other side that leads from the existing building to council chambers. This is the trellis that we talked about up on the second floor, outdoor space. And this side of the building is largely glass because it faces east. So after about 11 o'clock, it doesn't get any more sun. It's like north windows at that point. And it provides so many views out into the space where the Boulder Garden is and where on the other side of the, see if I can get over there, if we have the trees in there. Yeah, there's the tree boss. So those windows all provide views to the council chambers, the tree boss, the outdoor pergola space, and the First Street connection here. I'm going to fly you into the council chambers.
Before you do that, can we go back to what was proposed originally as the outdoor space? Where that lattice work was, that lattice copper work?
This way?
Yes.
Sure.
So, was that gonna be on the second and third floor? The outdoor space?
Yeah, it's actually on all 3 floors. So there's a portion of that has to be taken up for the drive down to the lower level.
Right.
But it's open beyond that.
So what's on the second and third floor though? That was.
So there's a
proposed,
future extension.
But that was going to be outdoor space and now I'm simply,
Right.
to reduce the amount of copper, we're now enclosing it with limestone.
Correct. Yes, sir. Tied into the downtown material.
Does that, I mean, I like the idea of some outdoor space of a place we can go out of the weather, but still get some fresh air for informal meetings and things like that. I don't know how you guys feel about that. So we went from an outdoor space to totally enclosing. Is there somewhere in the middle without
We could do that with
so much copper?
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can.
that's just my thought. I don't know what you guys.
When I said it's open air, and you said yes, I just assumed that was some type of balcony type area.
Originally it was, but
In order to lattice work, to me, it looked like it's a lattice work.
yeah, I actually have that previous scheme. I can show you that.
I would have envisioned when we talked about painting this limestone going almost the opposite direction, having the limestone be prominent on that front. And leaving, then if you left that copper on this side, you could do what you were gonna do.
But you don't.
I think the front, just that big front with all that copper doesn't tie into the community.
Say that again, Mike.
I don't, that much copper on the front, that's the prominent part of the building. I don't think that ties in with the other downtown buildings very well. I know
You're saying.
I'm a minority opinion, but
But you're saying,
not
from your
necessarily.
feeling, limestone would tie in better.
I think
I-
limestone or brick,
Okay, I just couldn't hear what you said.
all that copper, I don't think that's our current downtown.
And so much of our downtown is limestone brick arches. And I don't, yeah, I don't see a lot of that here. I know I was the problem last time. With my opinions, but it feels more futuristic. And I think that's a harder sell for the citizens. It can be polarizing for them. And I think that's why the Santa Fe Plaza has been so, well received, because it fits with the depot. It's a mesh,
Still modern.
but yeah, it's still modern.
It is so modern and has some of these characteristics, but it's kind of retro, the buildings, the IT building and the changes of EDC building are kind of retro looking.
Yeah, but I do very much like the way the old municipal building, current municipal building is tied in together. Because it looks like Soviet Russia right now. I like that it's blending it all in together.
It doesn't blend either, particularly.
Yeah.
No, it's just kind of a lighter colored cream material. I guess the reason we used the copper was, we understood that the city is a meta city. And, we're building this as a 100-year building. And it just seemed like, looking towards the future from a materiality standpoint might be something that would be good for the city's image in the future. I guess it's a matter of what you're wanting to project in terms of the city's, the face, the portrait of the city. Really, the only building down there that's worthy of relating to architecturally is the historic post office. The existing building, there's no architectural intrinsic value to the municipal building. The library is kind of a 1970s building, and it's really not a strong candidate, and the rest of the buildings around the square are not really significant, at least out this end. So we looked at that as an opportunity to bring sort of a unique material in that's forward facing, or more high tech. Granted, it was an attempt to be more of a high tech in the use of the windows, the way that they work is sort of a binary intent. But we did look at it as an all limestone building, and to be honest, it just didn't really stand out.
I wouldn't like all of them.
Yeah, we didn't either. It just kind of blended the rest of the downtown area and didn't look like something special.
The covers, I think it's lovely.
It is a beautiful
I
material.
think, what if you flip flop the copper and the limestone, unfortunately? I think might be more limestone, no copper.
If those slats on the side help keep that outdoor space of the future, then that would say, and the big part of the front would be. I wouldn't say limestone, I like brick and limestone.
I mean, I'm looking at that brick walkway and the coloring of that and the copper add thing.
Well, in some ways, the copper ties in with the brick. I mean, the color blend.
The brick can be whatever color.
Yeah.
It's the color that's thrown in there.
I'm a traditional, so
Maybe more limestone would more obviously blend with the historic post office.
Does the post office all limestone or does it have brick?
It's all.
I like the brick mix, more brick and limestone mix like over at around the plaza. So. I think that blends in more with our.
yeah, but again, the arches, windows.
Yeah, the arches, that's got arches, the other's got arches. I think this kind of looks like spaceship method or downtown.
Yeah.
I
What does everybody else think? I feel like.
I think that, somebody said, one of the two of you said that you thought perhaps the copper would be less appealing to the citizenry who would, find that
Well,
as
it's
one thing.
interesting that you talked to the people in Scott and White, because that was, everyone talked about that copper on Scott and White and how it failed. Which now we know what the copper
Right.
failed.
It kind of gets covered black night.
Yeah, it did.
But I think the citizenry, we could put plastic on the outside of the building. The citizenry isn't gonna like it because of the cost.
I mean, I did not, of course, I didn't hear a whole lot of complaining about Santa Fe Plaza. I mean, as it was going up, it's just really well done, very, very.
Very
beautiful.
well done,
And
but I don't think it was the design as much as the need, the perception of the need. And I mean, look at the complaining for
I mean,
the
they complain about something.
memorial thing in the road.
Yeah.
It's just, Oh, no, I'm like, remember the old.
These things stuff all the time with you.
The which, the brick with the.
Are you out there?
I'll get that on the conference.
Oh, listen to you.
Yeah, but we had that, look, there on the front. We're not having all that copper, but the copper is the trim. Accent. I think that was better.
I mean, if it's 100-year building, it's hard to follow a trend and to make sure that it's going to be relevant. The library shows that, it's
Yeah.
okay, but,
You have the copper where the titles are. The temple and the city hall, that whole top part was copper. And the rest of it, the brick and limestone, whatever you have, to match that. It's now existing building.
I think that was the. What you're saying.
But if you zoom in on the building with the bricks standing out, it looks really nice.
Randall, I'm getting completely confused. What you're showing right there is what?
Some improvements made to the existing building. to tie
You
in.
mean complete exterior change?
Not complete, but it's fairly significant that it's all skin.
Oh, no, I understand. It's skin change,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
it's very significant. So when you look at that and you look at the new building, they really tie together. I suppose we've got to stop thinking about the old building if we're gonna do anything this significant on the exterior of the old building. We can't think of the old building what we see today.
right, which is why it's got to be tied together.
Exactly. And this, I mean, this ties with the new plan of the new building. Totally.
Before it wasn't there.
Before it didn't exist, period.
Walk into it. But
Yeah, I-
the shoes do not tie that. That.
Yeah, I agree with Zoe, if the front of the other building looked more like this,
The front of the new building looked more like how?
like this, like the old building, like this version of the old building. Not the current old building.
No, I understand, like this version. So that's, you're talking about the front here or the front on the other side?
With all the copper.
The
I don't,
The
personally, I don't
copper's on
think
the other
so.
side, right?
I think that copper just doesn't tie in with the rest of the town. I think it- Well, out.
Don't forget that faces west. The copper is cooling.
Yeah, I
The more
get it.
glass you have, the
The glass is fine, the texture,
Yeah, you couldn't exactly do that with masonry. Not real masonry, but.
I like the copper. This is more disagreement on this council than we've had in the 7 years I've been on council.
Just to start.
I know, I do.
But we love it there.
I get it, I get it.
What about what's the material on the wings on top of each building? I think that's what you call the,
The end cap,
no, on the very top.
oh, that's, that's copper, same material, it's on the place.
What do you guys think of that?
I like it. I think that's okay. And it probably is energy efficient,
It is,
something like that.
and it protects your primary roof.
Did you say there was some equipment under that? Cause I don't think it's not very deep, is it?
If there might be an exhaust fan. there's not-
Okay, but it's only like 2 or 3 feet.
Right, there's not.
Yeah.
Things to-
Yeah, you can't put
We're gonna have a
mechanical
like
up there.
We'll have mechanical equipment in the
Right.
lower level where the
Like eight foot stuff.
very minimal stuff.
It's not very deep.
birds away. Birds.
Yeah.
What sort of
I hope this is right.
all the materials, when you have a copy of
I'm the wrong
the.
person for you to tell that.
Well, we could use the copper if we're gonna change the building.
Places to
Yeah,
Right.
But I have that model, I can show you what that looks like.
Expense wise, what is the copper? Is it close to the same as using, a brick or more limestone?
Limestone, it'll be in the same range as limestone, not brick, brick would be a less expensive material. But in my opinion, a city hall really needs to be made out of high quality material. That's why we didn't show brick. I mean, I understand what you're saying, there's a lot of brick downtown, but if you look at civic buildings, the general courthouses that are in squares in Texas, they're mostly out of stone. If you look at federal buildings and civic buildings, they're usually out of higher quality materials to make a civic statement, and not as pedestrian as the brick materials are.
I didn't go on a tour, but I know the picture, there was one place, that had brick and stone.
That's
Yeah,
probably
Prosper, and that was I thought that something like that would really fit well in our downtown. Again,
But that looked like our other buildings.
flying into the entrance and into the council chambers.
Randall, while we're arguing this point, let me ask you one other point.
Sure.
Let's say somebody left the city $30 million to do it, or however much money, to build a bridge from the library across Adams, my dream. And how would that fit in? Just ballpark. Obviously, that's not part of your design idea, but
I mean, I think that could be done. We just have to look at it architecturally. They're, they typically look like what they are, a pedestrian bridge. There's really no way to protect that. The major issue there is you probably need to put an elevator in if you're gonna put in stairs to get up
Oh, sure.
over.
or a ramp.
Yeah, a ramp would be very extensive to get up, because we're gonna have to get up above, probably up to 18 feet above grade, because we gotta have structure beneath it. We've got to clear for heavy duty trucks, semi, saying that to be like a bridge. Basically, it has to get underneath it, so.
Well, if this dream were to happen in 100 years, land-wise, is there some way to fit something like that in?
Right, that could be
Okay.
done.
That's fine. We don't need to waste time talking about it because nobody's called up and said they're about to do it.
Well, one thing that A&M did to get to their west campus is they built under the road.
Right.
And that would be a much less visually obtrusive than to have, a staircase and a bridge and columns and things. Not that it can't be done, but and it's more expensive to go on.
Sure.
But that's a much nicer aesthetically pleasing way of handling getting from one side of the street to the other. And you don't have to have a number.
There's rumors that there are tunnels already. Maybe we should go down and see.
As far as the building,
All right, so anyway, that's the 3-story atrium that we just looked at, with the bridges going across. Promenade, the glass promenade. To the right is the Boulder Park, and to the left are the Oscar trees.
so this,
It is, there's 7 feet of elevation change between the existing building and the new.
that's an ADA ramp.
It is,
When we get to the Boulder Park eventually, assuming we get there, I would vote for the boulders being irregular sized and not regularly
Right,
placed.
yeah.
No order.
agreed.
I'll think through that glass.
Yeah, we used bullet resistant glass in the first day to the Anna council chambers, which those of you who went on the tour saw.
I like the lattice work of on the glass. I think that is a huge plus in terms of less likelihood of bird strikes with migration and just night flying.
That's a good point. Nice thing about the space, of course, most of your meetings will be at night, but the nice thing about the space is the way the light goes across it, and the shadows change in that space. It's gonna be a beautiful space. That's what it'll be like in the evenings. Right, from the outside, you'll be able to see it as a beacon as well as the inside of the curvature. View from the dais, trying to show it at night. There'll be trees and things out there you can see. But it's a nice view. Impressive space. This was really driven by our project we did at Mary Hardin Baylor, which is a performing arts center. And we learned how to create, performance venue. And one of the things you do in performance venues, you don't have any parallel walls. And this one doesn't. So it's unique. It's got a slope roof. The walls are all changing angles, and the back wall changes, the side walls change. So that keeps sound from bouncing back and forth straight. If you have parallel walls, the sound goes back and forth and it just reverberates. So that's the beauty of the design.
It looks similar to the sister city.
Oh, yeah. Well, we designed that one, so it's not too surprising. It's has some similarity.
Where was one from the public?
Oh, someone had public speaks at the podium.
Where is that? That is missing? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's right there.
Yeah.
There'll be one that swivels around too.
It will. Yeah. It'll turn. You can use the seating area as a training space. This one's off to the side. We typically put it in the center, but I think it was staff that requested it and put it off to the side. Here, so.
Sage.
Yeah, there'll be a railing there. It's not shown yet. We have to have steps. We have to have a ramp to get up there. It's 12 inches up above the concourse level.
What would be the seating capacity in a chambers like that?
150%.
160. Yeah, it's, a little larger, 50% larger, so.
Yeah, and we'll have the overflow space for the training room, community room. Pipe the presentation into. So, that's what I had to share. I had a different scheme. I had more of a set of limestone on the ends rather than just having solid end caps. But it doesn't sound like that's the direction we're headed. Do you want to see the one that had the copper fins on the end?
That'd be nice. Been a while since we've seen that. In the meeting of that. Second thing, the one you gotta have that. What on the first page.
That was terrible. I didn't realize how terrible it is.
Guys, what do y'all think of that? What he was proposing this time was to enclose that with.
That end I like better than the other in the picture anyway, it's hard to tell the limestone. If we did that on the end and did something more traditional on that big front, would better the pipe.
Traditional,
Like breaking stone on the front part.
I'm so one more comment.
And what is that made of?
It's a copper.
Copper slats.
Yeah.
Lots of damn roots.
So let's see the animal shelter.
I like that.
That all tied together. This one shows a similar C-shaped building on the other side where the existing municipal building is. That would be. Right.
What is that?
What, that was, okay.
Tear it down the other one?
Yeah, this is in one place to go, and it's a similar building.
Is that replacing or adding would be, I can kind of see the, the squareness peeking out behind there.
Yeah, this one actually had a portion of the existing building left for reference.
But that wasn't really that was just for real.
Just for, yeah, I mean, it would be left. This would be for reference.
Oh, this is the side.
This one has a little different end on north, and south, because the south is open for expansion, so that's why I had the lattice on the south side. But the punch windows on the north side.
Crickets in the back of the room.
That's because it only matters when these 5 people.
Come make us fight by ourselves.
I personally like the idea of the outdoor space on the end. And I think maybe if you switch the copper and limestone proportions. Maybe ending with a lot of copper on the south end would make sense. What do y'all think? Or do y'all even like the idea of an outdoor space?
I like that, or space. I
It's the
just,
hottest part of it's the hottest direction to have outdoor space. Yeah.
Southwest.
Yeah. For only 9.5 months of the year or more.
Well, yeah, the only space that's being used as outdoor space is this third level, which is outdoor space. That's that enlarged conference room,
Right.
city mayor suite. So this is that area that is expanded out there. The rest of that is future.
Future expansion.
It would be, you'd have to build the floor, the walls and everything.
Can you enclose it and have those walls that open? So that you have open when it's like weather? Those wonderful walls.
Yeah, tracks. You can do that for interior walls. It's tougher to use it on the outside. It can be done. There's a product called Nanowall that you can do that. Or glass.
And then they buy golden and you stack.
tell how the ones like they're putting in a lot of the houses.
Yeah.
Like you see in a storefront in the mall. It's that kind
Now, there's more new, for residential, there's a fairly new product that they slide and then they pop out. They also, I get it.
yeah, it's similar to what the down.
Yeah. Yes. Plastic cans are out there.
So. I know this is super important. We don't necessarily have to stay absolutely on schedule. For, you know, a multi-million dollar building, but. Are we giving him enough direction? With,
We've given you 5
I
different.
think we need a different direction.
And now,
well, what. I think the direction that we're giving him is all of my ideas. So the next set of renderings that we want to see are going to be, let me back up, is it mostly exterior? Or do we have any comments on the interior?
I do want to interior, we still need a unisex bathroom near that cheaper, because that's a long way to go. They have already walked 100 miles to get to the chamber office. So to have to go back down that ramp to get to the restroom.
Okay.
They might just keep going around out the door. So we want to come back, so put that, we still need that unisex bathroom right outside, one of those doors.
Okay.
I think we got space.
We'll find out.
You know, I guess it's a half interior, half exterior. I think the underground parking garage, special thing for us, kind of, we got open government over here, but let's hide out in the parking garage so they can't get to us. I think that's kind of the back message. No matter, I mean, I know it's gonna cost too, but I
yeah,
wouldn't want to park in there.
Well, yeah, and not, I don't think you necessarily have to, be something that staff could use or,
I'd like to see a price tag.
yeah,
With that might
yeah.
cost.
It'd be nice.
Maybe that about, maybe 2 to maybe 3.
Randall, though, isn't part of that the fact that you need some mechanical space, so you're gonna have it down there.
We're gonna have that down there.
I agree, Mike. I personally wouldn't wanna have, like, I would probably not park there for the perception of what that is, but if you're gonna have it down there anyways, for mechanical, having some extra spaces, not necessarily for council or staff, but just having spaces, if you're gonna have to have it anyways, was how I was thinking about it more than having a special, you know, that
Just
way
not
for,
special. I don't like the special parts.
yeah.
The existing parking that we have now, how many spaces do we have? If it's on a good day, it's full.
Somewhere around, we're talking about the existing lot.
Yeah, I think it's in the 80
I
range.
think it's in 89.
Plus Central, plus Main.
There's
Yeah, just in the
additional
service
spaces on
part.
Central.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
10 or 12 on going out the same Main Street.
This wouldn't take those spaces, it actually adds on-street parking. So it would take about 40 spaces. Not counting the underground. So what did you say, this is 12 or 13?
I think there's more than that. I think it's more like 15 to 17, somewhere in there.
So somewhere in the 30
There's 42 here and there's about 8 spaces here. So
30 spots.
that's about 50 spaces.
We're also, the council will recall, we're also looking at improvements to the parking lot south of the central fire station for city work truck vehicles that are parking in that lot right now. So building inspectors, IT, things like that.
Drive-through window from the old bank.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So those types of vehicles don't need to park in the middle of the square. So they are now. Yes.
the spaces along Central and Main are the same as they are today, right?
These are new.
Right,
But
and
the
then
others are
up
the
here,
same. Yes,
and then
sir.
across Main, they're all stay the same.
Those are all, yes, they're all existing.
No, I understand, but there's the same, if this were to be built, it's the same.
Yes.
Central and Main, yeah.
That's correct. Except for those 8 that make part.
On the parking under the building. How many square feet is that? And is that enough? Because is that enough to get in and out of easily?
Yes.
We've got enough square foot under there to back out, turn around, et cetera.
I mean, anytime you're building a
Five
parking structure under a building, an office building, the column spacing from the office building drives.
Right.
So you're just limited to the number of spaces. It's not the most efficient way out for the parking structure. The parking structures that you guys are building would be more efficient
Right,
because you're not trying to bring the columns down from the office building.
right, makes sense. All right, so what's the direction?
I mean, for me, it's historic downtown. I think we need more historical type of, if it's a little too futuristic.
Is limestone historic enough?
I mean, that's what we see down there, breaking my stuff.
I think breaking my stuff. I'm with you with breaking my stuff. But
So where are you guys on the copper?
Accent.
Eliminate it? Or some?
Are you talking to the two? of
Talking to
them?
everybody.
Me, I like what Randall presented initially. I don't think we keep talking about historic downtown. There's very little historic that's really worth being historic about.
Well, you're trying to connect the library.
That's what it's a lot.
What are you doing?
But not for
And I-
historic reasons. It's for people to get across without getting run over. I like it, I like what you presented before any of us said anything. I really, really like it.
Okay,
I 100-year building, futuristic as is, and I love the skin renovations of the old building, the tie.
Futuristic is hit or miss. I mean,
there you go.
Absolutely.
it's a,
I think they thought the Hank building or the library was futuristic. in
Right.
It was in the 70s.
Yeah.
And look at it now. They guess wrong.
yeah, I
That's,
feel like we're not paying homage to our history.
Copper and limestone are pretty timeless. See them on.
But I think the look of it is lovely. It's not that I don't like the look of it, it's just the
Outplace.
downtown. I mean, if it was south side or something, like, I can see that. Downtown, we push people to maintain the historical value of everything down there. And yet we're not bringing that in.
yeah, this is what 3 blocks from the historical district started.
so where are you on copper?
I love the look of it, I just don't think it fits there.
At all?
I don't, but I'm taking my own voice right now.
I can go with a little bit of copper, I don't like you hear that. So with him, the situation,
60-40?
And
I mean, to me,
that's one of them I would vote for.
the one that you're showing now, not that one, but the proportion of the copper versus the limestone. I think that it was split. To me, it's like 60-40 or 70-30, maybe less copper, more limestone.
I would. The cricket back there.
And they've said it almost.
Everyone, that you can't tell me they don't have anything. Not one.
Oh,
She feels his eyes when he wants. He has to think.
So this is like.
No, you
council. Everyone has an opinion. If it's the same opinion, please pick a leader and just one person. speak. But,
You have 3 minutes.
okay, so,
The reality is that, from my perspective, is that the building of a municipal building is already a challenging situation politically for you all. You have to be able to support it, you have to be able not just to marginally fight it, you have to really be on it. And it really doesn't matter what anybody back here thinks, it really doesn't. We need your leadership, so we need you to be able to be.
Yeah.
1000% in.
On the design you're talking about?
The whole thing. The design, the layout, the budget, the fact that we need to do it. The location.
I'm 100% on need and location.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't think that very much copper, the features of it, so that's my thing.
Randall, I'm clearly in an extreme minority here. Is this limestone flat, flat, flat limestone or bumpy limestone?
It's home.
Hung? So flattish, more flat.
It's flat.
I go even,
don't-
I go even more to copper.
I would go away, that's not much better than copper to me. The
What?
home is not much better than copper to me.
Most of the, I think most of what's over at the library, store post office, is, I think so. We're trying to tie this.
That building,
So what-
that building kind of sucked up, I like the look building Santa Fe Plaza.
And that was my next question. What, if you're gonna look at the historic post office or the Santa Fe Business Center and the TISD building, which of those looks do you like the most?
Santa Fe Plaza by long shot.
Why? Because color? Design?
Oh, I think those blend in. They have a modern look, but they preserve the
What
historical.
we've done with the central fire station,
Yeah, the fire station.
central fire station with its arch windows. Down the police department, same thing. I mean, it all seems to fit together. This,
Which is all Santa Fe Depot.
that's,
Style,
you know.
which is that's our deal with Santa Fe, right?
So I mean, if we're pushing everyone else to maintain the historical value of what they're doing, and we're dropping this in the middle of downtown, I just think it's gonna be a hard sell.
What about the station?
I think that's gonna be a hard sell. I love it. I think it's super cool.
I don't know, so.
I like the council building in the middle. I think that's, I mean, I like the look of that. I think that the rounded edges of.
What do you think is the cost premium for the arch building? Over here?
Significant.
It's not,
We've done before.
you've done both.
Yeah, we've done,
That's it.
we've done our,
You've got similar buildings, both these.
we've done buildings with large arcs, and there are some cost. increases.
Then you have a,
I like the old, have the brick. Have the limestone on them, many corners, the bigger ones. And the copper. We could take that, put that over here.
is that brick on the bottom?
It's brick and on the old.
On the bottom, the first red brick.
No, it's copper.
Now, it's the white portion on the existing.
On the white portion, it's brick. But on where the big window is, it looks like one. But it could be brick.
So the white is brick there, we know that, but then beneath it, is that brick?
Copper. Bottom.
In this scheme, it's not. Existing buildings all.
I think that if that were brick, that would tie in.
Which piece?
The first floor to the bottom.
Same color green brick.
So if the bottom piece was red brick, then you've got the white brick.
You're saying red brick, white limestone, and then copper?
You want it in white brick, copper.
Black brick.
White brick and then copper? Too much.
The light brick looks kind of 60s still.
Exactly.
Sure it's.
You just said you wanted to tie in though.
Yeah, I'd rather have, if that building to dress it up, I'd rather have red brick and limestone, not the little bit more browny limestone. I mean, that looks okay, the copper on that looks okay, it makes it better.
If you go with the browns, Randall, if you go with the
That building's never looked that good.
coloring on the center, right, they color that limestone to sandstone or whatever that is. Yeah, then do you lose The copy, does the colors?
I'm colorblind.
This one.
Oh, now he tells us. I did, I forgot.
Like blending the exact colors I can't do, I just know the feel, like the Santa Cruz Plaza feel. That feels homey, that feels simple, that feels the arches, the materials we have over there. Blend in and that blends well with, like I said, the Central Fire Station. It's not exactly the same, but it blends.
How hard would it be to put arches in windows?
Arches on a curved building are.
Hey, Randall, what if all these long windows all the way around were arched?
Each building.
Right here, right in front of us. I mean, it could be fake arches on the inside, but on the outside you have, articulation that it appears to be an arch.
Susan,
What?
while you were talking, I asked Randall about putting arches in windows,
Right,
and he said on a curved building,
right,
it's hard to put arches in.
right.
So I think if you had arches on the existing,
On this,
no arches on the other one. I don't think that makes any sense.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree completely, but Mike keeps talking about arches.
Does everyone like the curved building?
Yes,
I think so.
That lends to the futuristic look. Like that's,
It was born from the attempt to address all three streets.
yeah,
Randall, has this level of discomfort among councils been typical in your experience with other cities?
It varies.
Oh, God.
Oh,
But
so
the
different
parent
than-
is-
We've been working largely with staff, I think, up to this point. It's sort of the first time we really have this level of input from council that's different than what we've been talking about. We're not person, it's different input.
I think it would take a lot of workshop between us five to get towards something we were all happy with.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree. Let's hit us out of town. Have a workshop. So we can all.
Well,
Again, this is the first time, I mean, he said he's been working with, mostly staff. This is really the first time we've seen the second
Totally,
set of drawings, and it's been at least 4 or 5 months since we saw the first set.
right.
So I think we're getting closer.
But
I
aren't
think the five of
the
us-
four of you in close agreement and I'm out here in the hallway?
Yeah, I think I think the fact that you really like the old one, the original one,
No, I like what he just showed today, both of them.
okay. I like the one he showed
But
today.
I'm sitting out here in the hallway compared to.
No, I don't think you are.
And I'd be happy to be, I will certainly agree with whatever you all want, and I will only grouse about it out in the hallway.
Okay. No, I don't think, I don't know. I don't think we're super far off. I just,
Better than what it was.
Yeah, I'd like for us to.
I tell you what, Randall, some wag is gonna put on the front
Yeah,
page of the paper that teardrop represents the cost to the taxpayer. The tears of the taxpayer.
What is a wag?
A wag, some complainer.
Well, the prerequisite of being a council member is having thick skin.
Oh, yes. And I love the teardrop.
Yeah, it's not like it in Texas. Maybe not in the country. It's probably.
all right. We'll get staff to put together some sort of meeting whether it's in a regular workshop or special call meeting or something where we can sit down and spend time, just the five of us plus a few staff members.
Yeah, but we
Okay.
still have crickets in the back.
That's all right. And again, that's not their job. That's our job. But we can figure it out. Randall, thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We'll get there. We will. Thank you. All right. So next, we'll hear from purchasing and facility services. Ready?
Did you go to the subject?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Oh, did read.
Accelerate.
Oh, the center? Okay.
Where do you want me to wait?
I'll go away from you too.
But it was lonely too.
Let me get us to say.
Go ahead.
Just a second.
And then leave him, was it good?
Okay. No, it's good.
Even if I'm tired, that's for us.
Everybody gains phones.
No. Did he go? Oh, good. Then at least. So you're the one.
They told me that this budget's
Yeah.
was fine.
It's fair.
Right, we have, yes. Yes, it.
goes through September 30th, 2030.
That seems so far away.
I know, it's crazy, it seems like it should be.
Like, pull up that TMRS.
6 years of the.
It's gonna be going on September 30th. 30.
Same here, they said they're gonna start the interstate stuff. 14.
2030.
Get there.
I know, I feel like it's voluntary, we put on moving and sedentary. Yes. Females. Investment sheet.
I think there's one more section there. That section, that's not.
How's that?
Still not log on to. It's weird. Trying to reset my password. It's like, yeah, 'cause I'm 75. See, it doesn't, it keeps saying that I don't have an account. It's so weird. It's weird that it just started, because somebody obviously did.
Nice.
He's ready to go.
How's your read?
It's letting me. Oh, there you go. I didn't even do anything. I said reset password. Who knows?
Might be a copy, it may not be the original. but
I know, no, I know, I think that, I think that's, very additional, design. I think you are the most important of the design. Some of the. I think yours.
And then since your, they're like in there, like you can't, I noticed is on like.
And it's.
Well, we sometimes it may not look like it, but it looks. Yeah. I think it, yeah.
Yeah, and it was
It's
very
loaded,
close,
like,
it's just a matter of.
You're like.
Our guy, our lasers at first.
Yeah, there you
You
go.
know, for whatever, I've only been here
I
for
only
5
found
days.
that
and
out.
It's like, it's okay, I'm gonna be fine. The street got into one of the auto here. They're just a big company. But yeah, the vehicle's not really messed up, so you get. Another, you know what I mean, it's just more paper.
Even if you didn't do it this way, even if we weren't. Dressing up the old. Looks really nice. These are the stuff. See, when that's shit that looks like associated from that's what it looks like to me.
Yes, the original.
So it's probably like ending. Okay.
Yeah, so, the most recent letter, they sent her, so she had no April 30th.
Like, there's a bunch of 60s.
But
So first, first update for the day, keep y'all. So, purchasing department, our business plan update, Randy Harrison is our assistant director. Right now, about 80% of my time is focused on construction services. So Randy really takes, the significant lead of this, division. Underneath her, she's got Sarah Parker as a purchasing manager, and we've got, currently 2 senior buyers. And then, administrative staff. So administratively, we're very thankful that, Brent and Tracy have given us authorization to proceed this fiscal year with the 3rd senior buyer. This is all, we're a department that really supports our internal departments. So we don't make decisions on, what we need equipment wise or growth that wise. We're here to support our operations of our city from the standpoint of an administrative standpoint. So the other thing that we're asking for next year that is currently not in the business plan is basically a second accounts payable specialist. So anything that gets paid to the city, other than maybe some very minute land transactions, we touch in some form or fashion. So all of that is growing throughout the years, just like everything else is growing in our organization. So we really believe we need a second full-time accounts payable specialist. Currently, what's going on is that administrative assistant is kind of part-time accounts payable specialist, and then she fills in with other things to assist with the department operations. And currently, it's basically that admin assistant and become a full-time accounts payable specialist. So
I can't believe all that goes through one.
yeah. So currently, yeah, I don't have anybody from an administrative standpoint to lean on to help with things and so forth, other than the project managers and so forth. So this is, as we've evaluated this, we really think this makes a lot of sense. Also, like from the standpoint of support from the facility services time, staff like Doug, our assistant director over facilities and so forth. He's spending time just processing paperwork from the standpoint of paying bills and so forth. And he has staff underneath him doing the same thing. It really helps to have that administrative staff to free up and make us more effective as a department, doing things that those people are good at rather than pushing paperwork, not pushing paperwork, but processing paperwork.
Oh, thank you loudly for doing it.
I know.
Well, I guess I was grown in basically the time where you do more with less, and that's what we've been doing over the years. And really appreciate Brian last year really stressing to us that, hey, really evaluate what we need. We're growing. So we really feel like this is a good plan and a good vision for the city. It'll make us stronger as an organization. Looking at the purchasing department, our accomplishments, as you all know, we got the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement AEP Award, which really was under the leadership of Randy Hairston, our assistant director for the department. Really proud of our team, and we're already on the way to do that for the 2nd year in a row. Our work plan is to align departments with an assigned buyer, and I've got a slide on that next. To automate our invoice and accounts payable process. Currently, we're processing a lot of paper. So we want to get into the digital age with regards to making things more digital, including digital payments, instead of everything being on a paper check. So we're working with finance with regards to that, to see what we can do to come up with the best solution for our organization as a whole. We also want to focus on this coming year on updating and distributing a purchasing manual. We have lots of kind of administrative directories and so forth, how to do things, but we really need to focus some time and really update our purchasing manual as we have it. In our fiscal year 25 budget requests, again, move the administrative 2 as assistant 2 as a direct report to the assistant director, and then hire an accounts payable, a second accounts payable specialist. Increase the training budget for the news buyer position, again, as it relates to being a leading department from the standpoint of good sound procedures and a solid background with things. It's good to have a good training budget, and those buyers need to have that. Always continuing to do things in a better way, and are increasing our subscriptions just based on our growth in staff. We have certain software subscriptions that we need to increase the budget for. This just highlights in general, we're kind of defining, or currently we have a buyer, and it's kind of like the departments that we serve kind of choose, like, well, I'm gonna call Sarah, I'm gonna call Randy, I'm gonna call Deborah. And no one really has clear direction on things. So the way we want to structure this to make it more in line with the traditional structure of an organization is to have buyers and they be assigned to departments. This is kind of following the lead of people operations. They're currently doing this with their generalists. So everybody I know, when I have a people operations need, I know exactly who it is I'm going to work with. So rather than the person kind of picking the person they want to work with. So this is just kind of our proposed structure that we're proposing. Facility services, which includes utility warehouse, custodial services, and facility maintenance. This is under the leadership of Doug Ayers. Doug is going to be with us just a short time longer. He's taking an opportunity in the private industry, so we hate to see that, but we will keep moving forward and hopefully find a replacement, a great replacement for Doug's position. So the structure of facility services, it's under the leadership of Doug Ayers. We then have under it a division, kind of separate division for facility maintenance. There's currently 5 staff under there. Currently in the building, in the business plan for fiscal year 25 is a building improvement tech. We're asking, as part of our request this year, is to increase that to be a 2-person team instead of just a 1-person team. And I'll get more into that. Kenneth Drake is our warehouse coordinator. If y'all recall, Ricky Hernandez retired after 36 years of service with the city, and Kenneth Drake is now our new warehouse coordinator. And Gary Zaruba is our custodial foreman, and underneath him, he has basically 3 crews that basically we clean about 25 buildings during the week on those. The thing that we're proposing, which was in the business plan previously, was a municipal complex crew. So based on what you saw is through Randall and what we have additional space we're gonna have to clean, we really feel it's gonna take a full-time kind of crew, 2-person crew instead of a 4-person. It really just focuses on the downtown buildings. They actually would report to the downtown facility, and instead of traveling to buildings, their focus each day would be just in the municipal complex area. Facility services, our accomplishments, we completed over 1,300 corrective work orders last year and completed more than 30 projects. I'm really proud of this team. They're really stepping out and say, hey, we can fit in some building improvements. We can paint this room. We can fix this or that, where historically we've had to basically hire out contractors for it. So I'm really proud of them for doing that. We're in the midst of completing facility assessments. So y'all authorized basically where we can get a strategic plan for the improvements that are needed to our facilities to preserve those assets. And so we're working on those. And we have become fully staffed, and with the increase in pay that y'all authorized a few years ago, that has really helped us, especially in the custodian team area, keeping fully staffed in that area. Our work plan moving forward is to implement formal procedures for special project requests. Currently, they kind of, they may go through our facility maintenance supervisor and so forth, but we'd really like to evaluate those requests rather than Doug or I kind of finding out after they're already kicked off exactly what we're working on. So we want to establish a procedure that way. Currently, we really don't have a workshop for facility maintenance. They have a place where they can check in each day, but if they need to work on a project, like build something, like we recently built something for Judge Person to improve her dais area. And they just don't have a good workshop area. So we're looking at improving that, but would like to improve that. Execution of repairs and opportunities that we get out of the building assessment, that is also going to be in our work plan moving forward. In the future adopted plan that we already have in there is a downtown custodial crew. Actually, that should move out to fiscal year 27. I caught it on the previous slide, but with the delays that we've had in getting that project off the ground, we won't need that until fiscal year 27. And then an additional, as I already mentioned, additional building improvement technician in fiscal year 25. Really what we found is when, especially if you even look at those doors out there in the restrooms, those were done by building techs. in this last year. And so that was something we took on as a project. And really what it does though, it pulls them away from the preventative maintenance. We really need to keep up on keeping the roofs cleaned off so we don't have standing debris on roofs and so forth. So it's things the guys don't really like to do necessarily. That's more fun to build like cool projects. But we really do need the building technicians to stay focused on preventative maintenance. And that's why we really feel it's important, especially with the to-do list that's being generated from these building assessments. A lot of those things, if we have this building improvement team, basically we could check off a lot of the things on that list that they're saying, hey, this needs done to basically preserve, preserve those assets. So again, fiscal year 25, we're asking for a second building improvement tech to make it a 2-person team. Another thing is new position we're asking for is an energy and sustainability manager. Bryn, when I presented this to Bryn initially, I just called it the sustainability manager, which we had, some of you may recall many years ago, or not many years ago, maybe 7, 8 years ago, we had this position. Maybe even more than that actually, but I think that Bryn is a vision that we can make a better name for that. She's very creative that way, so I'm excited to see what she dreams up there. And then funding for the final phase of facility assessments. We had $250,000 allocated to do these building assessments. And we still have some buildings that we haven't been able to fund yet, like our current building where purchasing is located, and the fleet building. The Mayborn Center doesn't have an assessment done and so forth. And again, it's not looking at it from the standpoint of how should we restructure or plan out this building. It's more of looking at the building systems to make sure that we're staying on top of it, that we don't have a crisis situation, and we know what we need to get done to preserve those assets and keep them good buildings for the future. This is just an update on our facility condition assessments. We did phase 1 as just kind of a test run, and we're real happy with what we got on that. We're currently in our phase 2, basically with we expect to get those done in May of 2024. We're looking at all the fire stations, a Jeff Hamilton building, Patsy Luna building, the Santa Fe Depot, same as community center, same as pool, Wilson Rec, City Hall, Summit Fitness. Those are all buildings that we've looked at so far with the $250,000 that was allocated. But we've got several buildings more that we want to take a look at to make sure we've got a good game plan moving forward. With regards to that energy and sustainability manager opportunities, we have throughout the building. This building doesn't have it, but basically it's building management systems. BMS systems as kind of the acronym for it, but we have these systems that we can control remotely and really stay on top of from the standpoint of making sure that temperatures are set properly, or that they're programmed right, and then we get alarms when things aren't operating correctly, so we don't wait for a building to totally go down before we found out about a problem from a user within the building. So right now, though, Doug is kind of tracking that, but he's got a lot of other responsibilities. So this is one thing that would be very helpful to have a person kind of on staff that's their responsibility to track those building management systems. A big one right now is our police department. That is on a building management system. It's very challenging. That's been a very challenging building. So that's one especially that would be ideal or very important that we get a person that could really help us stay on top of that.
What do you mean by challenging? Is it expensive? Is it something always going wrong? Is it challenging from a staff standpoint or repair standpoint? What do you mean by challenge?
So basically what we got is that they're digitally, you can monitor the systems, like in the police department, you can monitor the systems as to what they're doing, if it's cooling right, or something's on the HVAC
That's
system.
what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, I
There
got it.
can be lighting systems and so forth,
Yeah.
though, that can become part of it,
Yeah.
and so that's how it becomes more of a maintenance management system. But it's really related to the mechanical. Is primarily what we have right now.
Is it poor design?
No, it's really, you
what
really need
makes
a
it
person
challenging?
to stay on top of it. You can't just expect the computer to do it. You've got to have a person that reacts to the alarms that are going off to that on those systems. So if you don't have that, then what's the use kind of the system?
Like more alarms in that building than other.
That one, really, we have some bigger opportunities now one where we really need to upgrade the control system in it, but from the standpoint of like the service center buildings that all has a control system, the, it's IntelliWeb is what it's called, is what we like to use, but the consistency is really helpful. And then the utility business office, the Municipal Jamie Clements Complex, it's on it. But again, it could happen, so usually we're not finding out about things because of just staff resources, you're just not at your desk monitoring that system, so. And alarms can go off, but it's not, you have to really have someone that looks at those, it's like, oh, this one's important. So, but otherwise, it's difficult when you don't have a person really dedicated to really, that's their job. To look at it, does that make sense?
Belinda, this person would be in one location. And the information, just take the police department as an example.
Yep.
The information going off is at the police department or where this person?
Where that person is, because it's all on a web-based system.
So it would be building after building after building would be connected through the web to
Yep.
this person, and this person will be located.
Yep.
Ballpark where?
Basically within our
In facilities.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
And there's nothing like that right now.
We're just, I mean, Doug's monitoring it when he can, but he wears lots of hats and stuff for us. So based on the size of our organization and the importance of these systems, it's just like, we really need a staff. And it's not just doing that, but there's other things also that really, I mean, we're trying to piecemeal it,
Sure.
like doing less with more kind of approach that I've always had. But we really could use a position like this that really focuses also not just on that, but looking at our utility usage. Like I'm currently like, even when I get water bills on certain buildings, I'm tracking them. I'm putting them into a spreadsheet and I say, oh, that looks good. But we've had situations where actually Heather will call us up and it may be months after the fact. She's like, did you notice this spike? Is there a water leak? You know, type of thing. So, and the same thing can happen with electricity. Why are we using so much electricity in a building? Why is there this huge spike? Does it make sense? Does it not make sense?
So to have all the building after building after building connected to this one person in facilities, does this require more from IT?
Yeah, no, because the program is already there.
It's there,
It's just a
okay.
matter of, we don't have a dedicated staff person with the responsibility of really managing that system.
So we
And
need to,
managing it from the system of then creating work orders. If they notice something's going wrong, it's like, hey,
right,
send our HVAC tech over to this building. I've got an alarm on this, rather than us waiting for a user in the building,
Right.
basically.
just call and say there's a problem.
Yep,
So you need to chain Doug and tell him he can't go out and.
I've tried that. Me too.
We can help you.
But again, even if Doug was saying that's, but even, because we planned all this before Doug had another opportunity, so it's just, it's something in the size of our organization we have, I really feel it's warranted.
Right, no, I understand it a little better now.
So I mentioned onto utility usage, kind of monitoring that. Electricity account management. It is not uncommon that I will get a call from an Encore tech in the field to say, hey, Belinda, I got this work order. And it's like, okay. You know, and again, I'm happy to help, but it should seem based on the size of our organization now, we need a person that's kind of the go-to for energy and sustainability. Other thing we have is we have, I think it's like 200 GPS units installed on our vehicles, our city vehicles. And I mean, from our department perspective, are we really tracking it? Well, if there's an issue, we'll go in there, but really it would be ideal since we have that system. Hey, let's do some tracking to see how are we doing? How is our cost per miles? Is there excessive acceleration and so forth? Are we? There's opportunities there with that system, but right now we've got the systems installed, but really we don't have a person focused on really overseeing that system and making sure that we have efficient use of our vehicles. Development of facilities, sustainability proposed policies. Another thing is like this room here, We have no policy saying, hey, during the summer, we set thermostats at this, in the winter, we set it at this. We really don't have that. We don't have a standard operating procedure for that. And if we did, then someone to manage that whole standard operating procedure. Another opportunity I see also is just helping Justin Bradley's team with creating a more robust internal recycling program to go along with the vision of our city. Moving on to construction services, basically what we have, I'm very excited that we now have a division director over construction services. His name is Austin Maxwell. Really felt this was important to add, and I'm very thankful to Tracy and Bryn for authorizing this during fiscal year 24. So now what we have is a division director over construction services. Brittany Benight is our one project coordinator for all of our projects, and what we're requesting in fiscal year 25, which I believe is already in the business plan, is a second project manager. Just highlighting some of our completed projects during the last 12 months or so. Of course, the solid waste complex in the upper left. This is the Lanier building right below it. That was a total restoration of the exterior building envelope of that building. We had some water infiltration issues at Fire Station 2. Bottom left, the middle is the new elevator refurbishment at the Santa Fe Depot. And of course, the far right is the airport headquarters building. Other buildings that we completed in the last year, 12 months, is of course the animal shelter. We had built a no structure for parks maintenance behind the Parks and Rec administrative building. That enabled parks maintenance to move out of that building behind Gober Party House now. Moving the house up in the upper middle is we assisted Nancy's team with regards to the home program. And we replaced the flooring at the summit. We have, I know Susan, you go to the summit, so that was actually becoming a trip hazard. So we put down tile there.
It's really nice. People comment on it.
Good, awesome. That's what we wanted it to be a good serviceable project and not slippery once we open that swimming pool up next month.
That customer sitting there,
Yes.
she's called me at least 3 times about how nice the tile is.
Looks like she might be sitting there looking at it.
Probably so.
And a very important project that we finished last year was the upgrades to the HVAC system in the library. We have one project right now, but we got a lot coming down the chute. Under construction right now is the service center expansion. This picture was taken a couple weeks ago, but this project's coming along nicely. We're adding on, what you see here is about 11,000 square feet, which will enable adequate office space. We're basically getting our Public Works department kind of all in one building, except for, of course, solid waste will be across the road in their center there. The contract, and this is Trimble Construction out of Boston.
Are those 10 sides that match the roof?
Everything, this building is gonna look like it was all built at one time when we're done. So it's just, we're not going with the wings that you see down right here, the jagged. It's not really efficient space that we figured out. So it's gonna be a rectangular addition, but yeah,
We're good.
it's coming along very nicely. And then that's just the inside of that looking out. So our vision on this one is we'll.
No copper. No copper.
No copper. And so we will have this part of the project complete in should by the end of August, beginning of September. And then we'll be moving staff into this part, and then we'll be doing some renovations into the existing building on here. This was the original structure here was built in 2002. This one I say our to-do list, this is it, and this is why we need more staff. And I'm so grateful that we've got Austin Maxwell on board with this. So fleet services roof replacement, actually Doug led that, and we actually finished that up since I prepared this PowerPoint a couple months ago. Skills pad and simunition shoot house. So basically this is, we are sitting right now, right here. And so this right here, y'all awarded a contract to Armstrong Construction. about a month ago, and so they're kicking off that project.
That's the skills pad.
This is, yes, I'm sorry, this is
Right.
the skills pad that they have under construction along with the Sabina Shoot House. So the other thing that we have under design right now in this project, so once this gets complete, the skills pad, our plan is to kick off the construction of this. So again, we're right here on this side of the fence, we'll be building an indoor range along with the police classroom building. It's actually gonna be like a V instead of like this, based on some further evaluation and so forth, but that project is budgeted in the business plan to kick off in calendar year 2025, early on or in first or second quarter there. Going down on, so that's focusing on skills pads. So I'm gonna go to number 311 call center. I know Heather Nicholas gave you all an update on that. So what we're got going on there is a renovation on the second floor of the Jamie Clements complex, where we're renovating about 900 square feet to create that call center. An IT server room renovation, second floor City Hall. That project should kick off in September for construction. The historic post office elevator upgrade, y'all actually authorized that upgrade in the fall last year, but based on lead time of equipment, that should get done this summer. The historic post office HVAC system upgrade, need to create a reliable system there, and that one's pegged to go under construction this fall. Library lighting upgrade, currently we have not upgraded the library with any LEDs, really. So that project is funded and we'll be kicking that project off. Same as clubhouse improvements, which is the top photo on the, up there. That we recently authorized a construction manager at risk contract with RM Rodriguez Construction. And so that project, we've had a couple meetings and we're anxious to get that one going under construction. Again, that one's pegged to start, probably come back to you in August with a guaranteed maximum price proposal to initiate the construction of that one. Already mentioned the indoor range, which is these buildings, this building here, 10 lanes, 75 foot, no, 50 foot lanes, and then the police indoor classroom building, the resource hub. So I mentioned that the parks maintenance moved out of that building behind facility Gogo Party House, and so we want to turn that into a centralized resource hub where we'll have recycling, paint recycling. We'll also do Transform Temple. The tool library and so forth will be operated out of there, kind of at a central location, along with the vision of starting a program where we can repurpose kind of building materials that still has some useful life in them. Maybe it's doors, might be hardware, could be a lot of things, but Nancy's team is has the vision for that one. Several fire station improvements are included.
Is that the resource hub, is that the inventory that's gonna be there, is that gonna come from like the city rehabbing things or
No.
people donating used material?
Bigger vision there is that actually, if you were renovating something, a resident, and say, hey, I need to throw this in the landfill and so forth, you could donate it and then it get repurposed to somebody, that can put it back to life again.
About them go and pick up something that works for me?
Yep.
What was that called? Have that, the restore? There used to be one of those, and there was a,
Yes, I think so.
it was a, I still have.
I think
It
that
was
they
a
probably
leadership
believe
temple.
it is a model that Habitat has in different communities.
Yeah.
They, so it's both an architectural salvage, you know, for historically significant building materials from the historic district or garden district or East Temple, but also just in general, being able to salvage usable materials that can then be repurposed into, you know, maybe affordable remodels. And so that is one element of the vision for the resource hub, in addition to recycling center, paint reblending program, the tool lending library, a community workshop space where classes like home maintenance academy classes can be held,
And I might be missing something, but that's what comes to mind.
Some of my guys, I mean, will always have in this order doors or windows and,
That would be an opportunity.
yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Taking it to auction or something.
So underneath resource hub, there's several fire stations that are paying for some improvements. That's on our to-do list. Municipal complex expansion, of course, what we just talked about with Randall Scott. And then the Santa Fe Community Market is, we're serving as the project manager on that project that should be going out for proposals very soon. On our to-do list and other considerations, a budget strategy for assessing and implementing results of the building assessments. If I look at like the Dover Party House, the architect and the MEP engineer and so forth, what they come up with on that, I could say, okay, give me $1 million and I can get everything done on this list sort of thing. So we've got to evaluate and really narrow and make sure that we're focusing on the right things. As I think Kevin has talked to me before about, it's like, well, what do we do with the standpoint if we want to redesign something? It's like, that's the time where, hey, here's the assessment. We haven't done these things, but here's a list of things that we can use with the architect to kick off a project that he may need a renovation done on. The Arbor of Hope design and construction, there will be some facilities, of course, in that project. That's what's the site plan is kind of laid out over there, but we'll be involved in that project when it gets rolling. And then just interim space needs solutions. So I'm right now, Austin Maxwell, the construction division director, he's actually operating in our conference room. So not like other departments in the city, we're all strained for space. And just like Bryn mentioned, we've got people working in closets in City Hall. So it's a challenge. We just need to continually be thinking about where we can move people to get by until we get this new municipal building constructed. But definitely needed. So that is my update. Be happy to answer any questions.
That, the department with, Mr. Maxwell over it now, that handles more building type construction.
Yep.
Because the public works handles.
Yep.
You know, the-
So basically, we handle, as I refer to it, as vertical construction. So the engineering department is all over the horizontal construction. Is kind of, other than water towers, so we don't handle water towers. But for the most part, we're doing anything, our team is handling anything that is a facility that needs to be climatized and constructed from a vertical construction standpoint.
It's also your purchasing still works with the engineering on
Absolutely,
that
yep.
part of it.
Yep. All the bidding goes through our centralized purchasing department, so when it's time to bid something, absolutely, but. Yes,
The fire station on 22nd is old.
Yep.
What are you doing with that building there?
I,
Currently and in the future.
yeah, we want to be strategic in that fire station, and it's been evaluated. We actually proposed that maybe our facility maintenance team be housed over there because the apparatus space would work well for the shop needs that we have, but we really want to be strategic and make sure we're using that building for the right use, and I believe it's still under evaluation.
Yeah, are you talking about the one with Family Promise moved out of recently,
Yes.
right? Yes. Yeah, I just want to make sure that what we use that for ultimately is not detrimental to the neighborhood. And so we're working on what the future looks like for that facility. Nothing in stone yet. If you have any ideas or suggestions.
No, I don't, but currently the Christmas items voted in, right?
There are some, the bays were used by Parks for storage, and then the interior was used by Family Promise, but obviously they have moved out, so that is, I actually wouldn't be surprised if we walked in, if there's been some storage creep, but I'll throw it away. So.
No, will you move it to the resource now?
Anything else for Blendon? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Kevin? Parks and Rec?
Good morning. I was told I would be doing today's presentation, and you are there, right? So, as you're probably aware, our parks, division is, kind of has three main funding sources, our capital requests and placing spaces. I'm sure you're aware of, of course, our park improvement program, which is kind of new the last couple of years. And what are we doing with the parks improvement program? We're trying to hit our major infrastructure that's kind of been dated out, aged out over the years, like pavilions, playgrounds, restrooms, those types of larger items that aren't quote unquote maintenance items, replacing, covered playgrounds and stuff like that. But, again, the same kind of list, splash pads, exercise stations, larger items that kind of aged out over the years. So trying to get away from the old and come in with the new, so we have exciting parks for our citizens. So with that, we were provided funding starting this current fiscal year of $350,000 to try to attack those amenities. And then next year we'll add another $250,000 as budgeted for a total of $600,000. I think the vision is to get that up to $1 million, be able to use $1 million a year to try to attack the larger amenities within our park structure there. Again, a lot of the stuff, as you can see there, as things break and they're old, finding platforms and slide tubes, so this is hard to find, so really good replacement program. And tough stuff, this comes up, the top right picture is Terrace Gardens Park, prior to Winter Storm Uri, nice and shaded, no need for shade because we had the trees. And unfortunately, due to the winter storm and all of them, we had to take the trees out because they died, the playground became unsafe. We started doing those following kids. So again, just kind of an idea of what those things cost, and we will try to tackle that program. Terrace Gardens, it's kind of behind Hickory. I'm sorry,
Linwood.
Linwood and Marlin,
Yes.
back in that area.
Okay.
I go to it, I pass it and go cut back towards like Walgreens.
It's where the SpongeBob used to be. Well, first the clown,
Yes,
and then they painted it as SpongeBob.
yes,
No, nobody.
yes. They still have that. I don't know why we're keeping it, but yes, one of our employees did that, and I thought it was very, very cool that she did that.
Resource center, if you don't want it.
Resource Center.
Somebody will want it.
SpongeBob.
Sure,
I want it.
exactly, me too.
We had a request to potentially put some playgrounds out at Crossville Soccer Complex. So these are the two we had honed in on after some presentations from some playground companies. These will be $107,000 each, strategically placed. So when kids are playing soccer, the facilities can be over here. Parents can keep an eye on.
So just one set of playground equipment for the soccer portion.
So this would be, one would be kind of on the south end and one would be on the north end. That's the main.
That's great, that's needed.
Preston keeps getting in trouble for climbing on the soccer goals. So. And well, then give her something to climb on. Chuck.
That's right.
And he says, give me some money and I'll get it.
Exactly.
So what about some new capital requests? Some maybe in the business plan, some not. But one of the things you've been looking at, since the beginning, we had Crossroads built was we would like to have AstroTurf the fields, but obviously Crossroads was the biggest piece of the bond, but it wasn't everything. Trying to do a lot of different things around town, so we couldn't turf the fields, and so we've been asked to research what would it cost to do like just the infields only. There are some great complexes out there that do just infields. So if we were to do all 4 baseball fields, that would be the total amount to get them all 4 done with turf infields, and then softball would be 1.8. Just they're a little bit smaller, but soccer just kind of give you a comparable. They're pretty large, so $1.2 million each to do a soccer field. And for just so you know, I'm sorry, a single field. Just a baseball field, I've asked, well, why don't you just do the whole baseball field? And a baseball field is actually larger square footage than a football field, so it'd even be more expensive. So, and if you've ever been out to Franklin, they have a beautiful complex, infield, turf only, and they're phenomenal. It's a phenomenal complex.
What's the lifespan? It would be different for each sport, right? If turf was there,
Yeah, about 10 years is what we hear.
give
from
or
like-
take per,
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Luckily, right now, we don't allow practicing on the baseball and softball fields. So in theory, they would last longer, but then politically, would we have to open them up for practice? I don't know. It'd be something we'd have to work through, which would again decrease probably they might stay longer years, they wouldn't play on so much. And now we still use all of our other facilities for practice. We have plenty of practice fields, but will we get pressure to allow people to practice on them? I don't know.
what's the environmental impact of turf?
So great question, and something we're gonna talk through here in just a moment in regards to water
Fine.
and all that. Great question. So with that, we had to kind of prioritize some different things. We have a master plan that shows additional parking and a sidewalk at the baseball fields. We do have a parking issue a little bit out there where people are parking in the grass, primarily when our local teams have tournaments, because you have the local tournaments, then you have more of the grandmas and the aunts and uncles coming out to watch. We do have people parking in the grass. So we did look at adding parking and sidewalks at the south end complex out there parking. As you know, there are kind of two divided parking lots out there. And then if we were to start working in the infields, soccer, maybe 4 fields, another 4 years. And we also has a master plan for a indoor sports facility that might house like larger volleyball tournaments and things like that. So kind of to go back to your question, what do you want to address? If we decided as community leadership says, water is really the issue. You're gonna save a lot more water if you were to turf the soccer fields, because obviously you're not watering dirt infields. The dirt infields being turf, you don't have your immediate rainouts, which makes you very attractive to outside tournament directors. And reduce maintenance costs, tournament attraction, but then again, the water becomes a factor. So we worked with our water business office to get some numbers on how many gallons we spend out there. About 22 million gallons just for the soccer complexes only. $97,000 impact there to the budget, which obviously in the big picture is probably not a whole lot. But what's your bigger impact? If we're looking to preserve water, maybe that's something. So then maybe you come back over here and go, okay, if we're going to do anything, maybe this gets reprioritized based on, water usage, so on and so forth. So something for, I guess, I would say everybody to think about, if you will.
Is that 97,000 for soccer field per year?
That's the water for the whole soccer complex.
And how many fields are there?
5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 total. One's a multi-purpose field.
Chuck, was any of this in the turf in the Crossroads master plan?
Well, there's some turf. I think there's a plan to put some turf maybe across the street if the new complex were to be built, but as of right now, I don't believe there's turf, Kevin, in the existing plan.
Yeah, and also, we had, it was early last year, the sports, destination sports marketing or a strategy come in. Just like how we did the event strategy, and in that sports strategy, they did recommend, converting, I believe, those grass fields into turf. So that is also, part of it. I don't know if they prioritized it, but that was a recommendation to convert those.
That was more from the perspective of reducing rainouts and attracting tournaments than it was related to stewardship of water resources. So, and Chuck said this, but just to say it another way and highlight it, there's 2 primary reasons that you would consider turfing. One or artificial turf. One would be to reduce rainouts, attract tournaments, and the ancillary financial benefits to the community that would come with being able to be that much more competitive in attracting tournaments to the community, to attract tournaments to the community and the economic impact that has on our hotels, restaurants, and other areas. And then the second would be more related to cost, or stewardship of resources. So, how much water we're using to maintain the field, how much labor we're using to maintain the field. And so there's two kind of reasons, if you will, that you would consider putting artificial turf. And depending on what reason was more important to you, would drive what priority you would install the artificial turf. If water resources were the most important, then you would prioritize turfing the soccer fields because they use a lot more water. But if driving tournaments was the main priority for you, you would start with softball, right? Because, something about how short the fields are and dangerous it is to get hit with a softball.
Yeah,
David can give you more, oh, no, baseball,
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Yeah, that's, and, the boys, like my son played at Waco, they'll play boys that play on, just regular dirt fields all day long. The girls really don't want to play on grass. So if you turf the baseball first, and they could play on the baseball fields, be a nice flat surface, you wouldn't have the lip, and then the boys could just play on the dirt. So if you had a huge tournament, that needed 8 fields for boys, then you would accommodate like all the boys or the girls would both be pretty happy until you came back and did the other 4 fields in turf as well.
I just first, say the rain out on baseball, the running patterns are still there, right?
It's all, yeah, it's all, well, so there's your running path right there. And if it gets muddy, it's muddy, you just can't
Yeah.
play. This becomes unsafe.
But how does turf say that? You're not putting turf on the running pads?
Yeah, the whole thing would be turf.
Is it special kind of turf?
It's just,
They're sliding on turf.
you slide on turf, yes.
It's different colored. It looks like dirt, but it still,
Does the texture of regular turf or?
there's different lengths of grass, turf grass on like an infield turf is gonna look more smooth than a grass looking turf.
Yeah, so it'll be different than a football field.
I don't heard them sliding on.
Turf rash, that would hurt.
Oh, yeah, they are, if you go to most of the baseball fields now, high school fields are pretty much going to turf. When they're building new complexes on high schools are huge.
I mean, not like baseball fans trying to get the
Yeah.
stains out, you know.
It's a different kind of stain.
Yeah.
It's not a red dirt stain, you get white
Yeah.
rubber stain.
Chuck, with rain on turf, does the rainwater go through so that it still goes into the ground?
Yes, yes.
It doesn't run off and be lost?
It's just both.
Both.
They're designed they have like a little dome to it, but they also, put different type of subsurface, so it does percolate through. Yes.
It's essentially a big French drain underneath,
Good.
so.
French drains are good.
Percolates and then
Right.
goes out.
Any other questions on that before we move on?
We never did, introduce that program that we could track the economic, impact of these things. At one point, we talked about some sort of computer program that could be put in place.
That is,
I mean-
that is in, our presentation that the placer, software, that in recreation.
I believe so. I think we did take it out of this, because I think it was in somebody else's budget.
Okay. But yes, it's in.
I mean, I think that would inform the decision as to what fields you do and which ones you don't. Because I think it falls somewhere between, saving water and economic development. Right?
So, when this is, and again, this isn't the most current, design, but when they, let's see. When, everything got finally built out and the channel came through, this connectivity to the neighborhood, didn't make the project, so we'd like to get these folks back into here, safe walkway back to the school, neighborhood, potentially, which my next slide is talking about the playground, but if we were to come back in here with the playground, which is also removed during the project, just kind of get in the neighborhood, be able to have walkability back into this area here and back to the ball fields.
Wait, Chuck, where is this? Is this Crosswood?
This is Travis.
Oh,
Middle
this is
School here.
Travis. Oh, okay,
And,
you moved.
This is over here,
Yeah.
the practice field, they're building a new complex now. The baseball fields remain that we utilize. And then there was, some tennis court, a basketball court here in the playground back in here with the pavilion, and that didn't get replaced. So we're asking also here to have this, get the community back a playground. Once it's done, we probably want to go out there. We don't want to jump the gun and put it here. And there'd be foul balls coming from here to there that might be a little close, but we want to talk about at least getting our playground back here, even if not here, maybe along Fire Street Trail Extension, just pretty close by. But again, we just want to keep that on the forefront here as far as getting that playground back for that community.
Is that pickleball court there?
So like I was saying, I'm sorry, there was no pickleball court, there was
That's
no
what I
basketball
thought.
court, there was a pavilion here and the
Right.
playground was here.
Okay.
This is one of the initial designs, but with rerouting the channel, there will be no recreational amenities put back in place.
So those would not be there.
Yes, that's correct, they will not be there.
So
Okay,
backing up, this is a project that the reinvestment zone funded in partnership with Temple ISD. Temple ISD asked that there be a competition football field installed within the parkland. Because
Right.
they don't have room on Travis Middle School property, and they want to have a football field and track at each of their 3 middle school sites. So they, the reinvestment zone funded $1 certain to go towards the project, and this is the drawing that was provided. But at the end of the day, the money did not go this far, so you can see that they prioritized, obviously, the football field and the track, the concession stand,
right.
but they did not fund, so it removed connectivity to the neighborhood, and it removed the playground, and it removed some of the tennis courts that existed, but it didn't have enough money to replace them. So there's some unmet needs, as it relates to that project, not having enough money to create this vision. So this was the vision, but the money didn't reflect the vision.
Right.
How short?
For the trail and bridge, it's 432, for the playground, it's 250. And then, I think ultimately staff is not recommending the, courts at this time, is that correct, Chuck?
Correct.
It's over $1 million. Million plus.
So where's the bridge? Is it going over?
Right, over the channel. So right now, there'll just be a channel with no bridge and no sidewalk here. We'd also like to make sure it's wide enough. This dollar amount reflects it, that we can get our mowers across it, because we still have to mow this little section here, otherwise.
So it's a
everything will go
pedestrian.
out.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Pedestrian.
pedestrian.
Yes.
And right now, just remember that, part of that project, there's a road that goes through there, and that's how people were crossing in the park. Part of that Chiastic project, that road gets closed.
Where's that?
Can you point that out? Yeah.
Okay, so that's, gotcha.
So we're not proposing that the city make up the difference from the $1 certain to the actual cost from the RZ. Right? It's gonna do that.
Or TISD can kick in to make up the difference.
So just, and just as a reminder of where we are right now, departments are presenting their resource requests, their needs. And so we then take that as a budget team, and we plan that out against the available resources. So we have certain amount of revenue that is able to be used each year. So right now, we're receiving information from the departments on what they want, what they think they need in order to accomplish what we've asked them to do. And then the budget team works on this and ultimately presents you a recommendation at the end of June. And then through the months of July and August, we work together to make sure that your, as council, your vision and your priorities are correctly reflected in the business plan. So this is an opportunity for you to hear directly from the departments on what they're telling the budget team as well. So any early guidance you can provide cities, the budget team, me and Tracy in particular, is helpful. We're not asking you to make any decisions today. It's just an opportunity for you to hear the needs from the departments as we work towards presenting a recommended budget to you at the end of June. And again, all we're looking for is initial feedback, perceptions, perspective. This is super important to me. I don't agree with this, those types of inputs, but there's no proposed solutions here. This is just what the departments are presenting as needs, and hearing, we wanted council to hear from them as well. So they're just saying, Mayor, that they don't have a trail and bridge and we don't have a playground. They're not proposing how we fix that. They're just saying this is a problem.
But the fix is $1 million to do this. Roughly,
4, 5.
700,000.
but you still don't have the pickleball courts or the basketball.
And we're proposing not, because of the adjacent to the homes there, pickleball can be a nuisance. So I apologize for the
No, I
imagery being
may dismiss you,
confusing.
that's fine.
This also doesn't, those numbers don't reflect landscaping, or they do. Yeah, so we also have a landscaping need.
One suggestion, maybe, that I haven't seen yet, is it, but the playground is in, if possible. Right, that's a request.
That is a request that we'd like to get a playground back to this community. It's not right here, right in the center.
Okay. Well, if it wasn't here, where else would it be?
We've looked at some space potentially where Fire Street Trail runs south of Scotland Hospital, if you could go somewhere along that area.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be just be on the other side of the road there, but not too far away.
But on the other side of the.
And that's well, again, this kind of in here, what we want to get an idea, just kind of see, make sure we're not getting, yes, sir.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say, what about, I think you're gonna need some sort of safety net, like you have a golf course or something. The kid gets cracked in the head with a foul ball.
There's lots of space to put.
Okay.
The
All right.
Friars Creek Trail abutting the mental health facility at this hospital, that particular part of the trail.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot of space to put the playground there.
That's, again, that.
Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
Belinda had mentioned how they had helped us with our new building here, maintenance building. They can kind of see we're already getting pretty full here with our trucks. And we're starting to have the parts and equipment out here in the kind of the dirt. As you can imagine with the recent rains we've had, it kind of complicates things a little bit, getting the equipment out, get it on the roads, without having muddy tires and such. We do know we have a minimum of 10 new vehicles coming with what's in the business plan already, and we're asking for more positions. So we'd like to see it get to the point to have this kind of lines up to see right here, the bays with these bays. And these would be a new concrete space, but with 6 more bays in this area, not including the bays. This is the figure here to have this concreted in and have a conduit run for future lighting, future bays for this area. So we like to get this into the business plan as well.
The concrete being concrete pad.
Yes, ma'am. It would be just like this,
Yeah.
just rearranged
Expand
and
it.
put over here. This was a request from, again, we know our playgrounds, so very important to get shade on them. This was to cover our existing Miller Park skate park. And this image was sent to me. This is a gentleman with this sun out there shooting the heat, the temperature of our existing skate pad. He sent that in. So again, it's one of those things that we could try to address through the park improvement program or capital improvement program. But again, it's going to keep that. This kind of things we would try to accomplish. So when it is summertime, kids are out of school, they can use this, during the daytime and not worry about it being 145 to 46 degrees there.
Is the original equipment for that skate park still being used?
Yes, that was downtown.
Yeah, they got moved or whatever that was.
Staff went out to Tennessee many years ago, picked it up, very reduced costs, brought it back, had it downtown. When downtown got redone. Then we built a pad for it and moved out to.
Still the same ramp.
Still the same everything.
Wow.
Yes. We have added a couple of rails or something, but primarily the same. But yes.
Is it used now? It's used quite a bit. So it's enough to justify thinking about $500,000.
At least to discuss it. Yes, for sure. We're working with PD. They went out and they utilized their call rates from getting calls to different parks around town. Different types of abuse or theft or wrecked car break-in, so on and so forth. And they come up with their 7 parks that had the most calls and trying to address cameras, lighting, so on and so forth. And through their audit, we've come up with, this includes install here of cameras, again, for 7 different parks around town, which is like JC, Wilson, like Miller, Jones. Those are the primary parks that have a lot of, at least their calls. And I think Kevin's son was working in the ER, doing his internships for his education. And he was like, "Dad, what's going on in the park? Man, we're getting a lot of calls. People coming here getting stabbed and such." So again, just trying to get that in so we can get a little more control, get a little safe in our parks this week. Lots of different equipment requests, primarily truck replacements, but I was going to throw in here kind of the big one we need to replace our 2006 bucket truck. I think this is around 200. This was, I think, a hand-me-down from Public Works years ago. It was out of commission from like May to September, so something we really need to get replaced so we can keep protecting our tree system throughout our park system. Have fallen trees, limbs, and its general maintenance, going through cutting trees above trails and so on and so forth. Something we've been talking about for, I think, several years is the tree grates downtown. Again, several issues here. 2021, we talked to Covey about what should be done, what could be done, to save the trees. But and they came up with air spading, repair and irrigation. So there's multiple issues here. You can see potentially some cracking right in there from the tree roots here. You have trees that are stunted growth, so they're not very healthy. So then they die out. When they die out, you don't have irrigation left because the trees pinched off the irrigation. It's just kind of a circle we need to get out of with what there was going down here. I know there's some being taken out now, I believe, just due to some construction. I don't know how far that'll go, but something we need to look at and at least get a handle on before these either go too much, or they're cracking more in here. And there are the different options out there. You don't have to have a tree grate. I've seen a lot of different things. You might just have either a short little fence that goes around it with some mulch in there, kind of decorative, or just some crushed granite in there. But if a tree dies, you don't have irrigation to go back and plant a tree. It's just not going to. That's not a working program. So we just need to get a plan so we can attack this appropriately.
What's air spading?
Air spading is going, my understanding is to go in there with the high pressure air system and blow out all the dirt around the roots at the top right there, get it all cleaned out where the compaction has taken place over the years. And so you can see, okay, greasy irrigations come from over here, the roots aren't healthy, or they're down, or they get up into the concrete too soon. So you can really see what's going on. Some minor additions to our operating budget, but the biggest one's going to be $80,000 to our buildings and grounds and parks. This is literally a picture from our windscreens out at Crossroads. Things tear up, break down over the years. They're 5 years old in the wind. It's very windy out there. This is obviously vandalism takes place in our parks. With the changing climate we've had over the last several summers, from the freezing to the heat, we've had to replace a lot of concrete sidewalks. So again, just trying to get the funds to attack that. I think we've been over about $65,000 last year trying to get everything done. So we don't have trip hazards and trails and stuff like that.
Was it in the RC's plan or the city's plan to add more pickleball courts or add pickleball courts out Crossroads?
I think that was the RZ plan to pickleball courts at Crossroads and tennis courts.
But it's funded through the city's general fund, places and spaces program, not the. Okay.
Thank you.
For what year do you remember from? This year?
The Daniels family, I think, donated some, like the city purchased some land out here for a future park. in Southeast Temple. So we're just asking for some funding to be able to maintain that, contract that out, straighting, until we get that developed in the future.
Where is that in Southeast Temple?
So Partridge Bluff,
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
when we moved to Crossroads, the soccer, association had a storage unit out at Crumpide. And since they're out here, they don't have a storage unit, and they wanted to put something out here that wasn't very sightly. And because they do work their fields, they put their flags out every weekend. They need a place for their like golf carts to go around and move different goals around to different sites for different kids. And they're out there constantly. So we said, hey, can we work with you to put it out here by the pump station? But we also know that's a very heavily walked trail, so we want it to look right. And what does that cost? And Kevin got a kind of estimated price for that. I know they're willing to contribute some funding. They don't have the funds to pay for it all, so we wanted to work with them to put something in that matches the environment out there, looks good, but also allows them to park their golf cart and store all the other amenities they need to be able to host their soccer.
Well, that's a private group.
It is Centec Youth Soccer Association. It's an association that we recognize as our partner soccer association, and we support each other.
Is there ever any talk of putting a bathroom out there? I know the staff porta potty that they pay.
So we do have the restrooms here that people can utilize. They are open from, to get to maybe 4 o'clock. We don't have, like you said, we have a porta potty here only, but we don't have a plan for any additional permanent structured restroom facilities back here.
For the walk.
Yeah. Hopefully Kevin Cook, I think personally pay to have that porta potty out there.
Right there. I think theirs might have been, I think we paid for this one. If it's the family you're referring to, they paid for one at the far north end parking lot. Way out in the
Oh, okay.
industrial areas.
But there's a porta potty, Brett.
Yeah, there is one there.
No, they're not up.
Yeah, we had one here and then we did take it out. It's just didn't think it really. They just didn't. think it.
That's, I mean, that is something to consider if we install a storage building, maybe having a restroom facility incorporated might make sense. We'll look into that.
This was a picture taken many years ago. You can see all the plant life that was put in here. This is Target here, so you can get to where we're at, the intersection, here at I-35 in the loop, Cracker Barrel's over here. And all this is pretty much died out again, dealing with just the changing weather patterns we've had. So right now we're getting some quotes to have what the remaining plant life that's in there, which is very limited, just kind of removed out, get it looking nice and cleaned up. And then maybe go for a Keep Temple Beautiful brand. It was recommended to see if that's something we could hopefully replenish this and get this looking good here. Yes,
We have to do that.
yes.
It is textiles and we do have to do that.
Just want to give you an idea that we have a lot of stuff coming up in our department. We're working right now on our Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan, the Hillcrest Cemetery Master Plan, the Summit Master Plan. Like was mentioned before, Sandy Golf Course Clubhouse. We're also going to look at the whole course, a master plan for it, which could affect the driving range. But we're trying to get, right now when it rains out there, pretty much everything subsides from the creek, but then we have these places that set and are wet for like up to 2 weeks. And golfers don't understand why, and on cart path only, when it hadn't rained in 2 weeks. So we want to get some of the drainage cleaned up out there as well. So some holes may change, but again, we have somebody going to be looking at all that. Our Southwest Community Park, we just had a community engagement meeting last week, which was very successful. And then right now, I'll talk about this more a little bit, but Councilman Hunsaker is looking at all of our aquatic amenities and seeing what we're doing good, what we're doing bad, what could be improved, maybe some more efficient ways to make those improvements as well. We had I think a 2014 Parks and Trails Master Plan that was updated in 2020. So those are about 5 years lifespan for those. So that one's up, due for a new one. So we're asking for funding to do to 2025, an all new, parks and trails master plan. As you can see, our city is growing. Now we've got parkland out at Parker Bluff, and how do we address all that over the coming years? Staff requests, just want to point this out, and I'll get more into it, but you can see here, these are 3 foremen that work, for our division director. One's kind of over ball fields, one's over primarily mowing, and one other one is pretty much over everything else, which is a lot, from forestry, to chemicals, to custodial services. So we want to try to get this a little more balanced out if possible. We are asking for 2, 4, 6, 7 positions for next year's budget to include a foreman and some 2 equipment operators in forestry and maintenance worker for a high profile. The forestry, we have 2 people that do everything tree related in the whole parks department. So you can imagine just trying to get through 40-something plus parks with trees. It's hard to do within a year or 2 years. And then trees fall on trails. We get called all the time. And this limb fell over my house, my fence, so on and so forth. And pulling them is just not very efficient. So we're asking for a whole new tree crew there. It's hard to get out and inspect all of our parks. We're asking for 2 park inspectors. And then we're asking for a new foreman so we can break that one foreman's job up into 2 and try to just kind of balance out the workload there. So to kind of show you that, we have 1 foreman that's over the events. We call it the events crew, which is kind of everything on the weekend. The aquatic stuff on the weekend, ball fields on the weekend. The events crew, which works all the events that either we're putting on or we're supporting citizen events. And no requests here, no changes. We're finally getting the events crew fully staffed, and everything's going good there. The second foreman mowing, this maintenance worker here is over high profile. He or she does all your like City Hall and different other high profile areas, but he does it all by himself. He mows, has to do all the trim out. So we're asking for 1 more maintenance worker for him. That would be somebody like doing weed eating around all the signs, so on and so forth, while this individual is mowing, kind of like we do on the rest of our crews. So no other changes there.
Chuck, high profile means lots of visibility,
Yes, ma'am.
not high mowing.
Correct. Like water business office,
Okay,
those types of places. This is the 3rd one that I'm trying to get some support on here. Again, down here at forestry, you'll see we're asking for 2 more people in the forestry crew. The 2 park inspectors will be here, and we already have budgeted what you see in the red. So they are coming on, a spray tech and another irrigation tech. So we do all of our chemical applications throughout the department, throughout the city, and then 3rd irrigation worker. We just have so many irrigation systems all over, all the medians, all the ball fields, you just name it, pretty much has irrigation everywhere. It's just hard to keep up with all the breaks. And then also go in and test them and make sure everything's working, nothing is breaking. And the only way we're finding out was just some citizen called and says, hey, there's water running down the street over here. So try to get hell on that. So with that, we would take this one here, break it up into 2, 1 new foreman that would be over things that would require chemicals in irrigation, such as horticulture division. And so get the irrigation tech here, the spray tech there, and then have a 4th division where we add our park inspectors, because they would work directly with the folks doing the maintenance. So we have custodial maintenance workers, general maintenance, and the park inspectors would put in the broken items, and they would go out and fix them. So that's the way we'd like to see that broken up. Get to the Mabry Center, not a lot going on here right now. But actually, there is a lot going on, but it's just kind of in the design phase. We're working with TBS to do a facility evaluation. You've probably seen some reports on this. They're looking at everything from should we expand, what should the interior look like, how do we update it, aesthetics, furniture and fixtures. We're looking for all that. So we're really kind of just more than band-aiding, but we're going to be able to serve our customers. So when we have issues with audio and video, you can't have bad sound. People are doing a presentation at a large business meeting. So we've been improving some speakers and some audio video equipment in the meantime to get this report. And then we're also working on a catering RFP, because we were going to put catering out to bid to have somebody else come in and do all the catering at the facility. It's very hard to hire somebody and do internal catering. You've had difficulty doing it. So when you have a big ball of like 700 people and they want a plated meal, we just can't do that internally. And so we had our one food and beverage person we've had for a while. She retired out It's been hard, difficult to find somebody. We've just talked internally about, hey, what's the most efficient way to serve our customers? We feel having an internal caterer, that they would have the kitchen, they would do all of it, and go to them and we'd get somebody that could meet the needs for all of our different styles and sizes of things out there.
How many events do you think you would need that for in a year?
Well, that's a great question. We're pretty much like every weekend and then multiple during the week. So right now, you
3 nights a
can,
week, maybe?
I'm sorry,
3 nights a week?
probably more during the week, it's more during the day for business meetings, so it's a weekend, it's more the. And I apologize, I didn't bring the statistics on.
We do have that though, Mayor, that we can continue if you're interested. As a part of our analysis, we looked at, all of that and then even what we're losing out on. And so the hope is that, I think a lot of people would prefer to be the one-stop shop. So they come in, they do everything, but right now they're not able to do that. They have to get an outside care.
And you're talking about bringing that catering RFP. From what you said, it sounded like you're talking about bringing somebody in-house. Is that,
They would be,
or using a local service?
yes.
Like,
We
like
would have a
the
contract.
chicken place or,
We had it in-house and we're proposing.
okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Well, somebody, one of my group needs it, they call that.
Yeah.
That is our caterer. They
An
don't-
exclusive catering contract with a contracted caterer, not a city staff. Not a
One-off.
city, not, and you, I think there would probably still be a coordinator position, that would be a staff member, but the actual catering company would be private sector, contracted with the city of Temple to be the catering arm of the Mayborn Center.
So the space would be there, so they can store their stuff there, it's.
Yeah. And that would have, the kitchen.
To at least cover 4 minutes.
Say that one more time.
Does the RFP allow for the city of Temple to make something on that?
Oh, yes, there's a
To at
percentage
least cover
there.
overhead?
Right now.
Industry standard would be either a percent of the purchase or a per plate fee or something like that. So yes, there would be a revenue share with the city of Temple for the marketing services that we would provide, that would provide the caterer business and for the, exclusivity of the contract. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
Same one, same one now do stuff over at the Fine Arts Center, the next door, is that connected?
We do coordinate with the CAC. Right now, we don't have an exclusive catering arrangement, so there's someone can use the city in-house catering, or they can bring in a contracted caterer on a pre-approved list. So this would move away from having any in-house catering, and there would be one exclusive catering vendor that would be available. Right now, we don't have a formal relationship with the CAC, so it wouldn't obviously wouldn't obligate them to use the caterer, but we do have a lot of events that use both facilities, so I'm sure there would be times when that caterer would provide services at the CAC as well.
So under that scenario, assuming that what occurred, I want to rent the Mayborn Center for a wedding whenever. I have to use that caterer, or I can bring my own caterer.
You would have to use that.
And what if that caterer doesn't have the variety of food that I want to serve at my wedding?
And I know we've been talking about that.
Oh, okay.
What if it's a very highly specialized, ethnic meal that you're looking for? And that would definitely have to be something that we would need to do.
So we have to work through that when we're doing the RFP, a caterer that can do high-end snacks and that kind of thing versus a seated meal.
Yes, and we've Angela at the convention center has pulled in about 6 or 7 others, whether it's county facilities or city facilities that do have exclusive contracts with caterers. And so we're kind of going through those and kind of picking them out, what would fit best for our community. Any other questions on that? Couple of things we are looking at asking for is a couple of autonomous units. You can see here, this kind of, if you go to Stan's Club, you can see they have a scrubber that's kind of scrubbing throughout the day, that nobody's driving there. Something that we could, while our staff is doing other things, this thing could be running. Once they set everything off the floor, get it going, and they want to go clean restrooms, wherever this needs to be done, they can set this loose and it can scrub the floor, get it all nice and cleaned up, and the same thing for the carpet and the side rooms and the main hall lobby. I'm sorry, the front lobby and the side rooms and the hallways there. So one would be, again, a scrubber, and one would be a vacuum.
So what's the lifespan of each of those miracle machines?
My guess is there's probably warranty for about a year, almost everything, but I don't know. I don't know the lifespan. I apologize for that. Out at the golf course, kind of like Belinda said, going through, we're in the initial phases of getting our expansion and redesign going at the clubhouse. I'm sure y'all seen this image many times, the back of the building and the new proposed front entryway. The TrackMan, which would be 2 of these inside the facility, as well as a putting bay. The putting bay floor actually moves up and down, so you can get a different practice on different types of slopes and different things when you're taking a lesson. These will be used for just private enjoyment with your family or a corporate event. If you want to come rent it and play whatever golf course you can play around the world, or just come in with your family, or we can have if it's raining, you have a lesson scheduled, you can still do your lesson inside and utilize 2 of those bays there. So, with that expansion of the facility, adding the bays, increasing need for food and beverage. We used to have a food and beverage manager. When she retired, Jeff up at the time, we could do some different things better with some different types of staffing. So he took on the food and beverage primarily. We also had somebody on staff at the time who was a really good cook. He has since retired out, and we really feel to be able to serve people using these types of bays, doing food more into the evening, different types of specialized food. A big part of the expansion is the kitchen remodel, and a lot of different type of cooking units coming in, from pizza cookers to fryers and different things, to be able to really serve again our guests very well. Bring back the food and beverage manager and add some part-time staff to be able to serve again the folks into the evening doing with the TrackMan, and as well as any large tournament that might be able to come in, we'll be able to handle with the expanded seating area here.
Is there any way that there would be any logic in talking about the food manager, food service at Salmon's when that's up and going, combining that with the food service contract at Mayburn?
I think that both of those, it'd be hard to be hosting like 145 person tournament meal.
Sure.
And while you're getting ready for
Doing it,
the person,
right. Bad idea.
No, not a bad idea.
No, it is.
Thinking outside the box is always good. As we move into recreation, like I said before, Councilman Hunsaker is coming through here, looking at everything. I think they're here now, am I correct, the last week? And they're just taking all the information back, and they're going to be coming back with recommendations. As we have this staircase here, I'll be talking about that here in just a second, so we kind of see what we're talking about when we bring it up. But lots of different things, staff has ideas that we need to improve. They think we know it needs to be done. This is for that stairway there. These are called the pool deck inserts. This is, so when you're going up the stairs, they get so hot that, kids' feet are burning, but they have something in there now. We're not just letting them burn up, but they've aged out, and the company that made them no longer exists. So it's something we'd go back in. We also need to get a new diving board at Clark Pool. We need to put a new gel pad on a slides line junction. And not only does this shade need to be replaced, but the poles as well. That's staff recommendations, but with that, we're going to let Councilman Hunsaker come through. We'll look at all this and say, yes, we agree, yes, we disagree, or yes, we we feel, we agree, but hey, here's some more efficient ways to do that. Here's a new technology on different types of poles for shade structures and what they're seeing, you know, in and around the country. So hopefully we can get things done in an efficient manner. Some of the things we know that are aging out for sure. That's what they're highlighting here. The Lazy River UV system, getting a lot of false alarms, different things with that. Needs to be replaced. The pool plaster at the summit, which you can see here, is starting to come apart. It can create some sharp edges, so you want to get ahead of that before we have any issues. And then our hot tub pumps over at the summit, we know, are they're also same kind of thing. I'm sure that's them there, just aging out, and they're due for replacement. But you know, Councilman might be able to help us out with some more efficient ways to get that done. With our event growth, a lot of things going on downtown. As you know, we've got our Christmas time of year is always a great time for our community. Going to expand that with our Holly Jolly Christmas. This coming year, you're going to see, this is not just down there, there's some other things happening, so you see the growth. We're working with the airport to do a Santa party with a helicopter, I guess, out there at the airport. Of course, the Railroad Heritage Museum does their events, Santa Depot, parade, the tree lighting with the movie, I think is going to move to a Saturday. And as we continue to move forward, we'll see even more things happen, all of this. Plus, we're looking to put an ice rink downtown, maybe at Santa Fe Plaza for about a month or so. And then acoustic music is, they have these wireless speakers you can put on different light poles. So we do have them, and you can hear the sound of music throughout the whole downtown, as opposed to just right there in one spot. And then we want to expand our light displays. I know a lot of people have been working on what that can look like and try to integrate that into the new city hall as that comes on. And then all the previous events, and then staff also wants to add some different amenities and expand all the way into MLK Festival grounds, where we'd have more snow attraction, a big snow slide, and some different things. So again, community events always on the growth, as well as this man.
Where was the Iceman?
It'll be a year from this.
I mean, where?
Oh, so we're trying to work it into right there in front of the Santa Fe Depot where the existing grass is and between
Between the
TSD.
buildings.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect
In the
spot.
plaza. As we all know, Blooming Temple didn't come back this year, so staff's reimagining that. Kind of building in a called Petals and Pints around our wildflower, the capital of Texas, and working in some local craft breweries, being the pint portion of the Petals. So you'll see that come up here in the spring of 25. So about March, so about 11 months from now, to get a new event next year. Also down in the plaza area. And then
Did one of the staff do that picture?
this one here,
Uh-huh,
no, I think it was both in stock.
pretty, very pretty.
And then the whole reason for the Bloomin', changing up was the iconic event that's being planned right now. I think the RFP is kind of being wrapped up with the folks that they're working with to work with this event. And I think that's going to be coming to maybe the second council meeting in May for approval to get that contract going. So we start moving forward with this event. That'd be also, of course, be down at the festival. Staff's looking at requesting a community outreach coordinator primarily for the downtown area. Again, this is where the skate rink would potentially go. So a lot of other things happening, as we know, with the community gardens. You have the market, the plaza also, being very popular. And then with the yard being downtown, somebody just kind of make sure you just expand on the activities that take place down there and manage those when they're taking place and in this area, making sure we don't have any conflict of events between here and the depot, and make sure everybody's aware of what's going on, if something's coming, no surprises, and again, work down with the downtown folks as well. Just again, continue growing.
Kevin, can you keep that picture just 1 second?
This one?
Yeah, thanks. Tim,
Yes, ma'am.
from the right, look at the second where the door is. The articulation over the door, that is not a window, and that's what I was referring to with Randall about the articulation arches over the building. Thank you.
I think that's our report.
Council, any questions for Chuck?
How is our tree farm going?
Much better. You know, when, that was very unfortunate whenever with the Uri and everything coming through, we used to love doing our Tree for Me program, free tree for the community. And it just pretty much annihilated everything out there. So been slowly bringing it back enough to where we can at least do some plantings that are needed when our trees die out. We've bought some, maybe they've been a corner downtown, an intersection, replant there, some other areas. But we're hoping maybe in 2026, we get back to the Tree for Me program. Get that going again, but yes, slowly but surely. We buy a certain amount of trees in the fall and a certain amount of trees at the end of the fiscal year and just continue to try to build that, those numbers up. We used to keep about 1,300 trees out there. We're trying to get that number back up so we can go back to that.
Very good. What else?
Excellent.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Here. Yes. Let's grab lunch right quick and just come back in, sit down, and we'll be back to work. Okay, let's do a working work. Okay. So about
How you?
12:45, 15 minutes or so to grab your lunch and get back.
This without getting- You've been sitting at 20 for like. It's not my time. They both went down at the same time. Now she's gonna afford any. My suggestions don't bother us, because nobody cares.
We've got a facility Although this, again, my heart on that one is a little like, I mean, you can't just, you know, they made like, oh, I did initially go down that road with them, and they were pretty.
Yes. We worked on the budget though. We weren't just.
All right, go ahead. All right. Appreciate everybody's time. Just to give you a little context behind this presentation. So we already have an existing business plan. So this is only anything different from the existing business plan. This is what we talked about on here. We try to stick to the business plan as much as we can. Oftentimes things break throughout the year, some other condition changes, and so that warrants some of these things to look at. A little background to start off with, just so you know, utilities covers our water distribution, sewer collection, environmental program, which is basically backflow and fog, fat soils and grease, and water treatment and wastewater treatment. Colton runs the water treatment plant, and we also go over the elevated storage tank, pump stations, treatment plants, and then any wells if we end up with those in that direction. Daniel Ives, oversees the field crews, distribution, environmental program, dispatch, collection, all that. So that's the background on the picture. Danny Alexander is over water distribution. That picture is of a valve fixed on the panel line, which is good one. Go off here. The budget proposals, our operating costs continue to go up. We do more. We, for the longest period of time, we're staffed not very high. Lately, we've been like 98% plus, so we do more and more work. And then costs have gone up, so which is upward, you don't put costs. So we're asking for like clothing, chemicals, decor, it's a chemically quite big, pouring water, machinery, streets and alleys. That's almost that's a direct cost going up there. Same as water mains and other contract services. Operating capital, we're asking for to accelerate the mini X that we have. It's in bad shape. We've talked to Fleet about that, to get that moving sooner. Even renting equipment, trying to get to the lack of that equipment, that's what's coming in. So trying to accelerate that, get fixed. Same with the pothole machine, we've had to rent, that's been the issue. Heavy equipment is a position. This was one that was in FY 29, and I had a struggle last year originally for FY 25, but I didn't really want to do it because I didn't understand how to utilize it. But now I've kind of realized that this position would be very helpful in helping us maintain our saws, our simple hydraulic fixes and things like that on our backhoes. Just help us save time and money. So we ask for that to be accelerated back. And that's split between water and sewer fuel groups. And then a rock hammer for our back. But we have one next time another one. Asphalt concrete. So 52 and 54. Those are like it represents the two budgets. So 5,200 is water, 5,400 is sewer. So that's kind of how we talk in terms. So that's what that represents.
Maybe so, is it that operator or maintenance?
Helps to maintain our heavy equipment, like our streets and our solid waste folks. They added that. I think solid waste added it to help with their equipment needs, and I held off because I didn't know quite how to utilize it. But now that I can kind of see how we can utilize it, that's kind of what that. It's sort of like a mechanic, yeah, not as certified as our fleet folks would be, but it would help us just do simple maintenance to try and get more life out of our equipment. Our saws go down quite a bit. The simple fixes that we can do to help maintain things. We have now.
It's intended to be, a mechanic, position embedded within the operating department, departments and divisions that have very large, fleets to help provide a bridge or liaison between the operating department and the fleet department, but also to take care of some of the things that are minor at the department level instead of having to program that out with the fleet department. So we've added that this past year to solid waste. It is that has been successful, and so they're recommending that that be programmed into each of the divisions that have large fleet, going forward.
That one.
It's in their equipment, one user standing equipment, so they would use some mechanics equipment, stuff like. What's happening? Then capital requests, no. It's fine. Matt, Franny, he's over our sewer trees. And again, this is the same story as the distribution, we do a lot more. We've actually laid maintenance ourselves in sewer. Something we weren't trying to get through, we can get ahead of all the maintenance things. So these are all just that, the same story. For operating capital, attachments for a novel digest truck, lines clean, and then 2 push cameras and the curtains, they're not gonna help us see things. These are our vectors go down like elevators. Our vectors, and our cameras have issues, so having those push cameras available for emergencies in particular, help us to go out there and see real quick what's going on, so we can make sure we can get fixed, so we don't have to look at the phone. Or have SSO, which EPA doesn't like. There's Kelly over EP. I'll tell you what that is on the right, but it's lunchtime, so I'm gonna skip over that. Just to say it's sewer related.
Thank you.
Operating, this is one of the smaller, there's not a lot of capital involved in environmental programs. So there's some things we'd like to increase that we have needs on, we have more staff there. But overall, it's just some operating expense increases. And then no operating or capital out of environmental programs. This is Andrew, he's over drinking water treatment plant division with Colton, he helps him out. Now, the treatment plant is where we have lots of things that happen during the course of the year, so you'll see there's a lot more on the treatment plant than there is on the rest of the utilities. Lab chemicals, again, it's just their chemicals keep going up. At the bottom there, I have an electric increase. We actually don't know what it's like to operate the expansion of the treatment plant yet. We just turned it on today, so we finally got the expansion on today. So today's a good day. So hopefully we can get through a year and know what our needs are gonna be. We expect our power costs to increase and the chemical costs to go down. Once we can rely fully on the membranes, and then we can also do a lot of maintenance on our conventional plant. Once we don't need that, but we need it now, we have to have it now, but the next little bit, we'll be able to actually shut that down and do maintenance that hasn't been done on that plant for decades. So I left that in there. We think we're okay, but we won't know again until the year's up. Operating capital, reclass the treatment plant division director. Colton's taking on a bigger role at the wastewater treatment plants to help out there, and we'll talk a little bit more about that yesterday. But that position oversees our water and helps us oversee sewer. That's what the DRA currently operates. And then they need another truck at the water treatment plant. They're currently borrowing one of our trucks for distribution and collections, but as we are more fully staffed, we need that truck more and more, and oftentimes it's a given money. So we'd like to get them one so they can go visit the sites, the supervisor. So that'll be the 2 crew units, and then the director out there. There's plenty of sites for them to go see. That truck will be helpful to them for that. And then I put that Superior Public Water System on. Folks don't know that we're in that, but we do have that designation, so that's good for us. And then in our water treatment plant, we're working on another accreditation, which is called the Top Program, the Texas Optimization Program. We've been in that for almost 6 months, and we've done good so far. After a year, I think they come to council because that's what the homework and all that stuff. So we're working on that. It's going well so far. And that's in the middle of construction of the bus that we've been.
I'm sorry, I thought you were changing the slide. Finish, please.
I'm good.
Oh, okay, on the operating capital, the reclass, the director, is that a salary increase because of the reclassification, and that's for Colton?
Correct.
Thank you.
That accounts for that he's already taken on an increased role for wastewater treatment plants. But we want that role to be even bigger, which we'll talk about here.
Sorry.
No, it's good. This is some other things that have come up. Chemical feed system at ES 920 ST, that tank can't keep residual in it. So we actually have to take range tank offline. So we can keep chlorine in that tank. So we need a chlorine feed. So that's the brand new one, the real big one that just built out there. So when the demand is low, that water wants to sit there forever, loses more individual, and that's no go. You have to have the water cleaner. It keeps the water safe. So this would give us more flexibility to be able to feed chlorine or whatever else we feed that location in the future. And then we can bring range tank online, since range tank is empty right now. Conventional pipe, we already rehab that, this right here. Right there. This blue this year, this is in the conventional plant. So, this leaks, and so there's 7 more of these in there. We had wanted to do rehab work in the conventional plant, but we can't. We have to keep it running, but we're very shortly gonna be able to shut it all down, we'll sandblast that whole thing, rehab it, make sure it goes, keeps going. And then we also added repair these, this is behind easy repairs, you have to take out the wall around it, do some fixes in there, it's pretty involved. So that's what this money is for, is to make sure we can do that.
That's in-house sandblasting.
No, we'd have to hire somebody to do that. And we'd have to hire somebody to core drill through concrete, put in a new spool of pipe. And sure, it lasts for another 100 years.
And if you go into your conference room there at the water treatment plant, can you remind me what the date on the wall is for the oldest dedication plaque? Is it 1914?
1914.
1914. So a portion of this plant's been under operation since 1914, and since it's never until the current membrane plant has come online been able to be taken offline, there's a lot of rehabilitation and maintenance and work that really hasn't had the opportunity to be done in a way that, at least not by, being able to take the plant entirely offline. So you'll see a lot of what Ken is recommending here become an opportunity for us because of that membrane plant addition. And really the first time in a very long time ever in the history of the plant that we'll be able to turn it off and do some of this work that's been needing to be done for a while. I think Ken said, don't get near that blue pipe, don't touch it, don't breathe on it, don't look at it too long. So.
Well, we have a short time to do that, because we're gonna be eating all 3 at some time, right? We can't put it off very long.
Well, you can take it down like in the winter and lower use times.
Right now, so forever.
The banding goes up, you're right. So better to do the same later.
I see what you're saying, yes, sir.
There'll still be a big seasonal fluctuation in the demand between summer and winter because of all the industrial users and cooling needs are still. They'll still have a big summertime cycle.
I hate to say it, but I'm sure as we start doing rehab work on that, we'll find more stuff that we don't know about that. We've been doing this weekend. The conventional traveling screen needs to be replaced. That's an old one. That's this right here. We 2 of the 4 were replaced as part of the plant expansion with these 2 old ones there. We have one in FY25 because it's in worse shape, and then we're gonna try and get the other one out to 28 to see how that goes.
So we're moving it. Are there 2? I'm sorry, you said there are 2?
Yeah, we're replacing one at a time.
One, oh, okay, that's what I missed.
Yeah, one in FY25 and one in FY28.
Right.
They just lift off and pop out. So they're complicated contraptions, but taking them out, putting them in. It's kind of almost all in one piece. There's a little more complicated than that, but. Conventional intake cleaning, we need to get this on the program. That's this right here. You can see this is it's only about 6 feet. This was sand. This is our intake pump. Sitting down in that sand for the longest time. For any of you that know anything about pumps, it's not good at pump sand. So anyway, it got really bad and we cleaned it up as part of the plant expansion. But we haven't done the conventional side, so that's what this money is for, is to do some dredging and things to clean up the conventional side. We did find that our pumps surprisingly worked a lot better once we got the sand out of there. So I'm sorry, be a smart thing. Yeah, I helped out a lot, and we need to get out with the other side. And we need to get a program so we can get into that situation. The membrane rack air manifolds, those are shot. We've had to replace a couple. We'd like to replace more. That's on the existing membrane plant. Surveillance was not included with the membrane expansion, so we need to make sure all those doors have cams on. Rate Drive, we actually wanted to delay this because of some of these other costs. We're trying to balance it out. Finance or miracle workers, but we don't want to take advantage of that. So we want to try and push that back. We think we can get some more of those rate drives. That's in the clarifiers that are in the front, the big round things that spin around and helps take sludge out the bottom and takes the dirt out of the water before it goes to the filters. So that's what that rate drive, it runs that thing. Module replacements, we're looking to replace, to delay these as well. I'd like to see us get more out of those existing membranes. They don't fail all at once, so you can watch them, see how they recover, and then plan ahead of the time. And we've been very conservative for obvious reasons, but with the more firepower we have a little bit more flexibility. Especially if we can get the conventional plant working a little better, maybe we can get some more time out of these and save some money there. And yeah, account for all these other things that we need to pay for. We're doing the same thing with the rehabs. We've been aggressive in tank rehabs. We could probably stretch those out a little bit further. If we're gonna do them 8 to 10 years, we could probably do the 10 to 15. We've got all the lead out of them. That's, that was a real heavy driver. We were very behind when we started these rehab, and so we had to do them in part. But now that we've gotten the schedule, we can hopefully break these out and save some money there. And we still inspect it every year too, so it's not like we can say, oh, it's good. We look at it, make sure there's nothing crazy going on. But we could probably get some more years in between the rehabs once we finish going forward. Block mixers, that's in FY 26, those need to be replaced. And then the traveling screen we talked about. This is just a summary of chemical budgets. I do this, this is based on a full year of the membrane plant expansion. You can see our budget in FY 23 was almost 2 million. We lowered it down last year, anticipating we have the expansion of the plant running, and we didn't end up with that, so we had to do a bunch of budget adjustments to cover some of those costs. So hopefully this next FY we will be at that 1.46. We won't have to see a bunch of budget adjustments. So that's that. Process authority, large room plant operations. Let's talk a little bit about that. So we have this program in the business plan of FY 27, and this will be the 3rd year we've asked to do it now. We're getting pretty comfortable with how this works, and really just want to see the city take it on. We'll save on not only markup for things, but also chemical costs. We'll be able to get better deals. We use so much of our water treatment plants. We can combine those contracts for better pricing. We have the skills in house to do. Colton's great. That's an A operator, which is the highest operated wastewater treatment plants that you can have in the state. We got that. Daniel will shortly have his A wastewater treatment plant too. So we'll have a backup there if we needed it. But with the skills and stuff, we feel pretty comfortable with. We spend a lot of time with wastewater treatment plants learning by the time, and so we're ready for that whenever we can.
That both of them.
Now, the one with Belton's a little more complicated. That's why this is a little bit of change from what was proposed before, is that finance position. There's a lot of billing paperwork with Belton, and this is probably the one thing that me and my staff are probably the least comfortable with, and that's probably something that should be housed in finance. So we would propose a position to cover those types of things. We can do all the in-house paperwork, get all the information in finance that they need to do the billing. That's not an issue. The actual billing is all accounting stuff, and I'm confident in our staff. I don't think that's something we should take out. We should have the pros do it.
We could maybe just as a reminder, right now, we contract the operation of Dozer and Central Belton with BRA, as well as all of our lift stations and our industrial pre-treatment program. So we're talking about all of those elements when Kenton says transitioning that in-house, it would be all 4 of those components.
And you'll see here, we had a couple large overflows. We don't have very good SCADA at our lift stations. And in this case, we'd have had somebody watching what was going on there. We could have prevented the overflows from being as bad as they did. Basically, the trunk line started overflowing, and so nothing was going to the lift station. Well, if you're watching that and you all of a sudden see there's nothing going to the lift station, you're panicked. You go out there and look at it, figure out what's going on. In this case, they ran all weekend. Oh, no problem. So then we ran out there and we ended up fixing everything. But in the meantime, we got hit with 2 large overflows.
So you want to watch them like they should have.
Yeah, so it looks like this. Or if it's not that, we should have better skate out there. So we can see those types of things and communicate back an alarm. They're supposed to have like a call-in alarm, but they didn't have low levels set. They had high levels alarm set, but not that, hey, there's no flow level alarm set, which needs those two. So, there's just some things in our water treatment experience that we think will translate over and get us a lot of positives at the wastewater treatment plant. We're in violation this month for ammonia at both plants. We got an NTU violation, which is, to me, is more serious. That's at the Dozier plant. So there's just things going on there we think. The BRA has been good for a lot of years. Randy Lockton ran TV for a lot of years. He got promoted. And he just got promoted again this last week. So he's getting further and further away from the operations because he's really good. I have a lot of respect for Randy. I like him. But I think it's a good time as he's getting further away from the plants to try and transition this back to us. I think it's something we can do.
We get the fines when our contractor messes up. Our contractor messes up, but we get the fines.
They haven't fined us yet. We get the violations. We get the black eye and I get notified because things like that. So what's going on?
That's one of the problems in my mind is there's a disconnect between the accountability for the compliance issues and you could address the fine portion within the contract, but that doesn't help. That doesn't help you with the articles, that are in newspapers and there's just a different level of consideration when you're the one who is answering for that and operating the plant versus when you're not. And at the time that we have and I don't, Tracy, I haven't asked you this question, so I don't mean to put you on the spot. We've at least been contracting out wastewater treatment plant operations since I've been here, which has been since 2008. We more recently consolidated under one contract with BRA, but the level of expertise and professionalism that we've developed in-house is at a different level than when we made the decision to contract out, 20 years ago. So I think, at that time, that was the right choice for the community, for the organization. But at this point, we feel very strongly that we have the in-house ability to monitor that, to manage that. And we have the, it would align our goals in terms of, doing everything that we can to reduce sanitary sewer overflows and keep our plants in compliance with all of the regulations that are important to the community and important to us that we achieve those markers. And ultimately, I also think that is financially a better decision for us to bring it in-house as well. So there's a lot of things in the pro column for why we would transition in-house.
To answer your question, I know since 1992, they've operated TBB at Temple Belton. Dozier was built in the mid to the late 90s, maybe mid 90s. And at first OMI operated it, and then as you said, consolidated it under today.
Yeah.
We did?
We operated for
Dozier? Dozier or T? I think Dozier was built early 90s before.
Early 90s?
Right, and we operated, then it would go in on.
And then BRA.
Who was the operators?
What was his name? Parker. He was running, Chris Parker, he worked in.
What's the savings?
3% off all the costs. I mean, that's everything we run through them would take 3% off. Plus one thing.
Including labor and all those things.
I think they do have they allocate overhead. I think it's, we can operate it. We have our, fixed overhead that already exists. And I think we're just at as Brad said, the compliance reason is a big reason.
you're not gonna be charged the extra admin over it fee. And then just we're a city with this size that we should be operating our own.
And, you
It
know,
makes sense.
didn't mention that there was a particular staff member at, BRA that is very talented, and when he was the direct operator, you know, that brought a lot of benefit to the community. But, at this point, we're diverging more and more from philosophies about investing in technology, and, you know, like SCADA systems at lift stations, and, you know, kind of the, philosophy of how we move forward with management is starting to diverge more, with us wanting to, bring new, management technologies and kind of current best practices into play, and that not being necessarily their focus at this point.
You mean the divergences with BRA and us?
With
BRA,
their
man-
current management.
yeah,
at the
but
moment.
you're talking about the BRA and us.
Yes.
About Belton, what do they say? Do we have to have their permission?
We have a contract with them, but we can get out of that. So,
With BRA?
yeah.
No, what about Belton?
Oh, Belton, I'm not gonna put words in Belton's mouth. We'll talk with them about it.
What do we do? I think.
Are they for it?
But do we have to? Or can we just say?
They've expressed openness to the idea.
Openness against it,
No, to do it.
to do, okay.
I don't think, I mean, I wouldn't want to do something that would, you know, and Belton is a great partner.
Yeah. I would
Typical
love to
Belton,
be
I
there.
don't think we would be in the position to be in an adversarial position to them. And I don't think that, I mean, from my conversations, I don't think that there is any reticence from change, as long as they don't have to operate it. And I think they're fine, either way, they do not have the capacity to do the operation, so if it wasn't us, they would need to keep it contracted out, but I don't think they have any objection to, it would also save them money and violations,
Is it Sam's basic decision?
their counsel.
Well, Sam presents it to council, and they agree.
In regards to, we had one vendor, I'm not gonna mention that. The way we operate today is very old school. Very far behind it. So hearing that from an outside source. They pride on running the plants cheaply, and that's good in the short term, but in the long term, when you have an asset, they'd like to some of that stuff. Like our new headworks, we started with both in this last rainstorm, so I mean, it's brand new and couldn't take it. We have a basin for things like that. I don't know how that all went down, but I just think like Belton's not gonna have the strong feelings that we do about how it's shooting out there. We do. And it's not that we don't like the BRA. We're partners with us. If I knew this, we just think there's some opportunities there to do better. So that's what we're after.
So if Temple becomes the operator, then we don't build Belton there
Yes.
portion.
And that's what this position is designed to do, is handle that. The rest of this mimics what the BRA has done. They actually had an admin. I took the admin out because of this position to try and keep the same number of positions. Well, the admin doesn't get paid nearly as much as this person would, but this is kind of how they operate now. This would be the lift station as well, or we have all of those lately. So that's included.
So if you follow the city of Temple, that the BRA employees may become city Temple employees
Yes, we would hire them if they want.
if they wanted to.
They might not want, they might not be in the same position, but we would try and hire them all, yes.
Yeah.
That's the presentation. The last one was the biggest one, so.
Does Belton know about this?
Again, I think we've talked with them about it. I don't think this is gonna be a huge proponent, but they're not gonna object to it.
Right.
I think they'll be kind of neutral. I just don't want to put words in it, but I think like Bruce said, this would benefit them.
We've also been
forthcoming in the area as well.
Oh,
So,
okay.
no surprises.
So no surprises to anybody.
I told the BRA we evaluate this every year. And when we started discussing it, I knew that that's okay. I try and be a good partner and be honest with them. It's not a fun conversation to have.
No.
So
Is there anything they bring to the table because they are BRA?
they operate other wastewater treatment plants. So, they do have some electricians on staff, but we have really good electricians that we can get pretty cheap on contract. The Texas electricians are very cheap. So I hired my own in Utah electricians that were actually plant operators because. But here we have a ton of way to make that make sense. We can get good outside electricians to do the work. The BRA does have some of that in-house. That's something we can't replicate. So you would think that would be a benefit to how they operate the plants, but.
Else anything for Ken?
Yes, one more question. Ken, what about any comments about the article in the paper, whatever day it was,
Yeah,
Saturday
so-
or Sunday,
Yeah, about the,
the water,
yeah, they call it, the one that was hit was, it's called, it's PFAS is the,
right,
name of the chemical. It's a chemical that basically is a microplastic.
right.
So, yeah, so, I found it interesting how they said that there's 2 utilities that have tested positive for this, but only 25% of the utilities have done any testing at all. Right, so we've been up on it, because we hear it, so we wanted to see where we were at, so we've been doing the testing. We took 4 tests, the second one came back slightly elevated for PFAS, none of the other chemicals that are listed in the EPA requirements were triggered. And then the last 2 tests for PFAS were fine. So there was a one spike, we don't know what it was, we don't think it's systemic. I think it maybe was just a political testing error, these things are very sensitive. So when we're talking like 4 parts per trillion is the limit, I mean, 1 trillion gallons of water is like 1.5 million Olympic-sized swimming pools, that's a lot of water. And of those 1.5 million Olympic swimming pools, we have, a gallon of PFAS basically, very, very diluted. Which doesn't mean we don't take it seriously. We do take it seriously. We thought about how to treat water. We ended up having to do it. But there's no indication at this point we'll have to, but we'll keep testing. The only thing I worry about is we have Fort Hood right above us, or Fort Tomasos. A lot of those cases can release things like
Yes.
PFAS. A lot of times it ends up in the groundwater, so you'll see it in elevated levels and stuff. Our groundwater systems here in Texas are a little bit different, they stay shallow, so I don't know if we'll see that deep well, but they can also run off into like Lake Belton. But we've been testing it, we haven't seen that being a systemic issue, so.
That's the same thing that comes from what the missile plant that used to be in McGregor. I know that was in our water. That's some of the same thing.
I don't know, sure, I don't think about that. This firefighting chemicals, times will have PFAS on them. So, but again, we had the one hit, we're transparent about it. We did our monitoring like we were supposed to, and continue to do our monitoring like we're supposed to. Hopefully, we won't have more blips like that. It'll just been a fluke, that's what we're hoping for this month, but we'll keep looking for it. You can treat it with activated carbon, which is a pretty simple treatment at the conventional plant. We'd have to do a little bit differently than that brains. But at the conventional plant, you can pretty much substitute that for some of the material we have in the conventional filters. So that's an easy fix there, if we have to. The membranes we have to cool more thought, but we're not to that point yet. And the limits don't even kick in until 29. So, and even then at 29, we just got to have one. But we'll keep watching. So people will get animated for it, and it's been around for a long time. People hear that, and the media plays it up, and we take it seriously. We'll keep watching. Good question.
Anything else? Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. And I apologize in advance if I lose my voice. I was for the last 5 days in Florida as a cheerleader.
Yes. Eddie, okay. Yeah, actually, no, it's, yeah. You don't want to do that. I'm not gonna wish that on anybody, but anyway, so I'll be, presenting for both solid waste and fleet services. We have some stuff on here that's already on the business plan and we'll go through that, but we have several new requests. This is the new complex. We just went over a year of this complex, but some of these things were recommended back in the strategic plan that was done in, well, that was initiated in 2019. Just didn't go, we didn't get this done during this, when we did the initial construction here. We're already full in terms of trucks. We need to start thinking about improving this area here and going ahead and putting the, 20 additional parking spaces for our trucks. And right behind our admin building, some space for employees. Right now, we're occupying these spaces here. Has just not enough room. There just isn't enough room, and this, if you parked here, if you come here, you realize what how congested that little area would be. It's pretty uncomfortable. So we're hoping we can get these two done here this next fiscal year forward. The road that comes off of the Avenue H, designated as private road right now. It's been only a year, but we have both solid waste of the folks that operate in solid waste and tree farm out here using this road, as well as all of our trucks. We have recycling trucks coming in from Killeen and coming in from other areas. So it's a lot of trucks, not just ours, and we pretty much ruined that road already. We need to redo that road and Kenny, correct if I'm wrong, but that should be concrete or cement road.
You're gonna need to do a cement road, concrete road, at least past that drop.
Right. We also have this area right about here where we turn in. That's already, just elevated. It's just, all these trucks making turns. So this is gonna be pretty involved. I'm still trying to piece together how we're gonna be operating during the construction of this, but we'll get it done. Right now, we're using pickup trucks, F-150s, 250s, and so forth to move around within the compound. It's a compound, but it's not big enough to justify using all that diesel and all these emissions and wear and tear on vehicles to move, some trash bins, or to just for the supervisors to go back and forth between their crews. We are requesting to purchase a couple of these gators. A couple of these gators for that purpose. Also, when we have the hazardous household waste events, we have vehicles that or visitors backed up or down Avenue H. We need to communicate with them, direct traffic, those sort of things, and it would be a lot safer, a lot more efficient if we had smaller vehicles to do that with, and something again to operate within our compound. Right now, if you go to all the city facilities, we have both trash bins, and in some places we have recycling bins, but they're all different. It's just this mismatch. These bins of varying sizes, varying colors. We'd like to get these things branded and have all our city facilities to have both trash receptacles as well as recycling that identify as a city and can brand this a little better. Even in our public works building, we have 3 different sizes, different colors, and this gets confusing, and this is just a whole lot better. So this is not, we put any pricing on that, but we're looking covering about 75% of our buildings, because we still have buildings that are like the new municipal building and so. But we're looking at about 12 grand to do $12,000. We we mentioned it earlier about getting a new position for this equipment. We did this last year with a heavy duty tech that we added to our solid waste staff. This is just within the past year, all the repairs that technician has done. It's working out really well. It keeps us from having to take trucks over to the fleet facility to get, some lights replaced or windshield wipers done or wheel tire work. So we're really excited with this position, but we'd like to expand it so that we can have 2 technicians in there. This is just some of the stuff that normally this would have been over in fleet. We'd like to get a career path going for the drivers right now, whether you drive a roll-off truck, a residential truck, side load, a metal side load or commercial truck load, we have solid waste driver. We'd like to get it so that we can have a solid waste driver 1, 2, and 3, depending on how skillful that driver is. Can he drive 2 types of vehicles, 2 types of routes? Can he do commercial and residential and do the career path? We're not going in a career ladder per se because it is more skill based than anything else. But right now we have no way of rewarding or even incentivizing retention with these drivers, especially our brush and pulp drivers that are probably the hardest working team that we have out here. They're required to drive, not just to operate the vehicle, but they have to operate a crane, do it safely, and be efficient. So we'd like to get something in place where we can start retaining some of these drivers and keeping some of that, that experience with us and not sending it off to waste management or another city.
What does a 3 or 4 year experienced driver make?
3 or 4 years,
It's one that's good, operating or proficient, you want to keep them.
Yeah, I think we're about 20
20 and a half.
20 and a half.
I mean, you don't automatictically get raise or anything for having been doing that job.
Sure.
For 3 years.
Is that enough to keep them?
No,
A few years ago, there was, I guess post-COVID, when the kind of the work shortage, there was always, I heard some clients in the city that they were always looking for CDL folks. Has that changed? Do they seem to be more available now or? Are they?
Well, the CDL drivers is that we're losing that availability is dropping off, so they're becoming more valuable. The state just implemented this new program where you have to go to a class, look at what it's called to even apply for your CDL. So that's keeping a lot of folks from being able to just, before you can go and sit for a permit with 2-3 days in a row, taking a different time, then go do your road test and you're done.
Yeah.
But now they require a class, and I think it's a 6-hour class that you pay for. And so the CDL drivers are not we're not getting them as, the turnaround is not as quick as it was. So we'd like to retain the ones that we do have. Now, granted, they're not all great. Some of them are turnover, so, there is, some functional turnover here. But the good ones are the ones that we can put in any truck at any time. We have some folks that drive a side load, a residential side load that can't, I wouldn't ever put them behind the wheel of a brush.
But we have some that learn all those different routes. And then we have, they work really hard. That's where you get the most complaints from is, the Russian bulk. So we're putting those trucks on the road for about 10 hours a day. Almost every day, just trying to keep up. So we need those guys. And for some reason, Temple produces a lot of bulk. Times are good, I guess, you can just throw away stuff. Nice. So. This stuff's already on the business plan, of course. This is something that we're pretty excited about. We'll see how that works out. We have no way of collecting, other than drop off at our 2 drop off locations, but we have no way of collecting recyclables from folks living in the apartment complexes, multi-family. So, so we're excited about that. That'll give them an opportunity to. It'll help us out too, because whatever goes, whatever doesn't go into these recycle bins is going to be inside those 8 cubic yard containers, which are constant. You can go to any one of these housing complexes, you'll see they're always overflowing. So diverting some of that trash from our landfill, from our containers into recycling. Well, it belongs to recycling. It's going to be great.
Ralph, are we asking for funding to add a multi-family?
Yes and no. Yes, we are asking for funding, but there's a possibility that we may be getting some grant money for that. So,
Understanding that that's what that is.
yes. So we'll be able to go and park these for, a week or so at an apartment complex, and then go back and, dump it, take it to another place. Whichever week there is. See you. Some replacements, some of these replacements, we're trying to do something a little bit different. We'll probably see this in the next coming, but not all replacements are going to be going, or not all replaced assets are going to be going to auction. We're going to start looking at getting some of these things refurbished, keeping them in the fleet as standby, or at least as, even frontline things, because 24 months right now, if you can order and receive a garbage truck now within 24 months, we win. The turnaround time is just awful. More stuff on the business plan. That's one of our drivers. A recycle assistant, and these are some staff additions. Again, the heavy duty tech, another recycle assistant. The recycle assistants, those are the folks that are going off to the schools a lot, not for presentations, but to actually pick up white paper, office paper, cardboard, and that stuff. They play a vital role, and we're getting more and more people participating as we do more outreach in recycling. We get more participants, and so we're seeing these go up. With those new positions, these are these orange rectangles represent those new staff additions that we're looking for. We'd like to add some routes, and that's already coming. That's coming fast and furious now with the new implementation of our routing software. We went from Routeware to Rubicon. It's a lot more involved. It's a lot more intuitive for our drivers, so hopefully we'll have less error on it, and I can do it. So I'm creating a dashboard now. I can keep track of all this stuff, but we're going to be trying to optimize the routes that we have now, and then add some more routes with both Russian bulk and the residential. This is some of the business plan stuff here. This CSR here, we're not exactly sure how that's going to work with now that are we going to need that person, or is that going to go to our new 311 department? So
Would you remind us, 311, yes, Midland.
I feel like Justin was pretty sure Ralph,
About what?
he was gonna give it to Heather in customer care.
Yes,
He was pretty excited, it seemed
Sure.
like my memory served.
we have room. If I have more folks, picking up the phone and getting stuff done quicker, I'm happy regardless of where that person's sitting, but we do have room for that. For that person. Fleet, this is gonna be a little simpler. I apologize for this 15 new assets, that's a artifact from a previous presentation, but this is real. Probably up to about 900 now, about 55 assets per technician, yeah, 50 technicians. We're looking at doing some restructuring. We have done some temporary restructuring in the fleet department in terms of leadership. We'd like to go back to more centralized type of leadership here and get an operations manager as well as another foreman and split up the two sides of the shop. We have a heavy duty side and we have an automotive side. At some point in the future, this the automotive side will also be doing small engine stuff, like the weed eaters and the chainsaws and so forth, and that might require some specialized leadership, but for now, we think this here will work quite well, so there would be the addition of an operations manager and a foreman. So, we did have this form of leadership before, but when we had to do all of this restructuring, we had to make some compromises and we'd like to get back to a more traditional form of leadership. This $51,000 is actually $16,000. We're looking to increase our tools, but that 51,000 was including the $35,000 for this new machine. We do have, this is our old tire machine here. It works. We can get it done, but when we're doing the volume of tires that we're doing, it requires some more technology, something a little faster. I mean, this is going all the time. You wouldn't think that flats are not that common, but every day we can do 25 flats. Just the truck sorting to landfill. There's all kinds of stuff there in the landfill when they're backing up. We run over mattresses, rebar, and sometimes one truck can have 2 flats. So the good thing is that we can refurbish this and hand it over to the new HP technician that we have over in the new complex of solid waste. So it's not a total waste, but this is going to be pulled out of there, carried off to our solid waste facility. Because he does tires over there. We'd like to put together a strategic plan or master plan for fleet. Get some questions answered and get some guidance in terms of expansion. Do we need more bays? According to the growth rate for the city and for our fleet. We have the same amount of bays that we had, back when we have 700 assets. Do we need to increase our capacity or maybe have something on the west side of town where the police officers that do all manner of horrible things to their vehicles have to bring them back all the way to us, or can we address those issues, those tire problems on the west side of town or somewhere else? The other question is extended hours. Right now, we're operating about 7 in the morning to 5 in the evening without, using up overtime. But we operate the city 24 hours a day. So we have fire, we have police, we sometimes even solid waste or emergency calls. We need to have extended hours or, or possibly even round the clock coverage for vehicles and for recovery. And of course, that. This is, just reiterating what I just said right now, this year. Overtime, of course, we have a budget for overtime, but we might, consider in the fiscal impacts of having extended hours, shift differentials, like, some other departments pay an extra 50 cents for hours worked after 5 p.m. or $1 an hour more for folks working on the weekend. That means.
Ralph, the extended hours is just for is it for drivers or just the maintenance?
For the mechanics.
The mechanics.
Right. And that may not be the entire. staff,
Right.
Not all 16 technicians, but you might have
Sure.
some kind of overlap. Especially in the light vehicles, we have a bunch of police officers out there, we have fire. Just some future planning, these, green. Yeah, the greens are, this is stuff that's already on the business plan. And this parts room expansion and the inventory specialist, they were on the business plan actually for 25. And, both for 25 and 26, we've moved it. We're just not there yet. It's that, when we start expanding and maybe, after having that strategic plan made up, we'll probably have a better idea on whether we need to do this. Right now, we can handle what we have. It's not complicated. I believe that's it. Are there any questions?
The compost, how well is that doing?
The compost with the, we don't have as many participants as I wish we did. That's why I say, I don't know if we're getting the word out, but right now we have, and I can tell because if you walk into solid waste, we have a stack of those little containers, so, we have some regulars that then they're the same people that go on the weekend and collect a bucket of the, I forgot what we met them. That we need, but we don't have the participation that I personally expected. Now, it's not very convenient. We have to work on that because I can come and dump it because I have to pass by there on my way to work and I work right by there. But I don't see a whole lot of folks, collecting, slop and keeping it and then, driving it over to, so, we might have to put a little more thought into this and see how we can address it, but. Well, that's my fault. I have a refrigerator in the garage. And so the kids, who they had full of kids, but one of them is 31 years old, but that's too far to walk. So I usually find the scraps in the trash. Oh, I forgot.
Well, that and maybe a hand it turned out to be good, a hand washing station. So when you dump it.
Well, we've already made one suggested one the trash. And this is what I do. I line that thing with the HEB bags or whatever bags we have. I line it. That way I don't have to wash it right away. I can put it back in the car. I just take it out and dump. So I know what I'm
But you're
supposed to
putting
do.
more plastic in the system.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, please.
But
But
I
their fault.
I don't have the kind of memory that you folks have, so I can leave that thing in the car.
Oh my gosh.
You have
Oh
not
my
lived.
God, you can get a new car.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I did it with Brussels sprouts and then Don made him feel better because he didn't do it. Yeah, but
Rob, this is a very mean question. I don't normally do this to you, but I'm just gonna throw it out. Do you know why we can't accept compostable bags? Did they just not work in the mean green machine?
I don't see why we can, we're gonna start taking just the regular bags. The compostable bags, I would imagine if you throw them in that bin, I don't think anything can survive in that bin. You know,
I would
you-
be more apt to bring you it if it was in a bag that could go in the incinerator thing versus having to.
And that's something to look at,
Dump that
we can buy. I put a compostable bag in my field to line the field.
Yeah.
By the time I got it over to solid waste, I pulled it out.
Said it broke.
It was not the- Yeah, compost.
Exactly.
So we can, but we have to do, like I said, we can be better, we'll figure it out. And also another request, I'm gonna need another $30 for
I can see that.
for sure. And a pen too,
There was some talk at one point about maybe cutting back on the number of solid waste routes, or, you know, cutting it back to once a month.
for brushing bulk.
I'm sorry, I said solid, yes, brush and bulk. Where do we stand with that?
Well, we're putting the plan together right now. We're trying to get some numbers, so to show the impact that it'll have on not just wear and tear, but some dollar signs behind it.
Yeah.
And, you know, we have plenty of stuff to consider. My deal is to, somebody's gonna get kicked in the ribs, I'm gonna put myself out there. I know the public is not gonna like it.
Yeah.
But, we have emissions, wear and tear on the vehicles. We're busting hydraulic hoses at a rate that's just astronomical, and our streets are paying the price for it. We are, I think if we started operating those vehicles the way they were intended to, that we could keep them on the road longer. And we can get people used to, you know, if you're gonna throw away your bedroom set, don't put out, you know, put it all out at the same time and don't, you know, get it to us in installments, you know, so.
To me, that's a great service, but that thing's gotten away from us.
Yes, it
Um,
has.
you know, people are, I sort of Keith Brent every once in a while, she owns a couple properties down the street, and between my house and, their houses, there's a family there that I think they go dumpster diving.
Right.
And about 2 or 3 times a month, there's a stack of clothes, and then someone comes along and goes, screw it, right? And it is literally strewn in the yard, and then up and down the house, up and down the block for every house. I know Jesse's been dealing with a guy out, far west Temple, he has like 3 acres, he said, and he trims those trees all the time. And he puts he puts brush out there, and then he complains if you're not there right away because it's killing his grass, and it's, you know, now I've got to rake up all these leaves. Like, dude, you literally have somebody come in your property, taking your crap up and taking it away for you, and you're yapping about grass that gets killed, but, you know, to me, it almost, I don't know. Shouldn't make me mad. But to me, this guy, it's the classic, in my mind, in many ways, that community uses that a lot. It's been overserved. And now they expect it. And now they're putting all kinds of crap, you know, bedrooms. Or a landlord comes along and evicts somebody, throws all their crap out by the street. And, which they have to do that, right? You can't just throw it away immediately, but then it just, you know, I don't know. To me, it's sort of, well, I think the best way to describe it is that it's a service that's, a luxury, and now it's become an expectation.
We've encouraged it to. I mean,
We have.
there's very few cities.
No fines, you know, no,
A lot of people are using it as an overflow, and
they are.
and many of us have had one-on-one conversations, and we are setting up a comprehensive conversation with council on this, so. We will have a workshop on this topic where we'll do a deep dive, but a lot of it isn't even bulk. It's people are using it as an overflow for, you know, just a trash can.
Yeah.
Something that doesn't fit, that they've overflowed their trash can, or they don't want to break down the box or whatnot. So I know that is an area that we need to, have some policy conversation around. So council, we're not prepared to do that today because we don't have all the information we need quite yet, but we are working diligently to set that up, for y'all's discussion and to provide some options to you and then get your guidance on how you want us to move forward. So we will be addressing that with you all, in the upcoming weeks.
I cannot remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I cannot remember any time that the city has cut back the service like that. And, but I'm for it.
I think we maybe, depending on what your perspective is, we used to have twice a week garbage collection.
Yes, we
replaced it
did.
with recycling.
Again, depending on your perspective, some people felt like that was a,
That's the sort of approach I would take
for
Yeah.
Russian vote.
Yeah, but to me, it's,
Another three.
to me, it's simple that you're still coming out of their house twice a week. So I don't perceive that as a cut and serve. I can see
some
that.
people did, yeah.
My recycling.
And I do think that, I think that has changed over time. I think when we did that.
Yeah.
It was a different time and different, it's getting used to it, but a lot of people felt that was a downgraded service. But I think there's options and we'll talk through all of that because there's options of not necessarily. There's certainly an option of reducing the number of pickups that we offer, but there's also an opportunity of leaving that alone and just tightening up what we allow to be set at the curb, how much, so there are a few different decision points that we're working through to present to you in a way that, will make sense and we can get feedback from how you guys want to move forward.
Yeah, well, I think everybody's open to options. But
Thanks for doing what you've been doing. I know the city that I have another home in that's quarterly.
Oh,
yeah.
So it's
You know,
amazing.
where I have.
We did it monthly, that would be amazing.
Justin has a great visual, he'll show you like. Mapping out how much trash you could potentially set out if you use all of the services that we provide to the maximum.
Yeah.
And it's actually kind of depressing to think that a household would need to generate that level of trash.
There's some out there.
I know.
Yeah, but there are, especially even if that cover boxes, that needs to be recycled anyway.
I used to watch Hoarders like 3-4 episodes at a time that I was fascinated by it. Now I'm going, I know those people.
Yeah. I do that when I get motivated to clean the house.
Do we still do the red hand service?
The wet hand?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yes, it's, we don't have a need to have the stickers on there because of the software, but yes, the cart carry out, yes.
Yeah.
The people were, I think, targeting those
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So, guys, before Ralph steps down, anything else for him or Kitten or anybody? No? Thank you. So it looks like we are back. Nope, Kenny. All right.
It's just kidding.
I go fast.
They got it.
Randy was holding on for what?
Sorry,
No, you're fine.
I didn't know you were ready.
We'll start out with street division. This is the director of street construction, drainage. And Michael is the director of traffic signals on the streets and signs. Just kind of lets you know who we are. These are some of our inventories that we maintain. As far as lane malls, alleyways, signs, and streets. With parts of the trees. These are our current service levels. They keep us all, seen all these. From alley maintenance to maintenance of pavement markings such as roadways, crosswalks, stop bars, we have a lot of those out there. Vegetation control, these are the ones that we really had, except for this last one. That we're really behind on. Because we're having to supplement other crews to get this. Especially pavement markings and vegetation control. Trees, we have two people, you heard Kevin say it's two people for parks, and I was running my mouth back there, because I have two people for the entire city. And you're lying about that parks, but anyway. So I didn't put a big, I kind of broke it down on in the form, what they oversee. And this is Ernest Cortez, and he oversees the sign shop and the one forestry crew we have. And one of the things that it is in our business plan for 2025 is pavement marking. I don't know if you've seen it, but we have an inventory, we have a ton of it. And we try to get to it in the summer. We have to break off the crew to get it done. And they don't have anything else to do. And along with keeping our pavement markings up to date, you see the grass in the curb line, you see the grass in the sidewalk. It's very unattractive, but it also does damage to the pavement and the sidewalk. So they would help keep that in control. And just the other, alley vegetation, which is going to be crap. And that's in annual cost of about $230 a year, with the buying cost of $380. Forestry crew. We have 2 people crew, runs out of that truck and that chipper. Yeah, we don't maintain. We try to maintain 13 foot above the street, 7 foot above the sidewalks, and it's plus we remove trees constantly. We've already cut down 300 some trees this year. I have no idea where they come from, because that's kind of year they average. But we have in the 2025 business plan. And you can see the upfront cost is equipment so expensive, but annual cost is really, which is really good. And then this is what his org chart would look like on this section. You would simply add those two crews, and that would get him about where he needs to be.
Is the blue new?
No, the green is new,
The green is proposed for new.
and the blue is what's there. Street construction. Right now, we have anything that happens on the pavement, this person takes care of. From crack seal, the patch crew, to the street construction, we have 3 street reconstruction crews that are out there. A lot of times we have to work together on big jobs when we're doing complete rebuild, but they break off and work separately to do utility cuts, street cuts, level ups, and total street reconstruction. But one of the things we have in the business plan for 2025 is an additional patch crew. And they'll be responsible for the same mimic dispatch crews. They're never non-potholes. There was never not utility cuts. And when I say utility cuts, it's not just we have franchise utilities that we repair from Atlas, everybody else. And then this is what his would look like. This is a lot for one person. I would much rather see him concentrate on this reconstruction side. And so what I'm proposing is we have a street foreman plugged in for 28. I want to accelerate that to 25, because if you go back and look, he can't focus on this enough and be there. So sometimes on reconstruction, you need to have a foreman there when you run into hiccups. So he spread really thin. Very good at it, but he spread really thin. So with the addition of a patch crew and to the business plan, we would like to accelerate that and have this foreman oversee all the crack sealing and the utility cuts and all the utility work, standard everyday maintenance of the road. Potholes, they break that down, and that gives that a chance to grow. And then the current foreman would just concentrate on street construction.
I feel like I've called you a lot lately. So thank you for getting people sensitive.
Concrete crew. Took us a long time to get it going. If you like people, you can buy. And once we got it going, and everybody thought we got it going, then it come out of the woodwork. I mean, it's like brush a ball, man. So what we currently do now is of course, everybody's seen the Avenue H overpass that has took so long to do that we could have been done months ago if we were to be able to concentrate on that. But we also have to repair utilities types in the concrete, sidewalks, driveways. Especially when it's a driveway, you have to have people get in and out, so we have to leave that and go do those. So that's what slowed it down. Now, this is kind of a look at, you can drive out there and see it now, it's even better. My guys do not take good pictures, and I take even worse pictures, so I don't know, you know. But it looks really good, it's wider, we brought everything up. We've got the grate back on, so. So our current contract that we still have for emergencies is through Wilson Construction, and he is very inexpensive. He's really done a good job for us, and he's done it at a fair price. Yeah. And he does it on average of $14 per square foot. We're doing it for $7.50. Wow. And I think that number's even lower. Because as they get faster, it gets cheaper with labor costs. This includes labor. So if people like to ask me, do you have a sidewalk list to work with? Then we do. But my answer is really the entire older side of town. None of it's compliant. We just start until we stop, you know, with our sidewalk. So the majority of our sidewalk from the interstate east failed. That passed AA, that passed. And a lot of it's piece and part because we removed it, gotten houses, and it's beside that. So do we have a huge list? So being we've already bought most of the equipment, and we have a supervisor, we said, okay, what if we added one more crew, what would it cost? $300,000. First year. And if we are saving, and then this work is continuing to go, we're still going to use it periodically. But if we're saving 50%, and we can get more done and not have to delay on projects, to me, this is a win-win. It's a no-brainer to add another crew to that. And have one crew work on utility cuts and the small repairs, and have the other crew working on the fixing the long runs of sidewalk. So we're requesting that. That is a new request for 25. And I think the last time we talked about it, you want to see the numbers. So I didn't like the numbers at first when they first come out because we were really slow. And as we got faster and faster, that cost before the drop. It just started dropping. And then this is simply what it would look like. And somebody brought up, and why is it so much cheaper? Is because we're not funding this, we're only funding this, we're funding the truck and plus the shit. And this is years out. We have another right-of-way crew coming in 26 in the business plan. And then really want to pay attention. We may accelerate the sign crew in lieu of that because as we grow, more signs are in demand. And we with the new subdivision, we sign all of them. We do bill for those to the developer and you get payment from the original signs. But they're really running back. So traffic signal. He likes going across the interstate on that. You ever went through there? You ever went through there and it just smooth? So we have 78 signalized intersections. We have one being built as we speak. Oh, we have 79 Poison Oaks on. So we'll have 80 here in the next 90 days. 2 Hawk pedestrian system, 58 school flashers, 230 T-Med pedestrian lights to maintain, and 140 street lights on Loop 363, which is still in repair right now. So, and we have a maintenance tech plugged in for 2025, which will make this right-of-way crew does some right away, most of they do the traffic counts. The job site setups, and they're the first responders for emergencies. And this is the traffic signal crews and additional tax. This is George Elliott, he's been in the traffic signal business for a long time. Traffic signal technician, that's plugged in, we need it, and that would require an additional bucket truck to go with that position. So
What's the cutoff again for, our responsibility for controlling all those lights now?
we control.
50,000.
50,000.
There was a time when I first went to work here that we still maintained them, but we got paid for all of them on Texas. I think we still get some reimbursement on interstate lighting, am I right? But we don't get it like on 317 or anything like that.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until you took the one on 317 points and everything.
So, yeah, any new construction. So this additional tech truck. And so, and then we're in our second phase of the battery backup. So when we lose power, if we only lose it for like 4 hours, the signal should still run in 4 hours. So we're installing the interstate first and maybe corridors and then follow. And any new signal we're putting in, it's automatically included. And one of the deals that I'm asking for is upgrade the traffic management center and all the software. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this. In 2010, we took, when I took over solid waste, I did do that once. When I took over traffic signals, the majority of their software and the hardware and the signals was a company called NASDAQ. They were about 85%. And then we had this hodgepodge of other stuff. So we had all these extra parts. So one of my first budget items was, let's get everything the same. Well, since we were already 85%, it made sense to go with that company. And we've been with that company ever since. Some of the controllers we have out there are from the early 90s. They last a long time. But in 2010, we spent about $200,000 on getting communication to those. And when we could talk to some of them, it's very limited communication. You can get an alert or something. It was originally on the SCADA network and it was line of sight. So if the wind blew, we couldn't pick them up. So it's never been perfect. We can't do a lot of programming or anything remotely. We can do a little. So in the new expansion we have out at the service center, we're actually building a traffic signal like command center. So we want to take advantage of that and go with something else. Because we are not getting service. NASDAQ has been sold out so many times. Now they're called Cubis. The software, we're not getting any support. We pay $12,000 a year for, which isn't a lot when you're talking about software support. And it's just, we need to do something else. So we went out there and looked. We have what I consider a local company out of Austin called Twitter. And we've already bought some of our visuals, our cameras and stuff from them, and they've been great. And we've met with them, and we want to move everything through their system, which means replace all the controllers and every traffic signal, and go with their communication software and their database. And this is kind of what we're predicting it to look like. And it'll also allow us to help with some of that timing and stuff on the interstate. It's a really bad design to start with, so don't hang it on. But there is stuff we can do, but we can't see everything. And we have to, and this will help with that.
Where do you see that? Where will you see that?
See what?
This,
This area,
uh-huh,
it's a service center
okay,
in our expansion.
Yeah,
It'll be
all
part
right.
of our expansion. It is part of our expansion.
okay.
So, and this is some of the stuff we can pull, single dashboard interface. We can see monitors and live detection from there, which means we can see when the cars are pulling up and what it's doing. Right, you have a deal there called a conflict monitor, and what this conflict monitor, it reads problems. And if you're there in the cabinet, it'll tell you what phase the problem's in or where it could be. We can't see that remotely. So we have to go out there and find out where's the problem? And it's not always right, it's not always accurate, but for the most part it is. This will allow us to look at all those monitors in that signal remote. That we can't do now. And there, anytime you have something to throw in, you're going.
Yeah, so a couple of things on this too that I really like. If you think about the small signal team that we have having to manage all of the roughly 100 or so signals that we have in the city, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So somebody's on call at any given time. And if there's an issue and they get a call, there's an issue at such and such intersection, they may have to get in their car, disturb their whole, time off of work, go to that intersection, check out what's going on, and then fix it and go back. Things like this can cut down significantly on that kind of away from family, away from home in your time off time, because they get a call, hey, there's a problem at so-and-so, and you can pull up that dashboard and look at it and say, okay, I see right here, we've got a conflict in this phase. Sometimes that can be cleared remotely and they don't have to go anywhere at all. But if they do have to go to the signal, at least they're going there knowing I need to take these tools and I need to be prepared to do this thing. So that they're not having to go out there, go back to the shop, get the tools they need, go back out to the signal and fix things. It really cuts down on that time to address the issues that are going on with the signals and gives you visibility of everything from the desktop.
How often is someone called out? Okay.
If anybody sits in the signal for more than 2 minutes, they've sat there 20 minutes. They had to finally run the red light and we gotta go. It's the biggest overtime deadline. Because we have to go, we can currently see every traffic signal, but we have to have that screen pulled up and we have to be looking to see. With this, they're gonna get an alert. They don't have to look at it, they'll get a text, and they can even do it from their tablet that we provide or from their phone. And sometimes it's just resetting the conflict monitor because something got confused. That's probably 70% of the time. The conflict monitor, it just shuts it down, puts it in flash. It's not gonna let nobody get hit due to its fault. And sometimes it's just easy to reset.
But you said you get an alert if someone runs a light.
No.
Okay.
No.
Sit there.
No, we don't know.
Like,
No, we do not. We get an alert if there's a problem in the signal. Most of the time, you can have a power surge, you can have just gets a little confused, you can have two ring barriers kind of like each other for a second. And when you do that reset, it reboots the whole thing. Stay in red flash, then it'll go to yellow flash all the time.
So is this, because you talked about having to change out all the modules to the Austin Company's technology. So is this an all or nothing?
Yes, we do, you can't just buy 50 controllers or 25 controllers and then run 25, because we'll have two different systems.
Right.
It's an
It's
all
not
or
worth
nothing
it to do that.
No, it's not. I wouldn't want to do that at all. And we're looking at a couple of software companies. The one I really like so far is called Through Green. They work with Iteris on it. And what they do is they have somebody that helps us monitor it. They're 24 hours we can call. And they can help with tech support and help with coordination. So
Where are they located?
they're located in Austin. All the controllers now used to, I think, NASDAQ was in Sugar Land and now they're in Mexico. Iteris space in Austin, the turnaround, anything in traffic signal right now is you're waiting.
Is this in conjunction in any way with IT and the police department?
There will be with IT, and then the police department will have some uses from it. I thought it.
Okay.
So, this is some other stuff where, we can tell when there's heavy traffic. And it'll monitor those main corridors through the signal and tell us. And I wish I'd have been able to bring it up bigger and, you can read on here what we provide data to allow for remote signal timing adjustments. We can adjust it here and here is not having to go out there and look. We can read real-time speed and travel time analysis. We can tell how long it took to search a car. It's got a technology, and I didn't know this. It's based on Bluetooth. And it picks up the Bluetooth on a car, because everybody's got their Bluetooth on. And it picks it up, that IP, and it knows how long it took that car to get to the next one. And it'll know that, and we have some of that tech now. We run a deal called Blue Tone when we're doing traffic analysis in neighborhoods, internally, and they put that tech into these, so. And none of those they're just random numbers. None of them are private. We're not getting any information. The two companies we've looked at through Iteris, you get, and I don't know what some of these mean. David may, especially when you get down here, if I brought Mike with me, he can tell you what they all mean. If they can be for you. But when you get down to third-party device support, which means there's somebody in the room helping us find the problems, this company does not provide that. And then asset management, it comes with a work order system that takes in everything you have in a cabinet. And when you replace it, you plug it in, it tells you when it was replaced and stuff, so. And then they have the cloud preamps and the broader support. Time of day control, they are working on it. They'll have it by the time we do this. And they've already got it. And we've got time of day control now. But I had a picture. I guess no. Oh, you have a controller in there. And you can see the screen of the controller is a little one like this. And it tells you everything you need to know. You have to be at the signal to see it. That actual face of that controller is right there on your monitor. And it's real time. So. And we're no longer using radios, we use cellular data points. So everything's cell service. So you're looking at a year one cost to do this, $355,000. That's to change all the hardware in every signal we tip on.
Is this a new request or is this something?
This is a new request.
Okay.
This is a new request. Now, the cost is pretty comparable. This is just for 1 year. This cost is for the first and second year combined. It's cheaper, but we're basically getting what we have now, just an upgraded version. Just an upgraded version of what we can't go out there and make them changes to make things better with the tactics. I just want to give you an option and throw it out there. And that's why their annual cost starting in year 3 is $34,000, because we don't get that tech support over the phone. There's always somebody there to help us. Say, okay, we can't find the problem. Or starting in year 2, it's an $80,000 annual cost. And they're with actual certified.
That year one cost include that we have to send our figures out, but install them, or is that?
No, they'll come install them with us. Yeah, and the thing about solid state controllers is no matter what brand they work, essentially the same. So it's no learning. Because it's mandated, they work the same. We input the information the same. It's just what else can we do? So all we're changing is one box that's kept. All the other equipment, it's a lot of it. I wish I had a picture to show you. It all works with these controllers. We don't have to change any of those. So we're just changing the controller, the brain. So anything else, David?
Think that as you look out longer term and you project that positions to support traffic signals over the years, it's also important to point out that Blue Green kind of gives you some ability to defer those positions a little further down the line, because it automates and has the tech support to go with it, where your tactic side, you may save that money in your annual subscription cost, but you'll likely need to add FTEs sooner.
We've reached out to a couple of the traffic engineers that are from Austin and local. to come and do a coordination for us citywide. Just do a coordination, and it was a little over $1 million.
It was what?
A little over $1 million.
We do it ourselves as the events.
We can get close. I'm not gonna sit there, we still may would look to an engineer every 5, 10, 15 years maybe. And we've got one proposed in staff. Up to the time, they would definitely help us make adjustments. And again, Drew Green has traffic engineers on staff. And since we're paying them $80,000. You know. But, and then we went to Iteris, the company we're on the buy from, and they were willing to do it as well. They said they would do it for us, and this was their cost, which was about 40 to 50,000. But you couldn't do it because we don't have the equipment. And they weren't against doing it, but they don't work with NASA. So,
This is what you're recommending.
yes, ma'am.
That's-
Yes, ma'am.
The light is poison oak, is that a new stop? There's nothing, I think that, I go through that every day, at least once leaving my house and then coming back, and I've never hit it. And it's not too green with the 60 seconds to get there. Even
What you have, when you have a road that's 55 miles an hour on 317, it's not just that camera that's looking down that lane, it's got a radar on it, it's looking way down the road, and we also have it on Poison Oak. And every time we build one, we're getting this tech put in there, so it's not just seeing you when you pull up and stop, it's seeing you way back there and thinking, here he comes, I'll fix it again.
How many do we have that like that now? A few or?
Probably all of them we put in on Highway 36 have it. Most of them on Adams have it. And,
I guess Adam just has so much traffic coming.
it's just,
direction,
it's,
it's hard to-
there becomes a point to where, what do you do? Because just say I'm thinking, if you're the first person in that car, okay? When we do not only is it, when you do coordination, you base it on the speed limit. That's a factor, you plug in that speed limit number. So if you're sitting there and you want to get to that next light and you take off and you hit 45, you're gonna stop. You know what's starting? It's not ready. You went too fast. I gotta get over all these cars. Or if you drive 20, everybody behind you's gonna be honking. But you're probably gonna hit just at the green, so everybody behind you's gotta stop at the next. And then, you notice on 31st Street, people get antsy and they'll stop in the middle of the intersection, and they get a red, they're stuck, they can't back up, they can't go forward. Well, it's just confusing. So it's gonna reboot. Well, there are some drivers, it's not a problem there. But there are some driver issues when it comes to coordination. You have to have a fence post along the speed. You plug in the speed, and that takes into account acceleration. And then there's times, like split phase, which that means every one of those are gonna get a certain amount of time. And when you do traffic actuated, that means, okay, I'm gonna give the green that pulled up in here, if there's no cars behind it, it gets the minimum, say it's 15 seconds. If there's a car behind it, it's still a maximum of 30 seconds, so you're not ever gonna get no more than 30 seconds. If the signal's working, you're not setting it. It's gonna max out. So. Questions on signals anymore?
So the Adams issue cannot get fixed until you get this, or can it get fixed now?
Unless everybody leaves West Temple and moves somewhere else. It's not gonna be ever perfect during peak hour. Peak hour is different, that's when most of us are there. Peak hour is different. I live in West Temple. If I come into Temple at 7 o'clock at night, I'm outside. Generally, and I pay attention there. Now, however, if I go across the interstate, I'm stuck right in the middle of it for 2 minutes. So, but it will help, yes, it will help.
I've been on there at 4 in the morning, and it's.
And
I honestly can't do.
Yeah, all of it's tracking, you gotta realize if the camera goes bad or it gets dirty and it's picking up a false call, that means it's giving a constant call to those side streets, which will make you have a red when you think you should never have one there. There's always gonna be glitches. There's no perfect way And when you got a road that's built for 30,000 cars a day and it gets 45,000, it's just what it's gonna do. Drainage, my least favorite subject. This is what our drainage crews look like. We have. This is our mowing crew here. We have 2 street sweepers and drainage. This is our rural, crew for bar ditches and stuff like that. And this is our in-town storm drains and drainage repair, construction, erosion repair, stuff like that. We maintain 203 acres of detention pond, 228 acres of drainage channels. And we do that with 1 mowing crew. And we do it about every 6 to 8 weeks. This is fine on the big detention ponds, the regionals, nobody pays attention. It's native grass, you know. It is not okay with people in these subdivisions. They don't like it at all. Plus, it's basically irrigated, because every time somebody waters your yard, it's gonna water that detention pond. Even though we've tried to put some pilot channels in there to keep that from happening, it still happens, so. This is totally to get that turnaround time. To ask for another drainage crew. We have a grate off. Let's see if I can, yeah, here it is. The engine is absolutely destroyed. It has to be, the new engine has to be put in. This thing is, what is it? I forgot what year out it's the, well, it's a $50,000 cost to replace this engine and screen on. I honestly don't think that's anything wrong with it. I think once we get the engine, we get it started. I think hydraulic pump issues, on issues, I think we're gonna spend 30 to 40 more thousand. We're gonna get to the close to the $100,000 range to make this run, which is very old. I want to accelerate that and buy a new one. They're a very expensive piece of equipment. And the one we're wanting, the 391,000 is not quite this big, but it's more versatile. This one's actually half, a little over half. If we were to replace the heads, it's. It's 2005.
Is this a 2-year wait when you order one?
No, this one will not be. This should be about 6 months. We've already looked into it. It just depends on the equipment. Really. Bucket, if I wanted a bucket truck for signals, that's about what it would be. So we're wanting to get that in there. Another thing we're asking, we just turned a vac truck that we got from water department. Around 2010, it was one of theirs was gonna be replaced. I don't think it spent more than 2 months working at a time since then. And we finally sent it to auction. Storm drains, we have no way to clean them. Other than find the smallest guy on my staff, you're gonna shove a little shovel in the bucket like a little beach.
Oh.
And so that's it. Or we depend on water and they do help. So we're requesting an addition to drainage of a back truck, not this size, and do it smaller. And it's about $400,000.
Are y'all sucking out enough the back trailer won't keep it?
Maybe. It could, maybe. If we just had, if all our roads are like the west side. But what happens is the east side drainage, you know, there's smaller pipes and stuff, and you can't really blow the pipes out with pipes here, because a lot of it is terracotta.
Yeah, blown apart.
So, but could we get by with it there? Yeah, we looked at it.
Let's call it this. No, I mean, not near that big, I just thought of. Then I would see it there for 100.
Well, we're putting water in there, and it takes a lot of water for us to dig those out.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of water. And most of those, we'd be going back and putting water in it about. So the bigger truck, the bigger tank, the more water it holds, and we're keeping all that water, you know. The only thing is I don't have to dispose of it the same way Kenny does. But, and we're not asking for one like sewer has. This is a single axle smaller. Actually a little smaller.
What's the time frame on order of this?
I don't know. For that. Here, it's about a year.
What, I'm sorry, what?
It's about a year.
A year order? Wow.
Well, we can, And new mowing crew, we put that in there, gotta literally cut our mowing time in half, that's. I get no complaints other than the residential. kitchen. That's it. I think it's something I'm gonna, that it is a need. Because we do take a long time to get back, especially if we have to turn over. Having that additional crew. Like help, so, and our inventory is not getting smaller. So. And that, with that additional crew.
So what's happening with the mowing crew now? You're just not getting to the properties as often as you would like, or
No,
that's where the complaints are coming from?
the complaints
Mosquitoes and et cetera, et cetera.
is the residents that puts them on. We have the big one.
Their internet's down.
All over these.
We do charging for all, so you're charging for all of the resident, the retention bonds. That's a question, I know Kevin did.
Well, they have the drainage fee too. Well, this is a problem.
It's time to get ready, we're going to show you lowering the retention bonds and field bonds for most of them. RZ, its own, and I know we haven't, this is, park status. We have a list that we charge.
I just have to assume that they pay the drainage fees and that's what pays for mowing.
I mean, how does the zone make it?
Not in zone, but it's in different industrial, just being different productions, that's what that's in.
I think that the zone does not cover these because they're in-house. And it's, I think we're gonna charge out the contracting money.
Okay. That helps, thanks.
That's it.
That's it. You're talking earlier about paving,
We're picking up.
for utilities, like the city of the utility crew goes out and does some repair the road or puts tap or something to your crew.
That's how they know, yeah. Yes, we do all asphalt.
And franchise, you mentioned franchise, we gotta do it for franchise too?
For Encore, side when they do it and all that.
So we get to charge them or we have to do it?
We don't have to do it, but we've got a deal. My God, if they gas line, they I'll pay for that. They send my tree up.
So to give it to,
And we win.
yeah, I'll take that deal.
So the only thing you're looking for in 25 is the street crew? Or are you wanting all of that in 25?
Everything I had up there that I broke down, it's on slides, was a 25 request.
With that total?
If you break it down into divisions, because it's 3 different budgets there, you're probably looking at streets. I can get that put together. Yeah, and then you have another 300 for, and then you have the right of way 3, which should make 2 something.
The software is 435 with maintenance.
Talking about
325 was,
in
oh, 355 was 80.
355 was 80. But you don't pay the 80 till year 2. And then it's 80 annually.
So the first 3 years, you're 313, you're 347 versus 515. you're 150,000 more with Drew Green the first 3 years. And then it's 46,000 a year after that.
So. But I think we make it up. And they can provide us. I know we do.
Okay.
Sometimes you just get what you pay for. Right.
Council members that are left, anything else for Kenny? Thanks, sir. Let's take a break, but be back about 2:50. All right? Anybody?
Yes.
Here we go, Cory.
So I really do anticipate hopefully catching y'all up, but we've got some changes on the staff, just a tiny bit. So Tracy Neese is kind of a new ad. We took her from the county. And we've had a little bit of turnover, sorry, I'll point and then I'll probably do something about. Well, anyway, Lori Matthews is relatively new and I haven't met this person yet in Skillmore, so that'll be fun. We've got new folks. We used to never have turnover. And now we do. Let's see, just a reminder that everybody's a sworn position, so they all have to swear in, which it's the time of year when I'm telling parents why I don't have internships. And it's because there's a legal requirement that I can't really surmount too easily there. So let's see, and we have multiple departments like the legal department and the police department, and we've had the same person in the bailiff position for a while, and that's working nicely right now. Prosecutor's working out very well, and I always tell people this is like a DA at the city level. It's a DA for the city, because people think it's the DA. And going to court on the third. And let's see, just really the changes that we added, and we haven't had them yet. But they're coming, they're gonna start trickling in the summer, I believe. So court will be final with an appeal of a record. And a team court photo, because I always like to give a team court photo. And then really the items. So our budget items really don't change a lot. I would say almost not at all. We do have a little bit of things changing. One thing that I'm asking for, and I know you'll find it in your paperwork, but my total is, just under $5,000 in changes, and 3,000 of that is kind of an earmark piece for the judge, associate judge, or a judge to appoint when I'm not available or on vacation, just because of the requirements that might be required for certain things to happen, even if I'm not there. So I've got that as just kind of a placeholder, because I had a contested hearing this past year where someone contested me hearing their case. It was an attempt to recuse me. And I ultimately was not recused, but we did that as a remote hearing, and it was not even that long. It was about an hour and a half. And the judge gave us a discounted rate, and I appreciated the judge. She was really well-skilled. She knew her stuff, and that's great, but it was $400 for a very short, small thing. So I think we just need to start thinking about that. And I do have a question about how y'all would like me to proceed there, because I thought maybe we might be doing some sort of workshop. And then I wasn't sure if I should be reaching out to HR. And so I felt like I should kind of get some direction about that. And then another item would be, we are asking for a laptop that will have Wi-Fi with memory, and that's about a $1,500 item. That's a brand new item. We haven't had one of those. That's just to work the team court. When we're in team court, it would be helpful if we can reconnect to get the paperwork scanned and pull things that we need if we find we need something that we didn't anticipate. But also it will allow me to run and do a layer to team court that we really haven't been doing, which is to play video footage and things of that nature that your police officers capture. Well, we could learn a little bit more about evidence with that piece too. So it kind of would help clerks, but it would also help me with advocates in the court setting. And we are going up on the budget for our process serving. We normally budget $21.75 for process serving, but in the first 2 months of this year, just due to an increase in the filings for code enforcement, with the anticipation of those changes that we're making with the report of record, we spent almost $1,000 of that. And normally we don't spend it all. So we're gonna bring that up to 3,500 and see if that will do it. And let's see, we also are asking to bring the interpreter fees up. We anticipate with more contested hearings, more folks who need interpreter services, including sign, which is the expensive one. And let's see, I think that, oh, sorry, the juvenile scholarships, I might want to just tell y'all what that is. A couple of years back, y'all approved and we used the money, and it's not high dollar, it's 500. Trying to go to 750 for that, because what that is, it's for young people who we determined that the family is indigent, but now they are court ordered to do something like a class or you know, an anger management class or an alcohol intervention program, and they're not expensive, but really there are people who can't do even something not expensive. And we do have some low cost alternatives, but they're not as effective maybe. And so we want to keep that so that the opportunities are equal, even where the family has no money to pay for it. So we're asking to bring that up and just by a few $100s. And then, let's see, the banquet is going up, and it's $4 a plate going up. And there's just been some changes at the Mayboard, and some of that, we are not sure how that's gonna go, but we do think everywhere we looked this year to substitute that service, because we needed to do that this year, it was considerably higher, and it's gonna be fine this year, but we need to open that up just a little bit to have a few more options. And so that would represent an increase of about $400. It's not huge. So like I said, I don't have anything giant. I just felt like it was a good opportunity to kind of jump in and visit with y'all about how things are going. And also get a little input guidance about the list that we want to make for an associate judge list of substitutes. Because ultimately, next year, what you'll find is that we're going to need that list as we expand. Just slowly, but surely expanding.
So is a substitute judge, is that? I assume that's affiliated with the court of record
Yes,
process,
yes.
and is that having a judge basically on call 24 hours?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
What it would mean right now, what it would mean is if I go on vacation, there's someone told you will be in place in case we need someone in. There are provisions that we've always done when I take vacation, because guess what? I've been here a while. And we've always had, you know, just kind of what we call emergency or temporary orders that I put in place. And it says things like, if this happens, you do this. Like, if a warrant needs to be signed, you send it to me, I email you back, and I approve it. And you stamp my name instead of me. And so a lot of things can be handled that way. They still would be handled that way. There are a small handful of things that can't be handled that way, or shouldn't be handled that way. And it would be to bring that person in to do that. Ultimately, though, your question is perfect, because I do think that at a certain point, we want to think about, and this is not this year's conversation, but it is something that is an eventual conversation. Think about how we're interacting with the jail and how we're handling certain types of cases that come in through that process, such as assaults, mostly in family violence.
But right now, if you're on vacations,
Yes.
then I assume that you're scheduling most, basically, is a substitute judge needed the whole time you're on vacation?
No,
Or
it's
you set the schedule up to
Yeah.
where, but then, so it becomes a one-off, if
Right.
something happens that was not expected.
Either that or it's all expected. There's not anything that would happen that we couldn't anticipate. What I would say though is there are a handful of things that can come in that should not wait. For example, I'll give you a good one. There's a dog loose, they pick up the dog, we need an order, it's attacked another dog or a person. And that is something that is on a 10-day timeline, and we can't actually, under the statute, we can't postpone it for another day. We have to hear it again. If it happens and I'm gonna be back in 8 days, it's just there right when I get back.
Yeah.
If it happens that I'm gonna be back in 11 days, it'd be great to have someone to say, you need to come back here.
But that would be of your anticipated increases, that will probably be the most expensive one
Yes,
for the interpreter.
it's more than half of, yeah, it's 3,000 that I put into the budget.
Oh, okay. In the
Uh,
whole scheme of things, though, it's not a huge amount of.
no, not right now.
Not paying somebody to be on call and then more than they have to do it. or
I wouldn't say that you're paying them to be on call. I think you would tell that person you're on notice that you could be called in. You're not paying them to sit around and wait for that
So
call.
then we pay them if.
Depending on how you structure it with the contracts, but I think with talking with Kathy, the idea that we have right now, at least the operating idea, is that, there's like an up to amount and that they would, bill on that amount, but that they would not be paid just to be on that list. But they would have to be trained to be on that list, and that is an expense. Once we get that going, we would probably have to come back with a little revision there in terms of budget, because we don't know how many people that is going to be, how many people you want, so. I mean, it's called a list, but it's not 10 people, because you've got to, once you say you're an associate judge for this city, or an alternate judge, however you want to phrase that. It doesn't mean you're guaranteeing them hours, but it does mean under the law that they have to be trained. And that is an expense. There's some offset with the grant systems that the state runs, and we use those even for my training. But it still costs something. I can't remember. I want to say 11 something, 11.50 a year. Sometimes you get someone who's great and they're perfect and they're already a judge associate somewhere else. And, they're already being trained. So you just want to clarify who's picking that up, but that can happen. I see people at seminars who are doing double and triple duty.
Is there no ability to have a trade-off with a sister city that, or Belton,
Potentially.
that would not cost either city?
Well, someone has to train that judge every
No.
year. So
Well,
that
but
would be an expense.
I'm saying if it's a municipal judge, they're doing the same kind of things, right?
Right.
So what would they need to be trained for? You would cover for them when they're away, they would cover for you, so to speak.
Yeah, I do think that's a possibility. And the law does allow for a neighboring city to engage in a memorandum of understanding with this is the neighbor city. Yeah.
I don't say that around here have one in this, but
Really, they all do.
even the small towns.
It's right, yes, even, it's a question of whether you like that person or not. Belton has Judge Lee, Troy, I guess, I'm not sure who's handling Troy. I would have to check, because the last time I talked to, it was, RJP, or the retired. And that kind of begs the question of what requirements y'all are going to want to have, because I am certainly required to be an attorney under the charter, but it doesn't, you're not limited by that. So, but he was not. So it's really a question of what you're looking to do.
Sure.
That's why this question of should I be in charge of getting this going, and do I reach out to HR, or y'all wanting to meet about that is a question. And Brenda may want to chime in on this because it has to do with duties as mine.
My recommendation would be, so we, as we were working through the, proposal to you all for the court of record, we did have an opportunity to, take a look at what the other cities do, and kind of, Judge and Tara collaborated on a job description for a substitute or an alternate judge, and Kathy just provided the qualifications that are required based on the charter. So my recommendation would be that you turn staff loose to begin advertising and developing a list of people, qualified individuals who would be interested in being contracted for that, and then maybe a subset of council, maybe one or two of you participate on a panel with Judge Person and Tracy or Dana, Kathy or Ryan or whoever, she may want to participate, and then develop that list and then bring the list to the full council for approval. And I don't know that you all five would want to sit through interviews, although that certainly up to you if you want to do that, but, I think that might be, or if none of you want to participate and you just want, Judge Person and staff team to bring you a list of recommended, a recommended list, but the court of record ordinance does contemplate that y'all would approve a list, 2 or 3 judges that could be called upon at Judge Person's discretion when she needs that for, time away or other similar circumstances. So we have a job description, and that's what I would recommend is having staff go ahead and start that process like we would for a typical. They're ultimately appointed by council though, so we would need to bring the list to you all for final approval. I mean, if you want to be more involved in that, obviously that's okay with us as well.
So that's really the, and I second what Brenda said, and I think she's got a good handle on how to proceed, but there are obviously things for you. Tell us how you want us to go, so we'll do as you will.
You were saying $5,000.
I think it may be, no, I think I might have it wrong, but, because I think I was, it's actually, sorry.
That something you want it here?
Oh, which thing, the judge?
The $5,000 ones.
No, this is this time, but I would anticipate, yes, that this is the new normal. Now, computer, we wouldn't get another computer, I think. There may be an associated expense with keeping it Wi-Fi available and upgrading software and licenses that we're using on that computer. The scholarships, yeah, I'm asking to change that to $750 instead of $500. And that I would be asking on the process service at the end of this year. I think what we have broken that now into civil and criminal process serving. And we're gonna see where it's going. And in fact, we've come up with a way to sort of look at which departments. And that's just kind of for our own edifice, but it's also to see if it's trending or if it's one-offing, So, some things we hadn't anticipated. We've been getting, for example, alarm violations, and we haven't had those. But they're allowable, they just never were followed. And, that could come and go a little. So next year, I think it would reflect after another full year, we'll see, is it always here? Or was that just, not a trend? But that I don't know how to interpret. I mean, that I don't know how to anticipate fully, other than just to go up a bit from what we have, because we've spent more than half of that budget in 2 months of 12. And then with interpreter, that is very similar. With the court of record happening, I guess my anticipation is that when people understand how vital it is, they may be more likely to be contesting. And you're required to provide interpretive services if they are requested.
Where do you find it?
So we use Language Line on a day-to-day basis, and the new software that's coming in really is going to make that a little bit easier, even for the sign language, because we can do it on the new software, we can do it on a screen. And it's visual to the person on the other side, and they can visit with the person who, for example, is hearing impaired. And that one isn't expensive. I mean, the nearest interpreter that's certified for court was Waco. But for Mandarin, we have that, it's Houston, right? And they want the travel time, it's interpretive time as well. And so Language Line has been really helpful for a person saying, I would like a payment plan. It can't really be utilized though for a live hearing that's contested. So you've got to get that person in, but we can get them in on screen. And then really it depends on what the request is. For Spanish, we've got local interpretive services because the court in Dalton uses services, and we do reach out to them first, depending on the language request, because they're more likely to have more recently come across the problem. That said, it's because it's not just someone who can speak it, it's someone certified to do it in a courtroom setting. It's expensive and, you know. But we have a big, you know, poster and you can point to the language. This, it's the same one that they use at Scott and White, and that works for just most everyday purposes.
Yeah.
But we pay for that too. So I wanted for you to.
Council, anything else for Jen?
Thank y'all very much.
Good to see you.
Good to see y'all too. Let me know whenever I can. It's questions. Thanks.
Keith?
Yes, I'm good, yes, and also scared. I'll get so close because I'll be sending. Agenda here. Okay. This week.
Sorry, G, you wanna jump over it?
No.
How are you getting along, by the way?
Better.
How's everybody? Good. Good. Got 2 meals. Gonna be bright. It's late in the afternoon. Super excited to be here. Thank you for the time today. Just give you a brief overview of kind of what we've put together. This is the plan, vision, mission, and core values, right? So we take those into account. For me, a budget's easier to understand when I align it to key initiatives that we have in the strategic plan. With the budget plans, you'll see some of those themes coming together. That's our mission statement: protecting, serving, and working in partnership with our community to prevent, reduce, and solve crime with integrity, honor, and dedication. That is a big deal for us, and you'll see that all of our budget requests should align or improve our ability to meet our mission statement in anything we do. So this is under high-performing organization, an organization committed to performance excellence, pursue innovation and continuous improvement to drive performance metrics. So CALIA is kind of the national standards on accreditation. We are a TPCA accredited agency. We were just certified last year. And we have this in our budget for a future year. We just believe it's one of the most important things that we do. It helps us meet national best standards practices. So we'd like to accelerate the coordinator from 26 to 25. That includes operation costs. And we believe that part of this process is going to be so paperwork heavy. We probably need to add an administrative assistant to assist with that as well. This year, we recently had a few years ago, I think it was in 2020, we actually approved our frontline wellness program. So we are aware of 2 individuals that were seen under that process where they had conditions that would have been life-threatening had we not diagnosed them early on. Thank you for awarding that. Thank you for giving us that. We would like to add our civilian employees into that. Really, in hindsight, that's on me. I should have asked for it at the time. And the reason being is because so many of the folks inside a police department are exposed to the same trauma in a different way. They're either reading the reports, seeing the photographs, processing the crime scene, those types of things. We'd like to add our civilian employees in there as well. And it engages folks differently on their own healthcare. They get a report. I don't see any of the data. They get a report, they get identified. You need to go talk to your primary care about this, this, and this. And they can really engage. And overall, what we should see is that should drive health costs down if folks early on are getting those conditions under control, recognizable, and treated. It should help the overall system.
Small print, but a high-performing organization continues to invest in the resources necessary to ensure the strategic use of technology in support of performance excellence. So I wanted to give a couple of shout outs to our crime analysts folks. One that we stole from Stacy, Mike Treehern, retired military intelligence, did a full career in the military, came to us. We recently hired our second. She's a command sergeant major, retired, worked in military intelligence her whole life. They get intelligence. They are producing products that we can use in real time. One of the things they need is another analyst notebook. That's about $14,000. Force metrics, we requested for 26, or at least consideration in 26. Largely, even though we have an electronic records management system, it's still human driven. You still have to have a human being generally to go through each and every report, to read and to draw corollaries between one incident and another. Force metrics is actually an AI software that, think of it like a Google search bar. It's a bolt on to the product. You can put in there red Toyota. It's going to go through every report we have in the system and pull up every reference to a red Toyota. So from there, detectives actually have actionable leads to start to work. It's very expensive. 99,000 the first year, second year 70, third year 72. Holster tourniquet attachment. So put on a few pounds since I've been with Temple. But you might notice, don't really have a lot of real estate left on the belt. I could put stuff on my, but that's, if I'm gonna fall, I don't want things on my back. That's why I try and keep that free. We're looking at an attachment that would take the tourniquet off the belt and put it right here on the front end of the holster. We have some folks that we can continue to add stuff to their belt. We have others that have no. We, as you might imagine, we love cameras, so we're asking for some additional pole cameras. With what you have approved via Flock, via our camera purchases, via some of the things the city has done, we've been able to actually track vehicles from one area of the city where they've committed a crime back to where they reside or where they were headed. Cameras are incredibly important. We'd like to add several more. The handheld Faro, if you've ever seen a major crime scene or a major traffic accident, you remember the days of old where you'd go out with old survey equipment and map the scene. Well, we can do that now via a device that just stands on a tripod, and we can do a 360 of a scene in about a half hour. It's all computerized. What it doesn't do for you, and what the handheld Faro does, gets us into closed or confined spaces, closets, vehicles, areas where the device is too big, and our CSIs are asking for the handheld Faro. We're gonna get into some fun stuff. The Mission Darkness Locker. Yeah, pretty awesome names. I can't hardly say some of them. This is a device that would store cellular devices. Many of our cases involve electronics. Anytime an electronic is really exposed to open atmosphere, it can be cleared remotely. If somebody can clear it, we use the same MDM technology on our own devices. Should it become lost, we can clear it remotely. Well, we don't want these to be cleared. And so this $5,000 piece of equipment will allow us to charge, store, and process them while they are enclosed. Instead of just using Faraday bags. Faraday bags are somewhat useful, but you still have to take them in and out multiple times. This to help us. We just like some AEDs mounted on our second and third floor. I think it's a good call. It would probably have Narcan in it as well. Place for us to store some medicine and AEDs. So NIBIN, let's talk a little bit about NIBIN. We applied for a grant for NIBIN. It's a ballistics testing of firearms, right? So we actually had the ATF's mobile unit in our back lot for about 45 days last year. And all day long, we're just firing guns, taking the shell cases and putting them under a microscope, mapping them, dropping them into the ATF database. It's been very helpful in connecting cases from around Bell County. Doesn't necessarily give you a viable lead, like this person did this, but it allows you to connect incidents. And of course, with more connectivity, generally there's a greater chance of likelihood of solving that crime. However, we can lease one. It's about $200,000 system if we were to just purchase it on our own. We applied for a grant, we were denied, granted to the ATF director and assistant director a couple of different times. every time I talk to them about getting one of those products in central Texas. As you might imagine, they have a tendency to go to large rural areas. And we spend a lot of time driving guns and ammo and our people on the road driving to Waco to process these. We spend about $10,000, $11,000 a year just in drive time alone, fuel, vehicle costs, and that's for one individual. So we have multiple people that can test those firearms. MDTs for the animal control officers. One of the issues on the ACO side, and I do recommend we consider this, is they don't have the ability to really know what calls are in queue for them. Just put an MDT in the vehicle, it eliminates or reduces some of the radio traffic. They can see what's in queue and then know what the next call is. They don't have to wait to be dispatched. And they can also glean other information from the instance. Fusus is really a real-time crime information center. Fusus also employs digital technology, cameras, videos, those types of things as well. We'd like to have that in 27. And then our crime victims have asked for some software. It's about $1,850 per year. A high-performing organization committed to performance excellence, optimizing the use of technology to improve service and protect critical infrastructure. We want to expand some of the services available at our animal shelter. We needed just a few equipment and supplies to get the surgical suite set back up. We'd like to enter into a professional services agreement with a vet for about $22,000 a year. All with the goal of more animals leaving the shelter that are spayed and neutered. There's a very low return rate on the way we currently do that, even with free vouchers being given out to citizens to complete those things. We'd also like to microchip implant in all the animals as well. That does not require a vet to do. You just have to get certified by the training for about $6,000. Every pet that leaves there could be microchipped. That way, when you drop them somewhere, we can make sure you're held accountable or make sure they come back. They need an SUV for shelter use errands. When we're meeting for budget, they were telling me how sometimes they have to use their personal vehicles to go pick up donations, food, those types of things. So we'd like to add an SUV. Talented and dedicated employees who have a heart for service. So we requested, probably like you've heard a lot today, accelerating some positions. With the build out of what we've done to the shelter, it's a lot more real estate to clean, a lot more animals to take care of. We'd like to accelerate the shelter clerk cost for that, accelerate that control officer and the operational cost for that. Okay. The legislatures in 2023 made significant changes to the school safety laws, which includes that you have to have a licensed peace officer armed, or they later made a kind of an exception to that. You could have an armed security guard. In speaking with both Temple and Belton ISD, they both would much prefer that they have police officers in the schools rather than armed security guards. This is not an add in 1 year. I talked to the budget and said, look, we're probably looking at 25, 26 at best to do some of this, but I've really left it with them. They know the budget best on how to phase the implementation of this. It's going to take many, many years to get accomplished. Temple ISD has the majority of them, but Belton ISD is in agreement that they would like to have peace officers there instead of armed security guards. So
That's in each school, chief.
each campus. is
Each campus, right,
Now, they didn't define what a campus is.
right.
But it's defined as each campus must have a peace officer or an armed security guard.
So we pay for that, or the schools pay for that?
School does. School pays for the armed security guards. They pay roughly 72%, if I recall correctly, might be slightly higher, of the salary for each officer. And in this role, we need it. If you add that many folks or begin to add a few, you're gonna have to add another supervisor to that unit as well. It's just too many folks for one person to manage. And then, of course, the vehicles that are associated with it as well.
Chief, just for clarity, the people that they've hired directly as armed security guards, that's all on them.
Yes, ma'am.
But our agreement with both school districts related to school resource officers, we do a cost share with them because the idea is that during the summer months, those officers are available for non-school related. So we do essentially, I'm gonna say it's roughly 70-30, 70 on the ISDs, 30% on the city. So this will have, if we continue that system going forward, this will still have a considerable fiscal impact on us because we'll have to take 30% of 16 additional officers. Unless we choose to structure that where we ask them to pay the full cost of that, but that, again, that's not historically what we've done.
But we get their time back. We get the
Yeah.
summer and Christmas break and all that time.
It's not, I don't know, I mean, I think chief supports having school resource officers in the schools, there's a lot of benefit to it. I don't know that it's super efficient, honestly, for, a couple of months we have them and, but it is something that we've historically taken on as a cost share with the schools.
And we really don't have them for the summer. By the time they're done with school and the summer camps and then taking some vacation off, we really don't get a lot of them back. But this is what came out in the legislation, so wanted to share with you the conversations that I've had with Mr. Holden and Dr. Ott. They both would like to go down this route. We just need to figure out what the phased implementation is and talk with them about their budget needs should any of this get approved.
Don't forget that the ISD's budget needs are gonna be dramatically different because of, public education versus non-public education issues.
In my conversations with both Dr. Ott and Dr. Golden, they, as Chief already said, they do want to move towards having sworn police officers on all of their campuses. They'd like to move eventually away from the armed security guard. But even if we had a magic wand and could say, here's 16 officers
Exactly.
this year, they don't want that either. They need time to
Yes.
to
they need
budget
time
it
to
and
build
ramp it
up
up.
to it.
So something that makes it, we are in alignment there that neither of us can bring on 16 officers in a single year. So we'll just work closely together on what that looks like in terms of implementation, but they also can't absorb, actually, they may be having a more difficult budget conversations this year than we are.
They are for sure.
Yeah.
Just invest in employee development and training programs, so. I think we have $50,000 coming online this year in additional training. But here's what I'd say about a police department, so things are really fast, technology changes incredibly rapidly, and roles and responsibilities can change equally as fast. There is a difference between what I need you to know as a police officer on the street and a detective. It's different training from the supervisory role. These are just a few of the items that, just as an example of the requests I received this year. For our current crime analysis, they don't have a training budget. As you might imagine, they deal with technology, data maps, hot maps, heat maps, pin links, link analysis. Their training that involves technology is generally very expensive. We need to increase the training for our sergeants, increase the training for patrol. We'd like to get a second person trained in Natia. So what that is that's somebody that can deal with high voltage lines, and we can actually deploy cameras to put them up so that we can look at them, especially if it's still process about $5 grand to do that. We need to increase investigation training. I'm basically getting a little help with their annual conference. UAS, unmanned aerial systems training. We got them all initially trained. We did that out of our current budget, but there's no current budget going forward for what they do. That technology is changing rapidly. Funding for our academy just changed. It hasn't seen an increase in, I believe, over 25 years. We're still charging about $250 if we raise that. So we're going to see some increased costs there. Safety and make safety a priority to ensure employees go home safe every day. Last year, you all approved the purchase of Thermo Scientific TrueNarc. That is something where we don't have to do always open a bag that contains suspected drugs or analogs. We can actually test it through the bag. It's worked out really well. On the investigation side, we'd like to add a second one in the patrol area. You're gonna see a lot on shields. The DC shields
These are ballistic shields. We run into guns every day. We run into people armed with guns every day. We recover generally guns almost every day. So as our society turns a little more violent, we just want the right protection to keep them safe. So the grappler system, and I can show some really cool videos if we've got time. The grappler system is a bolt on to an F-150 that will allow us to capture stolen autos without going on lengthy pursuits. Essentially what it does, it has a deployable, you take this deployable underneath the rear tire. It's essentially fire hose. It wraps around the tire, stops the differential, and we can header it to a stop. We can also header it and release it. We needed to create some distance. With our increase in stolen autos, with our fairly restrictive pursuit policy, which I agree with, this would provide another avenue in limited situations that we can utilize.
How close do you have to be to the vehicle to
Oh, we're
deploy
gonna
it?
get close,
Very close.
very close.
Yes, great.
But once it's done, we back off.
Oh.
Now, Star Chase Trap Launcher, so some of these names actually crack me up. Star Chase Trap Launcher. What it is it's a deployable. Got a gel-based material that sits on essentially a foam rubber thing. We fire it at a vehicle as it passes by, it sticks to the vehicle, and you can track the vehicle to its location without pursuing it. But essentially, all you're doing is recovering the property. There's very little chance the suspect's probably gonna be in the vehicle. You don't have to pursue it. Safer way to do it. It's being used in a North Texas community, almost essentially.
And how close do you have to be to the vehicle to fire it?
25, 50 feet. Got a little more distance.
Yeah.
It doesn't look near as fun as a grappler system, I
No.
can tell you. And then some things for SWAT. So if you've ever been on a SWAT incident or watched one, you don't have the right gas mask projection units. It really sounds like you're all talking underwater. It's very difficult to understand what one person's doing versus the other. That's not a time where you want to know whether it's a fire or go or launch. You really want some clarity. So I'm suggesting a phased implementation for these gas mask projection units over this variety of years. SWAT Recon Robot, we do have these in, no, I'm sorry, we don't have these ones in, we have robots in the 29 budget. These are fairly inexpensive, and it's essentially what it describes. It's a small robot. We can throw them through a window, we can throw them through a door, and we can move it around so that we can see what's going on. Again, the emphasis being on safety. 2 lightweight rifle shields, portable bunker shield. If you've ever seen one of these, 500 pounds, it sits on wheels, but it allows us to get closer to the incident so that we can react appropriately. So if you remember 2 years ago when that gentleman was firing at us from the hotel room, that would have been a perfect piece of equipment to have in place for our reaction team, just in the event that they night vision goggles and laser combination night vision. So again, it's important for a SWAT team to have some night vision capability. We do have several monocle-based systems, but they need a system that they can flip down and flip up as they work through a nighttime search. I would again suggest today's implementation of that. We'd like to get an indoor and an outdoor UAS for each pilot. The total cost of that's about $100,000. We'd like to phase that implementation. And provided that's budget. And then you all notice I wear a small earpiece. It's an incredibly flexible design. It's very comfortable. If you've ever worn an earpiece, used to be kind of these molded earpieces, and then by the end of the shift, your ear's gone numb, or it's really distracting in there, or it becomes painful. These are very small, very simple to use, very elastic, and they operate very well. We'd like to add that, just give the option to our officers. Again, a phased implementation. We're not, with the bigger items, we're not requesting to just do it all at once. Recognize that a phased implementation makes sense. The other reason why I want to do a phased implementation, everything generally comes with a life expectancy or a warranty. I don't want them all expiring at the same time. So create kind of a phased implementation for budgetary needs. In 28, I'd like to add $20,000 as public engagement events. This is something I bring from my prior agency. So over the summer, we would do all these different events: bowling with the police, fishing with the cops, putt-putt, snow cones,
Those are just examples for the littles. We actually met them at one of the places that makes those backyard, swing sets and slides and, you know, probably had in your backyard from time to time. They had a great indoor facility and we meet with the little kids and they come and we go down the slides and hang out with them. We talked about, we'd like to add some additional clock cameras. Those are incredibly beneficial. Just recently, we had a conversation with Taba about those cameras as well. They're just really, really good evidence and really helpful in investigation. So we'd like to add a few more of those. Some other items, we talked about an incinerator to the animal shelter for a number of years, about $100,000. When we did the upgrades, we actually had them run the gas line. It's ready. We just need the ability to do for the budgetary needs in order to accomplish that. We didn't upgrade the one set of kennels. Would cost us about $210,000 to do that. I've already talked about the administrative vehicle. We are coming up on the end of life cycle for mobile radios as well as our portables. So we've got to start planning for that as well. A phased implementation, we could start that earlier, perhaps cut down on if you added a third year versus just do it in 2 years, cut down on the budget, but radios are very, very expensive. And ours are coming up. I'd still like to see an increase in overtime funding. Normally by about February, I've blown through it. We just make a line item adjustment for crime victims printing. And then the return on your investment. So it is not lost on me that the city and you all have made an incredible investment over the past few years in your police department. I believe it is paying off. You've seen these before. I won't spend a lot of time on them, but those are pretty good return on investment. And then I'm happy to entertain any questions.
The 16 new officers for the school, are they going to do the same training?
They're
Regular?
Yeah.
So the same problem we have now with finding the people still have that issue.
Yes and no, I would say, I believe we've permeated a bit of the noise. I have 3 laterals currently working their way through the process. We haven't seen 3 laterals come through in one process in, well, I can tell you, probably before I got here. So I believe we've permeated a little bit of the noise out there. Folks are hearing from some things and we get a lot of folks like, we just hired a sergeant from Roswell, New Mexico. Just swore him in on Friday. And he's already talking to some of his buddies in Roswell, New Mexico about applying with us. But yes, every officer, if they're not Texas certified, has to go through the academy and take the traditional route. Then on top, once they're designated as an SRO, they're required to go through additional training to be an SRO. And all that costs money. Some of it is state mandated, which is what that is in that instance. Other is just, we need to stay on the front edge, the cutting edge of training so that we have the best qualified people in the field.
State mandated with no budget attached.
That's correct.
Exactly.
Otherwise known as an unfunded.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the guy from Roswell or the woman from Roswell must like the Star Trek type names.
Maybe, I don't know.
UFO stuff.
He comes here as a frontline officer. He was a sergeant in Roswell, and I think he's making $2 an hour more here than he was there. And Roswell's a rough municipality.
Is that the reason that this person was interested in coming, the Palmer area?
No,
No?
spoke to his family for him,
Okay,
but I will tell you, he did a ton of research. And research about the department, research on me,
good.
Research on the city. And ultimately, we are the only place that he applied based on his research.
Well, you're welcome.
That's a good thing. You want to see a graphic video real quick?
Well, that gel machine, you have to find them. If you can buy the gel.
The,
Go down.
on the Star Chickens. You have to buy the.
It's not reusable, is it?
No, it's a great question.
Oh, shoot, you're not showing us a real one.
Okay, let me see. It's today, we'll get you tomorrow.
Hey, Chief, what's the tension strength of that cord?
75,000 pounds. I have no idea, man. I can look up the specs.
Oh, no, it just doesn't look like it's.
It works. I've talked to several agencies that are using this. They see good success.
Because you had the driver, really driver.
Building and driving a range right here.
Some of those videos, they were betting each other how long it takes to get caught, maybe.
Oh, no, it's gonna grab the guy.
No, but the tether can be released at any time. It may take a lot longer.
I think the screen is short of a car with a bike on the front. Grab both.
I'm really asking for one of each because I'd like to test and evaluate those systems. But if you like this one, I've got 4 F-150s. I'm only asking for one.
Or that do you, after you use it on X car, do you attach new cord to
Yes,
it? And so do we buy new cord each time or you get?
more than likely, yes, if it's damaged or anything.
Yeah. Cord is the wrong term, but you know what I mean.
Sorry, ma'am.
Oh, I'm just saying cord is the wrong term, but you know what
It's
I mean.
essentially a fire hose.
Oh.
You see? Looks like you just simply run it under a back tire, let that back tire catch it and pull it off. You're not firing.
Nope. Just let it get caught and then it pulls right off the front. Okay.
So would you use something like that more for, you've got someone, for instance, coming down the interstate? Because if you only have 1 or 2 of those, how do you sure that you have the right vehicle casing that's already equipped with that?
Well, they don't make them for the SUVs currently, although they're working on them. The only model of vehicle that we have,
Okay.
it's currently our K9. K9 handlers are typically restricted from being the primary to pursue. I would just strictly change the policy, because it actually makes good sense that they're the ones to grapple it. Most likely it's gonna end up in a foot chase. Let the dog out, go get it.
But in a chase situation, how are you gonna have the F-150 there? I mean, if F-150 is on the west side, you have situation on the north side, what are you gonna do?
Well, generally, we don't.
Or is it on the interstate?
We don't engage in. So
Okay.
we get a lot of heads up when coming.
Yeah.
From the south to the north, from the north, and allows us to, but if we can't get there, we can't get
And
there.
that was my question about, is it mostly gonna be like used on the interstate,
No,
where you have more warning of them coming through?
you know,
Where you just send the vehicle toward where the chase is happening and.
or even if it's not a chase. Yeah. Right, so we get a lot of guys stolen off. That unit rolling that way, get them in position.
Yeah.
I'd much rather not pursue vehicles. Now, if it's a violent crime. We're gonna pursue it all day long. It's a Hyundai, Kia, and I can use this rather than, because we won't pursue.
I think.
Hyundai, Kia.
That's interesting.
But we do that now. You can think of it the same thing with the canine. Canine's not always in the right spot.
Yeah, no, that's what I.
Use the radio, listen well.
Got it.
Kelly, you guys will do it?
No. So the most recent change, his food, behind the wheel, had read the paper with If you use it,
I'll use it on any situation where I need to
it's
stop.
where you get close to.
What was it up?
So it's not that long ago. Huh?
That's exactly what
That was-
No, no, I don't know. I don't just remember those high speed.
That's what it's not like.
I'm sorry.
It occurred in Temple, there's a belt notcher.
Oh, okay, that's the one I was thinking of.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Until you get the last day.
Everything we wanted.
I said, you're hard.
No, yeah.
There goes his $70 now. Or you better stuff it back there, okay?
Okay, ready, set, go. Okay, I have no little video, I have no candy, I have no treats, I have nothing fun. Has to be fast.
Ouch. No, we nixed everything.
All right, we're here. Just saw new positions that we're asking for, network support technician, the same last year. This is a camera person, GIS analyst, enter data so we can keep up with our maps, and infrastructure project manager, to keep up with our projects, network analyst, and a GIS intern. For 26, a software developer. This is a new request. I've never requested before. So we go in cycles in IT, and when I started, we went with one package software that did purchasing, finance, and work orders, and right. And now we're kind of a best in breed. So we have all of these different softwares for different divisions and departments that need to talk to each other. This person could do that for us. A trainer, another security admin, just to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect the city. And 27, another camera person. 24, this is what we support, and the numbers keep growing, but the equipment is basically the same. I did notice though that my cameras are, they were over 400 now with the addition of the parking garages. And I think door access is up to 250, but the rest of the numbers are pretty close. Additional things we support, software, we just talked about all the different applications that we have, data, of course, GIS, transactions, which are payments, big transfers, that type of thing, our cybersecurity, wireless device billing, which by the way is about $30,000 a year or a month just for Verizon. So keeping track of adding devices, removing devices, deactivating, all of that. Very important, our construction projects, and then security. What we're asking for in 25 for new equipment, we're asking for video surveillance. So this is completely different than anything Chief had asked for. And we put it into 3 phases. And basically what it is stationary cameras at intersections
that will not only take pictures, but it'll also read license plates. Again, we put it in 3 phases, this is just one, total station for GIS, so we have one person that goes out and collects assets, and for one person to collect all of that data, the equipment is nice to have to make more efficient, quicker, and more accurate. This station could be used by one person. New software, contract document management software. I'm not sure how familiar you are with our current document management software, but it's very old, antiquated, and very out of date. Doesn't do half the things that we need it to do. Horizon Artificial Intelligence software, and this is just software that are software that would come in and do penetration testing for us. So we buy software to protect us from email, from cyber attacks, from everything. This will test to make sure we're doing the right things. If it finds something where we're at risk, it tells us, and then it tells you all the things you're at risk with and what you need to prioritize. What's the most important. And the new services, I'd like to do a review of our GIS, the team, the software we use, the process that we use, and kind of an overall review. You'll know we recently got a new manager, and I think with a new manager, new ideas, or this for 25 replacement equipment, we're replacing MDTs, we're replacing updated cycles, switches. This year we're asking to go with new technology, so fabric network. This 750 is if we were to go citywide with this technology. And what it does is allows less work on our side for setup, less firewalls, because you can contain multiple locations with one setup. Where now we have to separate, segment everything off. So do everything at once. This is the number. The new switches that we're installing today for new locations or replacements have this technology, but we won't be able to go citywide at full effort until all of them are replaced. But again, as we go through cycles and do new things, we're adding this technology. Firewall replacements, again, cycle replacements, that number will be much smaller if we do the firewall, because it eliminates 2/3 of them. And then conference room upgrades. So today, if we're here, it's different than if you go to PD, and it's different as if you go to Friends conference room. Every room is set up different for AV. And when we have meetings like this for the departments, they have to come up and figure out how to use the technology. Kind of a pain. It's nice to have a standard that looks the same no matter where you're at. The 40 would be over 4 years, so it's about $10,000 a room. So it would be a phased-in approach.
Would that have to continue to change as new technology became available?
Potentially, but the way that it functions, the way that the person interacts with it would pretty much be the same. Everyone but be related. So today, it's different in the way that the user presents. That's such their experience of. So we could do it without putting much difference or much change on that, like the person, the presenter. Increased Microsoft renewals. So this year we are in 25, we're asking to add licenses for non-seasonal employees. Or I'm sorry, for all except seasonal employees. And the reason we're asking for this, so today we don't some part-time, some seasonal. There's different positions that don't get licenses. I think the garbage truck drivers, people that aren't usually setting at a desk don't get licenses. But with our new Dayforce software, with the way the marketing is set up with our intranet, employee email addresses are very important to get them access to these kinds of people. So we're requesting it for everybody not. 26, new equipment. This is phase 2 of our intersection equipment. Swagit is new software that will help us with council meetings. So today we have marketing running the YouTube, the in-room cameras, and then IT run the presentations. We'd like to kind of consolidate that and start to do that for us. We've been putting it off and not done it to date because we just bought very new cameras for the chambers, and we don't want to replace them until they put their life cycle. New services, IT master plan. We haven't had one since 18. And then new software, and this is just maintenance fees for software that we're hoping to purchase.
26, replacement equipment, and these are life cycle replacements, data center storage, batteries, and the conference rooms. And we would like to replace our financial software, which is very much like our document management software and very old, date, and new software to do a lot more.
It's not that bad.
It's just like less than we're until I'm done. 27,
Depends on who you ask, Tracy.
But yes, the time is close.
27,
Questions, that's for sure.
yeah, that is true. New equipment, so remodel second floor, once. And then our phase 3 of the video surveillance. The software maintenance would be financial, replacement equipment is floors and. Last phase of our conference rooms.
Wait, Kelly, back up one, would you? The remodel of the second floor is based upon the building of the new building.
Yeah.
Got it, thank you.
And that IT actually gets. the second
Right,
floor.
right, I understand. You get space.
Yes, ma'am. 28, replace the Microsoft switch. Every year every 3 years when we renew our contract with Microsoft, we add money because prices keep going up and we keep adding employees and licenses. Replacement equipment switches, and this again is depending on what we do with fabric. And then last phase is. I didn't say that's the last phase, and this is the last phase. It's 4 years. New equipment, door access upgrade, replacement, MVTs will be up for replacement again. Power supplies, and hopefully this is not sure, I think that's 4.
That standard conference room setup that has been on more than 1 year, that's partially based on the new building, assuming there's a new building?
No, we're expecting about $10,000 per room, and we have about 18 rooms to do, so we're only gonna do 4 a year.
Okay, but
Instead of doing all of our conference rooms at once, we're gonna spread it out and do the most use first.
there won't be the same number of conference rooms being redone if the new building is built.
That's true.
So that would then change.
That's
Okay.
true. Access points and it's like replacement.
I don't think any conference rooms are proposed to go away, though.
Right, that was part of my
I think that we have
confusion.
less common use, I'm sure, like, I can't see us using the planning room as much as we do today.
Yes.
That's the only thing, it's the rooms that are used now because we have to, because we want to. The reoccurring annual, PC replacements. Dayforce increase, which is our HR software, HR payroll, and we pay per user. So if we increase employees, we increase the dollar amount. Telecommunications, all of our wireless devices, the cell phone bills. Video surveillance, so we replaced cameras on 7 years, and now that we're up to 400-ish cameras that are cycle replacements are almost yearly now. And then video storage for those cameras. I don't get everything. I don't get everything, but I am last, so.
To be fair, I
That's good.
didn't ask any of the others. But is there anything in there that you would say is essential? If you were going to prioritize, but then in your mind you had, what's the top 1 or 2 items?
The top one is to at least maintain the service level that we provide today. So maintenance increases, the cell phone services, our Microsoft services, and security. Be more aware of all the vulnerabilities because you can't take them away.
Yeah.
But the more you know about them, the quicker you can get to them. I think most everybody knows that.
The police, fire, and laptops, is that not included in?
There's, no, ma'am, we always budget for them. Really like just the regular employees.
But we maintain them, replacing cycles.
And Brenda. More for you, I guess, the new building, that facility equipment. that, everything in the- You mean the total cost?
Yeah.
The $50 million budget that we've been working with includes everything. It includes furnishings and technology. So it's not just the construction budget.
Is it duplicative of some of this?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah, and then is that including the current facility? Is that not included in that?
The current building, the very basic work that they have done so far, which is very basic. Is $5 to $10 million for the upgrades to the facade. That does not include any interior upgrades to the building that we would want to do for, kind of like what Kelly was suggesting, to backfill those spaces. Or that would be necessary to do to, incorporate different circulation patterns, you know, if you had people coming in different parts of the building. So that, very rough, $5 to $10 million for the current building upgrade.
Is that the shell that he showed us today, the outside shell?
Yes. And that hasn't been estimated to the level that the
Sure.
new facilities have been
Sure.
estimated.
Understood
So
that.
that's much rougher than the expansion is then more, that's a more, concrete number.
Right,
That both Randall and Perry have
right.
done work on and have gotten very close on their numbers, in terms of consistency. So I feel very, very good about the new budget. New construction budget.
Right.
The revamp to the current facility needs more work, and so I feel more comfortable saying this is the number we would need to do that, but the general range is $5 to $10 million.
On top of the 50, so we're talking, it's very generally up to 70 million.
So you.
No,
gave
no,
me
it's
20?
60.
I'll spend it. Somewhere in the
Yeah.
55 to 60.
55 to 60 million.
If we did all of it and did it all at once.
Right, I get it.
And that's including contingency, that's including, you know, some things that would be considered alternates. So, and again, that's all including soft cost.
Right, and it's rough cost for the 5 to 10 million for the
Yes.
new old building.
Right.
Right.
And when we, like, for example, what Perry would say, I think if he was still here is, because he just said it to me the other day, is he's not trying to be the low bidder at this point. So, you know, he's trying to give a realistic.
Right.
Estimate, not trying to, come in, you know, the lowest that it
Sure.
could possibly be. So I think that's a comfortably added estimate. And includes, it includes built-in cost escalation for when the, construction is expected to actually be bid, not today's numbers. Of course, that involves a little bit of crystal balling, but
It does.
but
indeed.
that is incorporated.
All right, anything else for Kelly? Anything else before we get back tomorrow? All right, very good. Sit after 4, meeting's adjourned. We'll see everybody back here in the morning at 9. Thank y'all.